Futures struggling to find some traction here this morning, coming off a positive end to the day yesterday, specifically for the NASDAQ and tech in general. We'll have a look at a number of earnings names coming through for the most part to the downside outside of, Palantir, the positive one so far this morning. We are going to get some Fed speak coming through this morning as well. Jefferson, supposed to be right now. Fed's Jefferson making some comments right now. And then later on at 12:05, Fed's Williams scheduled to come through as well. But that's pretty much it as far as economic releases and Fed speak is concerned. Remember, tomorrow morning, the big one at this time, we'll get April CPI inflation print coming through. And then Thursday, PPI following that up as well. So inflation data to come. A ton to talk about, though, on the earnings side this morning. Going to be a busy, busy morning. It is Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at a red board right now. 0.31 for both the S&P and the Dow, about 0.4 for the NASDAQ. So, I mean, we're close. Let's see if we can't get moving in the right direction here once again this morning. 0.93 there for crude oil. Some positivity once again for crypto, but I say that cautiously because it was negative when I sat down this morning. So we're chopping around a little bit to kick things off. Again, really no significant economic data today, but tomorrow, different story. CPI, the big number for the week, in fact. Sharif here, as always, going to be all about whether or not we can get back in the right direction again. Remember, last month it was basically flat to slightly higher again. They were expecting that, so it was an uptick, but not as big as some were expecting.
Yeah, bigger jump this month than last, Brendo. Up 0.4 is what's expected for inflation this month. Last month, the actual print was 0.1. So we'll see if we continue in the right direction. But jobs came in stronger than expected last week, so who knows?
Yeah, they're looking for 5 on the year-over-year number. So we're still, it has come off, obviously, significantly since the highs, but we're still looking for 5% tomorrow for inflation. But a ton on the earnings front today. We have all things EV, it would appear, guys, to the downside today.
Oh, you start with the bad news? Okay, welcome everybody. Let's start with the EV names that are all down. I thought you'd open up and throw to us because Palantir was up 15%. Like that's
no, you can't do that.
Like 15 bajillion things, maybe 5 things reported that we care about, and all 5 of them, 4 of the 5 were to the downside. Palantir actually, 16% up. It was more than that before, but PayPal, Lucid, Fisker down, Skyworks, which I think we care about because of Apple, to the downside. But if you want a kernel of positivity, everyone knows the NASDAQ 100 went into bull market status, or exited bear market status, whatever you want to call it. But the NASDAQ composite closed yesterday up 20%. So the NASDAQ composite got out of bear territory as well. That said, sometimes that's a little bit of a move that turns you into the other direction. Sometimes that can signal a bit of a top. We're not really punching through, just with same levels to keep looking at. I'm going to keep pulling up the NQ until we break out from here. Let's go. I feel if we stare at that 13.3, 13.4 area enough, eventually we're going to get that breakout that we're looking for. I don't know if today's a day on the earnings that'll get us to that point. But as mentioned, there's enough earnings to look at in front of the print tomorrow that everyone's going to be waiting for. Let's see what happens with CPI. But I mean, as an earnings move, you get a flat bottom break on PayPal. You got Palantir with its eyes on double digits. There's plenty to watch. AMD and the chips were crazy yesterday, so I don't want to get too bearish just yet, but we are still at that same resistance level. And when we're up there, there's shorts to be had. It is what it is. Oh, you have the hat. There it is.
Hey, Prad.
Lee.
Look what I got on. It's finally time. It's finally time. I think this hat's about 3 years old. I want to thank Brad for getting this for me. And I do remember wearing it to the zoo, and then I wore it that day on the show. Yeah. So now I'm going to be wearing it today as we are an investor in Palantir. And it's nice. Finally going to turn some profits here in the next couple quarters throughout the year. And then we'll see what happens, I guess, in 2024. But right now, Palantir nicely up 16%. And it's what we all wanted to see, right? I feel like they're the AI name that has been sort of undercover for a little while now. We'll see if they can start to make a little bit of money now. now. All the contracts that they have throughout the world and pretty much military, immigration, consumer spending, different corporations. They're really going to start to work on their B2B business. Look, I don't know where Palantir goes today. We'll celebrate that it's up 16%. I don't have the sticky note out yet. It's coming out in a minute, but you're going to be surprised. I'm actually expecting it to dip down a little bit. We've seen some earnings calls been fantastic. Well, not the call, but the release. And now we'll hear about what they're going to say. They're going to be on CNBC in a couple of seconds, and then we'll just wait to see what happens here with Palantir. So down to 830, 840 is where I'm sort of looking, and then I think it's upside. Pratt asked you, where do we think I go? Where do I think it goes today? I don't think 10 is out of the question. You're at 9 right now. You get another 10% bump here on Palantir. So let's wait to see. It's been a rough ride for some of these companies, and Palantir, of course, is included. And then Neil, he was, I know Brennan sort of started with a damper there on some of those other names, but the EV space has got wrecked. Fisker's getting killed, Lucid's getting destroyed. Although Tesla's been okay, still down a little bit right now. So we'll have to watch some of those names today, including Rivian and them all. I mean, they're all so low now. Fisker's down to 550 or 570, and Lucid down another 10% as well. So, yeah.
Moving Boeing just now, by the way.
What happened?
It looks like they got some numbers on that. Brennan tweeted out here. So the Ryanair orders 300 Boeing 737 MAX 10 aircraft worth $40 billion. So Boeing up 2.5%.
Boom.
Yeah, back above 200. That said about Boeing, it's still in the exact same range that it's been in since late February. Or you know what? Forget that. Beginning of the year.
Scratch that.
We're going to scratch it. Literally since January, Boeing's been between 195 and 215. It's the same $20 range, and it's breaking back above 200, but that stock just kind of barcodes.
I like Boeing, though. I think the industrials right now are pretty huge. You saw GE. We all know about that, Cummins and all that stuff. So these names just continue to work right now in this environment. The funny thing is like, this environment right now, what really isn't working? I mean, we just talked about EVs, but other than that, man, you're getting healthcare running, or the big cap tech names are huge right now, taking out 52-week highs. NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft all rocking. We got a huge quarter from Apple.
It is just EVs. Right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, well, there must be some other.
I'm sure there.
Well, probably cannabis. Although cannabis seems like it's up or down 2 or 3% every day. And then, another name. I know what else has been struggling lately. I'll give you a second to think about it. So EVs for sure.
Well, obviously financials, but I think
Financials are okay actually.
Well, they're not that well.
JP
Again,
Morgan-
it depends where you're looking, I suppose. Again,
Anyways, I'll give it to you. I think Chinese ADRs.
Oh, well, they're up today.
What?
Yeah, there was.
No, they're down. They're getting killed.
Oh, it was down today. There was a bad number or something.
Yeah. Bob was about to break 80 with it was just $100 2 weeks ago.
Flat bottom break on that.
And then everyone always asks us about NIO. So I think EV in China right now is struggling. And then, of course, the regionals, you were right about that, as they continue to be in trouble. And
that almost doesn't count.
And then Ford and GM, but they're kind of bumped into the EV space as well. But okay, that's a lot of talk about this. It's one more day until the Maple Leafs beat the Florida Panthers in Game 4. And then congratulations to the Lakers. Our bet is now 10x. Me and Pratt already talked about that. We have Laker futures to win it all. That bet's up 10 times. I think we'll wait till they beat the Warriors. Then it'll be up 7 times. And then I think we'll cash out and not take the risk against Denver or Phoenix. I think that's there. But the way we're talking about this with Fahad and yourself as well, the way Anthony Davis is playing right now.
When he's good, he's good.
When he's good, he is good.
No, when he's good, he's great.
When he's good, he's great. I mean, I think he's probably. I mean, it's hard to say the best big man because there's so many good big men right now, including the one that he's going to run into in Denver possibly. But
I think he's number 3. I don't think you can reasonably state that Jokic
Embiid?
and Embiid aren't 1-2. I think that's fair. Anthony Davis has the talent to be the best, but has he done it for long enough to be able to say it? I don't know.
I think I'd rather have Davis than Embiid. I don't know.
If he's healthy,
that's the problem. Yeah, I'm just talking about straight now.
Embiid will dominate sometimes when he's not at 100%.
I like Embiid. I mean, I like Embiid.
They're all great. Whatever. They're all great.
All right, back over to the desk.
A few details, guys, for that Boeing deal, which they're saying is not finalized yet, but it sounds like it's close anyways. But yeah, $40 billion, going to see 300 737 MAX 10s come through. So again, we'll keep an eye on that as far as some finalization is concerned, but looks pretty good for Boeing to the upside, as we said, in a big way so far this morning. I was keeping an eye on some of these regional banks as well. We were talking about PACW 2 days in a row back to the upside after what happened on Friday with, FRC was last week, but back to the upside yesterday again. We're not looking too good this morning, however. Both WAL and PACW again down, double-digit % here so far.
Yeah, the volatility is there for intraday trading. You had a great day yesterday and then a sell-off. A sell-off yesterday after a great day on Friday. So more continuity. I'm looking for PACW specifically. We have that 275 bottom that we made last Thursday. So I'll be keeping an eye on that 250, 275 area.
Yeah, there wasn't much in the way of additional news on any of these today, guys, but a bit of a reversion maybe after 2 nice days higher.
So hopefully, I think we all hope, Sharif, that you don't get that bottom on PACW. That's 50% down from here. Like, don't get me wrong. That bottom that got put in, if we see it, we know when these bottoms kind of get made, that becomes a really interesting sort of buy point. So I have zero issue with going for a long if it dips under $3. You go for it down there, you have a tight stop, and sometimes you get absolutely rewarded. I think you got $1.50 or something like that last time. I'm down with that. If we get to that point today, a lot of things probably have to go disastrously bad, horribly bad for these regionals there. PACW $5 break does sound like it could happen. The way it rejected yesterday and kind of didn't hold up anywhere, $5 was a previous, dump bottom and then held that higher low. That needs to hold today for it to get interesting. And the other one, which I'm usually looking at, is Western Alliance, is back above 26. That was a bit of a, that was kind of the, previous support into resistance, hold that support, maybe holding up just a tiny bit better. Maybe distinction without a difference here. I guess that 26 would be the equivalent, $5, 26. If I were to see one break, let's say PACW breaks 5, halts down, and there's any chance to get WAL short in front of that 26 level, then I'd go for a play like that. It was a similar play. That's kind of how I got the flush the other day on Wall. It was just PACW had already gone and you had a chance to get in, and then you get really lucky when the thing flushes like $10 at that point. That was pure fluke, but sometimes that happens. You get one going and then you can still play the key price area on the other. That's what I'd look for this morning. There's so much to look at. And yesterday wasn't the greatest day. I think I had one trade on PACW in and out at the open. I think I'll be a little bit more patient and pick my spot a little more carefully today.
Yeah, I was going to say yesterday was pretty calm down there in the banks, which was nice to see. It's about time we got a little bit of calmness in all that. And it was still back and forth, but we didn't get the halting. And it was down. Calmness. We opened the day up 40% and finished the day up 5% or 4%, and some of them even turned red. So it wasn't the greatest day for investors, but as far as trading concerned, it made a little bit of sense there. So we'll look at some of those key levels. I was looking at JP Morgan a little bit, just again, we talked about the banks sort of trying to settle themselves out a little bit, and it seems like that pretty much baselined yesterday. You only had $1 range in JP Morgan, so I don't really think that's what just happened there. I don't really think that's going to be a trade today. I was looking at Bank of America, that $28 level. Again, yesterday was the top here, $27, $28. So I'm thinking that held a couple days ago and yesterday. So now that you're coming back in, I tweeted out yesterday, I want to thank everybody for all your responses as well, about, really putting on some trades early and then getting out too early and just kind of going back and forth. And the next thing you know, you look down at your net and you're battling back the rest of the day. So I don't want to get too excited about a lot of these trades right now, but for Bank of America, I really do like this 28 top right here. It's been a good one the last couple days. There it is. There's that. Okay, I was going to say, where's that bump that I was looking at? We've seen that before come in, so I feel like if the banks settle down a little bit today and we do get a chance to possibly short a name like a Bank of America up here at 28, I actually like that call. So the market's down today. I feel like there is going to be a little bit of profit taking on some areas, and I could just see banks, even though they're already down 0.7, I could see them getting a little lower here. So, we're not out of it yet, although, of course, if you ask Fed Powell, or I guess,
fine.
Everything, FOMC, everything is fine and very resilient, but I just don't like the look of some of these banks and the way they're setting up. So, Bank of America with an easy trade because 28 is so obvious. So I think that's where we'll look for a nice calm down level today if Bank of America gets up there. But I do like Boeing is moving around a little bit here on this order news, so I think that could be a name that we look at as well at some point. But for now, the regionals, we like them. We'll wait to see if they halt. I still have them up. Very, very limited pay for short. I mean, it doesn't cost anything for us for pay for short, so pretty cheap there. So if you are part of Day Trade the World, get some shares for PACW and the rest.
One thing to know, I know we have the banner there for Search Trader. We're both short PayPal. So we can flip the position board, maybe rotate in a little bit there for you guys to be able to see. But PayPal broke down. I'll just show quickly on the daily. This is 71. I had a line I had the line drawn, and now it's gone. See, unlike your Fibonacci's, I just try to draw like a standard line, and it decides it doesn't want to stay there. I'll even make it thicker, so maybe it looks a little better. I have no idea if that's going to be true. And so I got 71 on a flat bottom breakdown on the daily there, as you can kind of see. And why is that still there? That's kind of annoying. It stays there. Okay, fine. Now it's whatever. Now it's just annoying me because I'm going to keep that line and make it thicker, and it's going to crash it. So 71 to 70 is already played out twice. I did grab it both times. This is so frustrating. And then now you're going to hold it to the open. Now I think there's a decent chance it could bounce and maybe retest that 71 even. We'll cross that bridge when it gets there. So looking at that short trade, do like it. It's not the only name out there for that short. And as mentioned, Boeing is moving, but I don't want to. I'm skeptical sometimes of Boeing holding those long. So while it looks like one of the stronger names for now, I'm not going to immediately come in to buy the dip because it sold off yesterday when they got the rumor of this and ended up lower. So I kind of feel like if it does the same pattern, it's already starting to do the same pattern. I could easily see this back underneath 200 by the open, or at least at 200. So I wouldn't necessarily be buying these tops just yet, even if it looks pretty solid early on. Like that above 200 looks good at the open, but I'm a little skeptical of joining this move right now.
Here are, I was just noting, guys, on that Boeing order or Ryanair order from Boeing, 2027 to 2033 are the planned or expected deliveries on those planes. So it's going to take a while. Anyways, China ADR is downside in a big way here. Trade data for April missing estimates in a big way. So China essentially ordering less stuff, exporting more, suggesting that demand within the country downside for the second month in a row there for April. So all of these this morning under pressure. Wasn't a lot of volume in the pre-market, but Alibaba back at big time levels. JD, PDD, all of these, Billy, Baidu, Li Auto, Neo, XPeng, all under pressure.
Brendo, saving except for January when a lot of money flowed into ADRs. It has been very weak. Let's look at the my Chinese ADR watch list here on the screen. Every single name is decidedly red. And this includes BYD, which Uncle Warren cut his position in. We found out that over the weekend. But looking at the BABA chart here, Neil alerted me to this in the pre-market. We have a very interesting 80 bottom here brewing on Alibaba. When we were talking about this, we were at the 82 and a bit, but Brendo, that 80 level coming back in.
Yeah, rough couple of weeks for all of these guys downside here in a big way.
Is it that bad? I've stolen your line so badly that you just can't say it's a flat bottom break at 80?
Wow, Sharif.
Like, it's clearly a flat bottom break on the daily chart, and it is yours saying. Like, I'll openly admit, like, I stole it for sure because I think it's good. And 80, sometimes you see something like that, and it's okay, well, maybe it's a trap, and it's going to bounce off it. The last time it broke 80 was, it did break in March. It got like a few pennies down, and then that was literally the bounce that got the stock back over $100. However, since then, you put in a lower high, reclaimed underneath the 50 period, and are testing it again. Typically speaking, a lot of times it's not going to hold up the second time through. So we'll see what happens. I typically don't love 930 trades on Alibaba, but this is the kind of level where you take your shot. Whether you risk 50 cents or $1, it just usually comes down to how I think it's trading in the morning. Right now, you have a pretty clear 81 top, which means risking $1 would be a pretty standard setup in that play, and that just means I wouldn't be all in taking an 80 break. Like, you got to leave. I'd leave some room in case it shakes out above, and then the reload is like 80 half or like 80 75. Like, I think you just have to leave yourself open for a little bit of that, given how wide the range might be and how it behaved there last time. But it's almost impossible to ignore that price.
Yeah, I just put out the sticky note right now, the same thing for Alibaba. I mean, that $80 level, you're going to have to trade that through it. So I think it's a short for sure. the name that won't stop, can't stop, is AMD right now. I mean, this name again, right in the face of a negative NASDAQ is saying, nah, that's fine. We'll go upside right now. You're printing 94s and now you're printing 95s, and we just bounced off 95.50. So, you know, AMD boom, AMD here, and then AMD here with the Microsoft, and then the fade, and then some confirmation on what exactly Microsoft was talking about, and then now a nice little upside move again yesterday, all the way up to 95.50, and then kind of stopping at that level. So right now you're coming in and you're kind of stopping at the same levels again. So we're going to try to be patient with this name. This is a name I don't want to short. I don't want to stand in the front of this at all. If it's going to keep going up, we have a huge move. This is kind of trading like a meme stock when it just keeps on going. And again, it's just not a great quarter, but all the way back to 95 again. So this name is just a little puzzling to me. I would love to grab a short here, but like I just said, kind of hard to stand in the way when it looks like this off the last. I'm short PayPal as well. $80 there, 81 up to 95. That's like 4 days right back into these levels. So we're going to look to see if 100 can come through. I feel like we need some, I don't know if we need more clarification there on Microsoft. You know, they're not partnering up with AMD or anything like that. But as we know, Google's going to be coming out tomorrow with their chat, with their developer conference, and they're going to be talking all about AI. And it just takes a couple mentions here of NVIDIA chips, AMD, maybe getting some upgrades somewhere here and there. So I really like the AI space here in the next couple of days. I just feel like there's going to be so much talk. And I know it's all about Google, and I have Google as a long written down. So I want to focus on Google more than AMD today. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that AMD is still rocking and rolling here today. And I think there's going to be a lot of talk over the next week or so. Once Google releases their platform, you'll hear, I mean, they're building their own chips. They have the Tizen chip and everything that's in the Pixel, but at the same time, more companies going to come out, talk about it. So I still think that AMD needs to be on everyone's radar, and NVIDIA too. I mean, they're both trading really nice.
So strong.
We'll get back into EVs as we head towards the open here, but I wanted to mention oil again. Downside a little bit this morning, 0.8. Under pressure. That's NVAX, obviously, another one that's moving. But just watch some of the energy names. Oil just popping back to the upside on a bit of a volume spike there, so we'll keep an eye on it. Novavax, though, 9% here off of decent news for them today. Trying to get back above $8. It's amazing when you zoom out on this stock and go back to during COVID. It was, obviously significantly higher. But some volume coming back in here early on here for Novavax.
Yeah, they were trying to champion their vaccine as an alternative to the mRNA. Didn't really take off. But with respect to oil, Brendo, interesting development from Aramco this morning. They reported earnings below. So I think earnings were down, but it was above estimates. They had a blowout year last year. Let's have a look at the chart here. Here's the 5-minute on the CL contract. Looks like we had the last couple of good last days, but flat this morning, Brendo.
A few more details here for NVAX for anyone having a look at it today. I mean, it was a loss for their most recent quarter, bigger than expected as well. But they did announce a few cost-cutting measures, and in fact, getting rid of 25% of their global workforce, and a few other details as far as cost-cutting is concerned, which is leading to this. As I was saying, though, if you zoom out, I mean, we all remember where this thing was. Unbelievable. It's back to $8 here for NVAX.
However, Brendan, look, when you zoom out, it looks pretty ugly.
What?
But if you zoom really far in, and I mean just keep zooming in, and I just keep zooming in, and I zoom, all that.
Zoom.
And then eventually, okay, fine, I can't zoom enough to make it break the downtrend, but it looks better. Not that much better. It doesn't matter. It's 40% short interest. That's what we care about today. I actually thought I could zoom in far enough and make it look a little more bullish. I guess if you keep it here, it's not that bad. And then my head's blocking that in there. But either way, 40% short interest, bouncing off the 50 period and breaking out at an $8 level that you were consolidating from. It's a higher low. They're cutting costs. It's all the things that can make it go. It's not a terribly gigantic-ish float, although the volume this morning is 300. It's only done a few 100,000 shares, and that's maybe the one thing that's giving me a little bit of pause. But it's already a pretty strong move. But this is on very light volume. If this was 3x the volume, I would definitely be thinking, okay, it could take out the high, just go long in 850. Instead, let's see how it responds to $8 at the open. That's where it's breaking away from on the daily chart. It's the 40% interest that gets me here, because maybe you can see some short covering when you get a little bit of a catalyst. Let's see this at the open, how it behaves when there's real volume behind it.
Yeah, I wanted to. That's amazing. You talked about zooming in. I mean, yeah, that's a ridiculous stock. When you mentioned $8, I was like, what? NVAX is $8? I haven't looked at them in a while. But the one name here that I think there's a lot of trading going on recently is going to be Moderna. Moderna just went to 160, which was the 50 period and the 200 period right there, and then stopped pretty much on a dime. Got as high as 163, 165 there, and then straight down. And this is not as clear as Alibaba, but this is also a Sharif special here with a flat bottom break of 130. So 1 day, 2 day, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get a nice bump up there, but then 7, 8. So you're about, the last 8 to 10 days, we've seen close enough to 130 here every day, besides that one. So I think, and we broke it, right? So I'm looking at a break again here for Moderna today, straight to the downside, breaking some levels. And if you zoom back out on Moderna, you do have some good bottoms here at 115. So I think you can really go in and test there. Did Moderna report last? I mean, there's always so much news about it. I'm never sure if it was a report or not. Yeah, May 4th. Okay, yeah, so that was last week. So that's where you get that little bump up, exactly, and then faded back in. So although vaccines aren't a thing anymore as far as COVID, I feel like anyways, but Moderna's working on a lot of things here. So for a long term, I think you can probably buy that near that 115, 110 area. But for right now, I think it is a decent break to the downside there for Moderna as we break through 130. So look out for that trade. And if you're in a long, that might be your signal to get out, because Moderna right now looking a little scary. I think if you break that 130, you do probably test that 115. You may see some new bodies behind us because there's a new class that just started, and they're getting their keys set up. They're talking about stop orders. They're figuring it all out. They're getting sim mode for a little while there, and they'll get that paper trading going. And you know what? Maybe we can have Greg on at some point to maybe discuss the process and what these guys go through. Would you like to have Greg on? Everybody out there, Greg is our training manager, and he can talk about sort of what we expect from our traders. Or Brankles, that doesn't matter. I just know Greg's been on. I know. They can come on and talk about what we expect to have happen here in order to go live and things like that. I'm just hoping one day I can go live, Brendan.
That's the goal of everyone. But it's great to have the floor busy again. It was so long. I mean, during COVID, it was a library in here. It was bad. Anyway, first segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there. TTV promo code gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Some upgrades and downgrades to discuss this morning. Haven't seen or talked about that one for a while. Lemonade is what I'm talking about there. Barclays liking Lemonade. Palantir, multiple analyst moves, mostly to the upside. For PLTR today, AIG on here. TD Bank downside. The as you were saying this morning, the most shorted bank in the world, according to S3. Shopify, RBC there, and Alibaba, guys.
You have access to S3. Is that still true?
I don't know if
because they lost that first horizon.
Exactly. Since that deal, what's the update on the short?
Yeah, and probably still, unless people started to cover their positions. So I don't know. People say this hat is small, but I think this hat is fine.
It does look like it fits fine.
Of course it fits fine. It's an adult hat. I don't know. I mean, I'm about a 7 3/8, I think, with this haircut, 7 1/2 with hair. So I think that is my head size.
It's always a different amount of hair.
And this is and then we got yesterday, of course,
the SV.
We got the SVB hat as well, so we can sort of
very creatively
switch it up,
choosing the different colors on.
But we chose Palantir for today. I think the white is just it's too bright for the show.
No, I find it's like now if I wear
the green
cap,
is fine. I feel like.
If I wear the cap, it's just too much shade. It's a little bit.
It is too much. That's the other problem. I may not. If I take it off, it would be because of the shade. It's not. I'm just wearing this. It's Palantir Day. I don't think I'll wear it during trading. Not because it will affect my trading, but just because I don't know if it's the right image for the show. But
we're not
okay. What the hell are we talking about? You want to talk about The juicy, refreshing lemonade.
That cool, refreshing drink.
Did that
Or
reverse?
it's starting to.
17.
It's actually starting to reverse here. So lemonade, after the report, has actually been moving very well to the upside. However, there hasn't really been a big consolidation day just yet. So maybe on the heels of an upgrade, this could be when it pulls back into the 50 period. I don't know, but it's been on a tear, up 50-something% since the report and bouncing off $10. But kind of like Novavax, if I zoom far enough out, you guys know the story here. I don't know if I really need to do it. Like, it just gets worse and worse, and trust me, it gets even worse than that, and blah, 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 on and on until you get to $150 or somewhere around there. And I do think if we consolidate and move higher, I'm just eyeballing this 1850 area. This is another highly shorted name. If it gets up there, I think there is a short opportunity for this. If it gets breaking the 200 period into that 19, it felt a little bit more likely that we would get that 15, 20 minutes ago when it was consolidating above 16. Now it's kind of broken 16, so that could be out the window.
Lemonade, yeah. I didn't really see. The one name that I want to talk about there was Shopify, because Shopify has been absolutely beasting. And then we talked about that level yesterday, 65. Yeah. We wrote it down to short it. I mean, I'm making notes here as the day goes on. And then, today we come in and it's nowhere even near 65, of course, down 2.5% and looking to go lower right now. So Shopify, what a great report for Shopify. Came through. They're talking all about, gaining some new customer acquisitions there, lowering their fees a little bit, and, really coming through with a huge relief rally there for investors. I actually sold some of my position in Shopify on this move up for a loss. It's been absolutely brutal. Its all-time high is 170. Of course, it's been reverse split and so on and so forth. But Shopify today definitely giving it back a little bit. I'd still like to go long on this name. I don't think the party's over, but we talked about a 3-day party, right? So there's the first day, here's the second day, here's the third day. So this is actually, that's the first day is the fourth. So you go 3 days. So, the second, then yesterday's the third day, and then you really want to see what happens here on the third day after its report, right? So this will be the fourth day, but you're going to look at 160 or 162, I wish, $62 right around here, see if it can hold, and then you get this $60 level right here. If we dip down to that, I think that's an auto buy at this point. But at the same time, I think I want to short this level as well. So I want to wait to see 65 to 60. But, on that, was that on the upgrade side, though, Shopify? No, it was on the other way.
Downgrade.
Downgrade. Okay, I was going to say, because if it was on the upgrade side, then I want to go long almost immediately. But let's just see where this downgrade takes it. I feel like it's just a downgrade because of profit taking and how far this stock moved, not necessarily a downgrade on the name. But I haven't looked through the report or anything like that. And by the way, right now, I know Neil was short PayPal at a better price than I, but right now PayPal just made a move down. And finally, I'm short here on a 70 break. We actually have I'm short at 70.13. Oh, you can see now, okay. Short at 70.13, and it was just right now trying to break lower. But the spread, 20 cents. So, we're 30 cents in the money if we take the bid, but we think that PayPal has a little bit of work to do down to get lower here. I'm looking at, honestly, 68 and change. If we can get like a 68.50 on this print, we'll be pretty happy with that. That's $1.50 in the money. Or
68 evens.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I mean but to me, 68 even would be the bouncing spot.
Yeah, so I was saying 68 evens SSR. I actually coughed, turn my mic off.
Okay,
there,
yeah, so
68 even is 10% down.
But that would be the level that I don't want to be holding it.
Right, you're looking for the reverse.
Right, I want to get out of some before that 68 even level. So we're going to go. That's a good point. I didn't know that. So we're going to go 68 half. I see Brankles and everybody paying for shorts in the EV space. Do you have to do that today? I guess you probably do. All right.
Lucid, yes.
All right, so
Fisker,
we'll look into that. So, that's all I meant was the names that reported. So, all right, PayPal, that's my bid, 68.50. Let's see if it hits. We're short 70.13.
NVAX here still going as well. What a move that was from 8 through 9 and then some, guys. 40%. Just double checked again on the short side for Novavax. So that one could be a wild one. Let's go to Arun and get a check of the overall market here as we head towards 9 o'clock. Big day might be tomorrow here, Arun. What are you thinking for today?
Well, I'm not sure. Yesterday wasn't much. Today, it doesn't look like we've got some movement to the downside, but there hasn't been a lot of volume in the pre-market to make a call just yet. So I'm going to kind of wait for the open. wait for a little bit of trading, probably 10, 15. I should have enough information to work with. If there is going to be volume to come through, then we might have enough levels to develop after the market opens. But for now, in the pre-market, there's not enough to draw any levels whatsoever. I mean, we do have that trend from Friday, even with yesterday's action, especially with yesterday's action, the fact that we didn't sell off is actually a strong situation, or I guess for that trend, because it keeps that trend still intact. Now, we started that trend down in the 40-80s, right? And then we kind of took a little hesitation point around these 35s, 30s, 41.30, 41.35. That's where we hesitate a little bit. So the fact that we're drawing back into that keeps the trend alive. For now, we are down. We haven't really developed any buy-side strength yet, but I am kind of looking for that potential expansion to the upside using the yesterday and possibly today as a consolidation point to continue the trend to the upside. Of course, if we break through 41.20, that's gone. But again, those are all just checkpoints, not real levels. I want to see how this market trades after the open. Once we get that, we can figure out what to do. I also see on the schedule there is a Fed speech at 12:05 Fed Williams. That's, I believe, Bank of New York. So maybe something there at 12:05. But for now, we got to wait for the open and see what this market brings, and then we can figure out what the levels are.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list, guys, if you haven't done so. Super easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live. You can scan that QR code, enter your email address, and then it just shows up every day for free from us. Let's go to PayPal to kick things off here this morning. It was not a good forecast was the problem for PayPal. Everything else kind of downside as well. I mean, you were saying it this morning and made a great point. You know, there's competition here that they're going to have to deal with going forward, which could be a problem.
Absolutely, and that's what I was reading, Brendo. It's such a margin-packed space that so many people are attracted to it, and so much innovation is going into this e-commerce space. So many more participants, that's starting to squeeze their margins, and their stock price was based on those elevated margins. So now you're seeing that correction. So it's been a tough go for them. They beat 5 quarters in a row, estimates I'm talking about, but just can't get out of their own way.
What do we do here, guys? PayPal under pressure once again.
So right now, like PayPal on the PayPal chart is like the inverse Lonnie Walker, right? Like Lonnie Walker can do no wrong. The chart on PayPal can do no right. That's
still up 6% on the year.
I know. It's, you know what, it isn't that bad. And we were just talking about this in the context of how Block was really, was super weak yesterday. But a lot of times, all I see here, it wasn't the worst in the world in terms of a quarter, but you know, the competition is coming at them, and quite frankly, once you have Apple challenging you, it's like nobody leaves the Apple ecosystem, and if you make something easier for their users to do, that's just what they're going to do, and that's going to hurt PayPal. And you've been in this consolidation so long, like why wouldn't we see a retest of, it's like 68 is 10% down, but it's also the level on daily charts. So I do feel like if it gets here, if there's a long to be had, that's where it's going to be today. Maybe you can reclaim, it bounces off 70 here and you reclaim 71. I suppose that could be something. I would still probably short 71 to 71.5. But I think this is a short till it gets to that 68 level. And it's more technical than anything else. We've been knowing competition is going to be bracing or attacking them for quite some time, and that's always going to hurt your margins. So that's what they're dealing with. Oh, I didn't even notice. I guess I have to thank Randy for the refill on the coffee.
Yes, cheers.
He's clearly
like
a
I said
ninja.
he came when you weren't here, and I said Neil's been jonesing for
We're both
coffee.
jonesing. And we're jonesing for PayPal to get to 68, obviously.
There's rumors that there's going to be almond milk in the fridge, so I'll be switching to that soon when that comes through. Yeah, so just quickly here. Yeah, I know, like, look, I wish I wasn't short PayPal at the daily resistance here, or support, sorry. Someone put in the chat, like, why would Sean be short now? But if I'm not short now, then when am I going to get short? And this is just a starter position right now for me. So I still think that we can get a bump here. So I use the 5-minute level. Here's Randy taking coffee orders right now. What a guy, this Randy guy there. Looking good in the jorts. This guy's killing it. But you know, I would love a 71.50 area if we're able to get a pop up here for PayPal before we really put on a position. On the 5-minute, you have VWAP at 70.50 now. We're not going to take VWAP to be too serious at this point because we don't chart all of the data in the aftermarket. At least I don't, and our charts sort of turn off at 4:30, then turn back on at 7. So VWAP early is going to be a little misleading, but on a 5-minute chart, I still think it's fine. 70.50 right there, 71.50 there for that bottom is what we're really looking for PayPal. So let's wait to see if we do get a bump up. We talked about where we could potentially go. I said it was up 6% for the year before today, and then right now, if you're going to look at where PayPal's been on the year, there's that bottom right here. This is why it's up, is because it was just got killed heading into December. Like this $94 down to $68 in a month and a half. So you lost 30% in a month, which is why people think, you know, PayPal's up. Why we didn't sell, I'm still in this name. Why I didn't sell when we bumped up to 90 there, I don't know. But I don't like the name. I don't like the space. I have a PayPal account, but I don't really see myself using it that much anymore. I think all that really happens is $12 a month comes out of that times 2 for Robux, I think, for Roblox. So, you know, I don't know what PayPal's uses are, but they're still getting some flow through here and more accounts. So I don't know. It's down 7%. You know, Art's best days behind it, of course, but let's see what happens down here. I still think in the next couple of days, man, you're going to say the 2 to 3 day rule here off earnings. I still say we see 68 in the next couple of days. So whether or not it happens today or tomorrow, it's going to take a pretty big rally in the NASDAQ, in my opinion, to get this name going. So I'm going to be here to short it, and we'll look for that 71.50. And we're going to be wrong at 72. So that's what we're going to wait for there before we actually load up on PayPal. Target price 68.50. Neil mentioned 68 is the SSR level, so I want to be out before then or holding just a little bit left of the trade by the time it gets to $68. Remember the other day we saw Tesla?
Tesla's done it a couple times.
This was a while ago, yeah, when Tesla came down and it literally hit its SSR, went down a couple extra points, and then it shot back up. Thank you, Randy, for everything. Oh, by the way, Lucid today, a disaster, down 10%. Fisker down 10%. I think it might be a good day if we don't have any guests, if you'd like to come on in the afternoon.
That's a yes to me.
Putting on the spot right there.
Randy can talk EVs or just actually autos in general all day long.
So now see how he's gone? So he's going to go make notes? He's going to come back?
No, he is going to make notes.
The last time he crushed it with the notes on
his level of preparation was...
Yeah. Making us look really silly here. So that's it. So there you go. That's how you produce a show. You just ask somebody to come on.
Put him on the spot. And then
so all right, thanks, Randy. That should be good. And Uncle Randy, exactly. We love Randy here. Speaking of what?
Lucid's actually next.
Oh, Lucid's next. Okay. Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah. Big ouch. Just reading through both Evercore and there was actually 6 analysts with buy ratings still after this earnings, but pretty questionable here as far as the forecast is a problem. Production forecast, that is, for Lucid.
Yeah, it wasn't a good look, Brendo, and they declined to give any indication as to what the reservations are, which could be an indication of slowing demand. But on a more positive note, if there is one, they did announce their new SUV model called the Gravity, which is slated to begin production in 2024. I want to see what that looks like.
I was just, Neil and I were talking about this this morning, but if you compare... their deliveries were non-existent, but if you compare the deliveries to a company like Ferrari or Lamborghini, that's a lot more high end. It becomes a little more comparable, but still, Evercore here saying, guys, they're looking for tangible proof that Lucid can either increase demand for its Air luxury sedan or provide other revenue opportunities. So not good here for Lucid.
Well, the other kernel of positivity could also just be that they said they have enough cash to run to midway next year, so they're in a much better liquidity situation than some of the other startup EV names. But the other end of that coin, where you talk about comparing their production and deliveries to something like Lamborghini, well, if you go down that path, then you have to consider them competing with all the higher end brands that have that brand recognition, that have that prestige already when they go over. Like if you're in that market and you want to go to EV and you love a Lambo and you have a chance to pick a Lambo, you're like, Lucid, I don't know. To me, that's just actually more difficult for them in some ways. And that's maybe what we should be comparing them to. Enough of that. The chart it's not good on the daily. Like how many, have we even looked at a chart this morning outside of AMD that doesn't look like this? Every single day just trending to the downside, every stock we're looking at today. This one can't break the 50 period. It's been hugging it for basically the last 3 months now. And look, support, I guess, is in 30 or 40 cents. And then $6 is a real big level here on Lucid. I think there's enough chance that Lucid and Fisker, they could squeeze a little bit. It was just a cleaner flat bottom break, I thought, on PayPal here. That's why we like it. I could see Lucid making a bit of a charge back up through like 7 or something, and then maybe look at like that 7.25 to 750 area for a short the pop situation. I'm just going to double check what the short interest is here. Here, I'll pull it down so you guys can see this one. See it as I do it. What do we have here? Yeah, 20% short, according to Trade Ideas on my platform. And you can see, obviously, that does mean sometimes you will get some short covering on a print like that. I would anticipate that if that happens, I'll be looking for something between that 25 and 50 zone. Otherwise, look for the trend down. This is already, it's going to open up basically 10% down. So when we talk about short sell restricted, you can't hit the bid. Lucid could open up at that, and then sometimes you get a bounce off of it, especially with the short interest that it has on it. So I'll be patient looking to short pops on Lucid. That's not one I want to be in at the open if it's SSR at the open.
Yeah, did you just say what the shorts?
20 is 20%.
Oh, it's 20, okay, yeah, 20 exactly, okay.
I think Fisker is the bigger one.
What's up to Litman, Pyro? Yeah, it's springtime, so we'll have to get some new shoes going. I have some in my house here that I haven't worn yet, that waiting for it to, now the weather seems to be settled down a little bit, so we'll get into some new shoes soon. But yeah, Air Force Ones today. I won't show everybody them, maybe later. 730, 740, 750. Yeah, I'm offering right now 730. I'm offering this bottom. So, if we do rip up, I don't know, it's funny because, yeah, PayPal, we got into that right away. Lucid sort of waiting. And again, we bounced off this 730 a couple of times. I mean, did anyone expect to have a big quarter from Lucid? I don't, but there's a huge drop down. I can sort of see this happening right away off the open again, and then maybe finding a bottom and then taking this up to the upside. But you know what? Like, that bottom doesn't come until about 11 o'clock yesterday, and it's pretty much the same thing the day before. That's 1040 there. That's 1040. Like, basically at the same time, about an hour into the market, Lucid bottomed the last 2 days. So not to say that that's going to happen again today, but I could see a long building as well if we do get a bottom like that somehow forms. So I would expect Lucid to dump a little bit here off the open. But again, on earnings plays, we've talked about this, and I actually tweeted it out yesterday, and we actually got quite a bit of love on the tweet as well yesterday when we just talked about how looking for kind of strategies here. 67 responses, thank you so much. 22,000 views from yesterday talking about this time period, man, 9:30 to 9:45. So head over to @TraderTV, Sean, and let me know what you guys are using to trade during this first 15 minutes. I should have more specifically said it's more about the earnings names, but still, with the way a lot of these stocks are moving now, even if it's Meta earning day, Microsoft still moves like crazy on that numbers on that print as well. But yeah, 730 here for Lucid. I'm not going to go over all the numbers. We sort of talked about that. You can get our watch list just to see how disastrous it was. But I'm just looking at technical analysis here, and I think that support level that was broken is one that I'm going to turn into resistance. So 730 I'm offering right now on Lucid. Let's just see where it goes. I could see a bump up here. It's only 917, and right now the imbalance locator is all about Palantir. As Palantir is starting to go back up to the upside again right now, bouncing off that $9. Now you have a pretty consistent VWAP right there at 9. You have a 200 period at 880. You have the 50 period straight at 9. Everyone always wants to talk about Virgin Galactic. That's on there today as well. There's NEO. We talked about another beat up name. Not only is it in the EV space, but also Chinese ADR. That's been pretty bad. And then the 3, 4, 5 day rule for Uber. Uber is still rocking. If you're going to use the 3 day rule for them, it's the 4th day today, I believe, or the 5th day. Still nice movement to the upside on PayPal or on Uber off of a wicked number. This was a great call. I'm really glad that we were able to talk about this one before it happened. I really like that 30 long, and now you're being rewarded handsomely with about 30%.
Just glossing over Rigel Resource Acquisition Company.
I am. What was it? Oh, RRAC.
RRAC.
What is that? A SPAC again?
Look at this level 2.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't
a SPAC.
even look by level 2 for a second.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's a SPAC. Any kind of thing that has support like that above $10, that's a SPAC.
So what are they going to turn it into? RRAC.
I didn't get a chance to look it up, but
So there must be something.
Yeah,
Regal
there must be
Resource
something.
Acquisition Corp. Brendan will look it up, or you guys will let us know as well.
Maybe
It
it's
actually
Rigel.
spiked. Yeah, it
is
spiked
moving.
here on the 30th up to 11. So this is what a SPAC is, right, guys? Like, it'll come out at 10 flat. That's your guaranteed cash position there on the SPAC if they don't find a a suitor. But if you're invested in a SPAC, you actually don't want them to find a suitor because pretty much all the SPACs, not all of them, but most of them are now below that $10 mark. But a lot of that is the, there's the PaySafe of the world. There's all these EVs and things like that that have really gotten hit on that. So RRAC today, a nice little bump up there. You guys can do the work, but I wonder who's potentially turning that into a
real
name.
company. Yeah.
I was just looking that up. Regal Resource Acquisition Corporation. Yeah, well, I'll have a look at that after. Let's talk about Palantir here because we're getting on in time as well. Forecasting profitability by the end of 2023. Tons of AI demand. We'll talk about that coming up with Google as well. But thoughts on PLTR here?
My thoughts are Skynet is among us because now their AI software can make targeting. It doesn't make the decisions, but it does make targeting for the military. But interesting, in all seriousness, though, here, 18% year-over-year increase for the quarter. Their commercial revenue grew 26%, so they're not just entirely focused on government. In fact, their U.S. commercial count increased 50%. And they're allowing you to use their large language model, their LLM, on your own data sets for commercial and for government customers. So I like everything all around.
Yeah, these auto GPTs are crazy what they can be programmed to do. Just checking on that SPAC, guys, 30 million shares available on the free float there for RRAC. So that's actually more than I was expecting. What are we thinking here, Sean? We were sitting here last night watching that move after the close. Impressive, to say the least, for PLTR.
Yeah, I think they hit it out of the park with their statement that they're looking to turn a profit every quarter here on out, right? So I think that's big. And whenever your main customer is the CIA, you're doing pretty good there. And I just feel like the reason why they can make that kind of a statement, you're not going to make a lot of money off the government, I wouldn't assume, but they still got it there, which is why they can come out.
Government will spend anything.
That's what I'm saying. They'll come out and they can say, look, we have this contract. It's going to be good. So that's why they can predict a profitable future for Palantir. And I think that in rising rate environments, it's really nice to see that they're not going to be losing money. So you can put money into a company now and expect a little bit of a return. But at the same time, for Palantir, and I was talking about this with Prad, who got me this nice hat a while ago. You're going to see right now we talked about this 1030 level. I think if it gets to 10, you don't have to worry about this 1030 level. To me, I would think more about this. Settle down, chart. Settle down. If I zoom it this way, then it won't stop loading. This $11 area right there today, that's kind of pie in the sky. If we can get up to that, then we'd be up a nice 30%. So we'll see if Palantir can get up to there. But hey, is the bottom in? I don't know. You never know if a bottom's in on anything, but $7 looks pretty good. $8 looks even better. So what I put down here, and I am bidding, but it's a little bit lower right now on Palantir. We could take a fill at 9. So that could be a little early fill if we can get that. You do have the buy side here on the imbalance. But I would say, honestly, if you're looking at a 5-minute chart, you're way up. That 880 held right there. So I think that would be a safe fill if you're looking to take a starter position on that. But I could see us falling, profit taking on this name. Because it was so hot with AI, it didn't have a good run into the print. But I could just see that there was probably some options that people bought on this name. It's a cheap name. So, could I see some profit taking early? Yes. But at the same time, there's not too many runners today. So I can see Palantir getting very excited on the boards, things like that. And if there's not going to be too many big names that are running, then people are going to look over at Palantir. Lucid was not great. Fisker was not great. Some of these low cap names, AMC's not really moving around. Bed Bath & Beyond is now gone. And this was a popular meme name. I'm going to zoom out again here just to show everybody. This name got to $40 right here. So this was very, very influenced. Here's the direct listing price down here. I think it was 9.25, which is where I initially got in. I got in at the direct list. I loved Palantir for a long time. And this is why Prad got me the hat, because we were really printing up here when it was all the way going. So I still feel like in those crazy days, Palantir was going. So if we're going to revisit some of that right now with not too many names to trade in that space, I think Palantir does have a chance to go, and it could be a runner for the next couple of days. But the last earnings report was right here, and then this is what happened in the coming weeks. So I would say be very, very careful about this move up. But hey, they didn't mention too much about being bought out this time, so that's nice. 6 analysts rate the stock a buy, 2 a hold, and 1 a sell. So I feel like, you know, we're on the right side of this trade here. If you're looking long, we just got to find a spot to get long. And maybe it's a 9.25 break early and you hold it against 9. That could be something that I could convince myself of almost immediately here.
I might be. I feel like when Avon was talking to Stringer, and he's like, "Yo, man, I think Slim gonna have to sit this one out, boss." I look at this stock, and it's like that $10 level stands out. I mean, everything's good. Like last earnings, that's where you got to, and you reverse. Your 50 period, 200 period, you're holding, breaking out. Like everything about it's bullish here, except the next stage is to break the next level or find a place to consolidate. And then when you end up, we're sitting here trading right in the middle. If it breaks 880, I'll look for a deep dip buy. That's the first thing I want to think about. And then what it'll have to do to get to $10, it'll have gone another 10% to get to there to make a breakout. That's too far for an open breakout trade. Like if I'm taking a 10 break today, that's probably in the afternoon because I don't think I'll like it in the morning. A short percentage is only 7%, so I might be sitting this one out at the open unless something really drastic happens. So it's going to be hands off for me on Palantir. And reliable Rudy, if you're having a hard time getting through season 3 of The Wire, trust me, it's worth it. Just keep plugging through. It's an amazing show.
Just be aware, guys. I see my level 2 for Fisker is grayed out right now, but I don't see it as halted. So just be aware. It might be an issue with our end. For FSR, but let's talk about it here as we're getting on in time. 5 minutes to go. Fisker cutting their annual production forecast as well. 32,000 to 36,000 units. That's down from 42,400.
Brando, they're looking to keep costs low in an austerity-riddled environment, but they're also looking to get deliveries for U.S. Oceans this May. I screwed that up. The delivery of the Ocean in the U.S. this May. They're already selling it in Europe. So
yeah, we saw that the first one got delivered last week for Fisker.
FSR, just very quickly, I want to make sure we have the short interest here. So I'm just going to go to my trade ideas, looking up, FSR, give it to me. 38% short float on Fisker, but it's already down 15%. So we talked about something being short sell restricted. This is already short sell restricted. It's breaking down in a big way. Obviously, you're not going to be able to trade off the 650 level. I look back at the 50 period around $6 and see that as a possible joint that we can start thinking about any kind of a dead cat bounce getting into yesterday's low. That'll be an area that I think I could take a short in. I'm just anticipating early bounce because you're halfway there all the way to that $5 support level. I don't want a 5 break. I feel like that's almost too far, but I am looking to fade this the same way I'm looking to fade Lucid. I just think you want to be patient with it. 38% short interest would suggest if you hold the open, there's usually a bit of a bounce there, and I'll be looking at that $6 level.
I just got in. I mean, Palantir is also grayed out for us right now. So I just got in. Hopefully that won't affect too much of the trade here. We're in pretty light at 925 right now, the price. So, we're breaking 925, but we're in at 926 here. So let's see where Palantir goes. You know, target area, we'll get something out at 50 if it wants to get up there. We do have the imbalance locator popping right now, and that's what's sort of causing some of this to go. Lucid's a little bit of a buy right now, but that's not causing that stock. We saw Google with a sell come through, but that's Goog, not Goog L, so I don't really look at that name, but that just made a move downside a little bit right now. Microsoft is starting to go upside, it seems like. I just saw Alibaba on there. There's Alibaba, so Alibaba looks like it wants to take that 50 level, so we'll have a quick look at that. But, I just saw PayPal on there. Where was PayPal? Oh, man. Just on these.
It's dropping.
Okay. Yeah, it was on here. There's Fisker, what you're talking about right now, 558, so 138,000 there. PayPal, yeah, I mean, we're in PayPal right now. PayPal is making a nice move to the downside now, 69.50, so we'll go bang to start the day off right here with $1.50 in the money. $1.50, 50 cents in the money on PayPal. We're looking for that $1.50 at 68, but 68.50. Let's go over to Brendan quickly because Google is tomorrow.
Yeah, I/O event coming tomorrow, guys, just confirming. 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll get this event. There's going to be a ton of AI talk. We learned about that after the close yesterday. They announced a number of new products they're going to discuss and more details they're going to discuss. We get the 7A. We get a foldable Pixel, apparently. and a tablet, all coming tomorrow for Google.
Yeah, interesting. I'll be keeping my eye on the Palm 2, the large language model. The pitch is here that they're going to give you this large language model, LLM, to train on your data, and you can make of it what you want. So I want to see how that kind of business develops.
Yeah, it should be a good time anyways. Again, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, guys, for Google.
So Google was strong yesterday. It actually got to 110 very, very late in the session. 107 was a consolidation support, so I like a dip into 107. We'll cross the 110 bridge when we get there. It just feels like we're a little closer to that 107 for the dip buy. And then the other one that Sean already mentioned it, so we did talk about AMD. At least we talked about it today this morning. 94, I guess, could hold, but I like this 90. If there's any big dip in AMD, I like in front of that 91.5, so that 92 is where I'm sitting. I could go for the 94 as well. But we're going to open up here, obviously in PayPal, looking for a Lucid bounce to short, looking for a Fisker bounce to short as well, and maybe Alibaba breaks 80. We'll see what happens there. As Katrine is on the bell in 4, 3, 2, and Batman. Old school Batman t-shirt.
All right, PayPal dropping down.
Oh
Yeah,
my
nice
goodness.
shirt there. PayPal dropping down to 69 right now, flat. I don't know, man. We just kind of resisted off that. We should take $1 on this if we can get it right now. So let's take PayPal out if it comes back down to 69. There it is. We'll ring the register right now. A little money dance right there for PayPal coming in. A quick $1 on that as we'll spin the money. We were going to wait for 68.50, but honestly, we'll take profit on that one as it comes. There's 68.50 right now. So if you held, good on you right there. It just came down in and gave you a print of 68.70. Probably going to go lower than that as well. But let's just wait for PayPal. We're out at 68 right there with holding half left for 90 cents. There's Palantir, man. We said it would probably drop in, and here's $9. So, hey, I'm going to take along, just averaged in right now. My real bid is right here at 90, but this stock is really coming in. We may have to take the hat off. One more time right now, coming into 92. We just got that fill again. Oops, take this away now, as we'll have to look at some charts. I'm looking at my other screen. There goes a nice little dump downside right there for Palantir. So we're long at 07s. It's all good right now. We'll see where it wants to go from here. But now Palantir Google, which is the name that we should have been long from time, is ripping.
So I thought we'd see a dip maybe in Google before 110. Well, we're already at 109. So that's making a power move up. Happening. PayPal looks like it's about to take that 69.5. Oh, but just bounced off 69.5.
68.
You're right. That's my bad. 68.5. 68.5. That just got me out there because it held that level. We said we'd look for longs at that 68.
That was literally the level, eh? The bottom was 48.
The bottom was 48. So the second it cracked it, I basically put an order in to trail it, and the trail hit instantly. So I was staring at that. Lucid's about to break $7 here. So we anticipated Lucid could make a move up before possibly making another move to the downside. It's down 9%. It didn't. I think it opened SSR. I think I saw it beneath 10%. But I'm looking for this initial pop here to try to fade it. One other name that I know we talked about, Shopify, hit enter twice. That tried to go upside, was looking for that 65. It got to 63.80 and reversing right now. So I'm out now of PayPal, but it's headed to 68, and there's almost no stopping it. Wow, maybe it doesn't have a bid at that 68 even. It could just be. If it doesn't hold 68, this gets really ugly very fast.
Yeah, you're out though.
I'm out. Okay. I thought we're bouncing here. There's not even bid's not even that big.
Yeah, we're still in it right now. Great trading there today on PayPal. So I hope you guys, those of you that were questioning why we were short at 670, hopefully answering the question itself right now. So I just talked about like not getting into position before the market really gets going here, and now I'm in again. But that's okay. We wanted to get in. Palantir, we're just letting that go. That could really tank their Palantir. But Google, again, a nice little aggressive move to the upside. So what we're doing is we're taking the other advice, going low shares right now, because I really want Google long. But the market today is fading out a little bit to that downside. So if we're going to look to see where we wanted Google, we wrote down 107. That would be, at this point, insane for me to hold this $2 against me. So we're not going to do that. But we're going to stay long Google. Breakout fine. It does take a little bit to flush out here off the open. The VWAP's down here at 108.60. The 50 period's at 108.50 as well. So we'll see if we get a little bit of a dump down opportunity there in Google to do some damage with that. If we can buy it a little bit lower, that would be great for Google. So 108.50 we may put on another spot there and then wait to see what happens. Palantir just bouncing around. So this is a name again that it came right down in here. We initially said that we were going to be bidding 880. We should have just stuck there with that bid, but we got a little too excited again earlier. And I don't know. That's a pretty dangerous level for me down here at 850. So
Is it 8? Oh my
no, it's not. It's 880 right now.
Oh,
It's
880,
yeah,
that's
we're not struggling yet on this level, but I will take another bid here and see if that will work. Our average price now 902, so pretty much 9 flat here for Palantir. So not really willing to ring the sirens or anything yet, but we're still waiting out for Palantir to make a move up. May not happen, so watch out for a low break happening right now.
Speaking of low breaks.
830 maybe, yikes.
So, yeah, speaking of low breaks, I feel like we might get one over here in that bad boy that is PayPal. I got a 68.05 long. There was actually a couple 100,000 shares on a couple of gateways down there. Not tremendous size when it's already done 7 million in volume, but enough to get a bounce. I got some out at 30. And it does not want to break 68.30 back to the upside. So 68 has held. It was a big level on the daily. It's also that 10% mark. So it did. I think it's gone SSR officially. And then maybe you get a bounce here. I'm looking for 69 because quite frankly, I almost want to short this again at some point the way this is going. So I want to get something out in front of 69 if we can. Google is not really stopping. Yeah, wow, 109 and change already. I don't want to be chasing this up at the highs, especially when the market has wicked 13.3 and starting to come back down. Like the NASDAQ wicked 13.3 and is coming back in. That's a situation to be looking for some short opportunities. I was checking out Shopify to see if I could grab that, and no moss there. Affirm is a name I forgot to mention pre-market. Another strong open for Affirm. This is like 2 days in a row, but it just wicked 12 even. Not a bad level on the daily, this 12. This is a pretty strong looking chart. PayPal bounces off 68 again.
Yeah, that's strong.
I don't want to reload.
Strong down at 68.
Yeah, but reloading it, it's like when it breaks it, it could be at 67.5 really quick. So I don't want to reload it till it shows me some more strength. But this 12 level looking pretty juicy on Affirm. I haven't shorted this one in a while. I might have to pay for shorts actually, now that I think about it.
All right, Google right now, yeah, making that move down again. It was just put us back into the profit spot there when we went back up, but the highest we got was 20. I'm at 25, and it went to 23. Like I thought I was getting that, so we don't have that price there on Google, which is really a shame because we were sitting right there. It's getting close now to being averaged into this trade here on Google. So again, not trying to set the world on fire here with an early trade on Google, but just trying to make sure that we're following our lines and doing things the right way here, including the VWAP area as well. So that's right there, 108.70. So I'll buy a little bit more down here on Google and see, did we get it? Yes, we did. So we just took an 83 there, just playing off this VWAP, which is 70. So, I'll get it. Maybe if we break 108.50 there, that's the 50 period, we could talk about getting out and then sort of regrouping this a little bit lower here at about a 108. But I'm pretty confident right now holding this. Average price right now on Google's 109.03. So here's a nice little move back to the upside. Let's see if it goes. So we're right back to flat now with more shares. So that's good. Let's see if we can just bounced off 109 again. Oh man, maybe they do want to sell this name. What's the NASDAQ doing? Kind of doing absolutely nothing.
Not much.
Right now. So yeah, PayPal's just a great scalp off that level, I guess, eh?
It is, but it's like, the stock is that weak, like how many times do you want to take it? I think it's breaking now, to be honest with you, that's 68. But I'm watching AMD as well, holding that 94 level. So I'm going to take a shot at 94, just giving it a little bit beneath it. I still like 92 for a dip buy, but 94 is held once. It was a pretty key price in yesterday's trade. I did grab that, I was able to grab that short in Affirm at 91s. I wanted more in the mid 90s if we can even catch it. And Lucid. So much for breaking 7 and going to like 7.25. It got to 7.15 and it's already starting to turn. So the short to pop on Lucid did not go nearly as far as I was anticipating. I thought we'd get like past the quarters and be working up there. I guess we have to get more aggressive on Lucid if we want to catch it. And Fisker, a lot of the same thing going on with Fisker. It's slowly grinding up, but nowhere near that $6 level just yet. So CCRX, I know a lot of people are talking about this one halted. This name halted at 425. I'll quickly give you the tap. It is 426. So early halt move, and it's dead flat. Indicated open up 90%, that one. PayPal, this battle is ridiculous at 68. I mean, if it doesn't,
watching that too.
If it can't go, like there's buyers down here at that 68 level. But really, what I think is going on is because it's SSR, there's just like this. you can't short by hitting the bid aggressively going down. So when it gets there, there's just not enough shorts at this point. But at some point, it is going to break. I got one scalp out. I have not reloaded.
Not break.
I mean, maybe I just reload it and we'll see what happens. I just feel his stock is so weak right now.
Yeah, it's definitely super weak. There's no denying that one. But we finally got a little bit of a good trade there, so we'll hit sirens up because Google, we just got out some 18s. Like how violent this name is right now. It's not super, sorry, let me take that back. It's not super violent in the way it's actually moving. It's just, it rips up and then stops and then completely drops again multiple times. There goes $68 right now. So bad for Neil, good for me. As PayPal held. Okay. Yeah, see, this is the thing, what we're talking about here. But there goes Palantir finally.
Now it's gone.
Now it's gone, okay. Yeah, so Palantir right now, we did pretty good here on Palantir, although we've taken some L's on it, obviously, for Palantir, but nice little move back to the upside. We did get some L when it broke 80 there, where we talked about 80 being a key level, but then we bought some back in the 70s and just got some out at 88 and 85. So, wow, Palantir continues to be a little bit violent as well. But now we can sound the alarms and do this finally for everybody. Shout out to Ponzi, everybody that's there as well, man. There's our Google trade. Not only are we pretty happy about it, but it's also a reloaded trade. So look what we have on in the money right now. 70 cents in the money for Google. That's going to be a great trade. $2.50 in the money for PayPal right now, as that's just coming right into here again. Man, 67.50. Wowee. And then Palantir, not great, but we'll just continue to take some profits out here as it continues to go up to the upside right now. Still looking for a $9 take there on Palantir. And then quickly, let's get one more piece out here on Google, if we can, in the 50s again. There it is. Yes, sir, 55. So we'll spin the money one more time and give it over to the money man himself. It's the professor at the big desk.
Solid trade, Sean. NVAX, NVAX, the heavily shorted name, pumping to the high side. 1050 incoming, guys.
That and CVNA are both making some moves. Carvana is still down because it broke 11 yesterday. It needs to break 1160 on the upside. But we mentioned NVAX as a possible squeeze-ish candidate off that 8 level. It never got to 8. It only went to the upside. I guess if you got in early, congratulations to you. Just quickly zooming out here, it's now past this 970 on the daily and absolutely off to the races. Huge short interest is the bigger story here. That's what you're usually concerned about. And the other one I just mentioned, of course, Carvana. Like as I said, the new high is 1160. That's back above the $11 level. I like this back into probably that 970. If it can hold a dip there, it's all good. I'm now in AMD. Obviously, I mentioned this one as a strong name yesterday. You guys saw what it did. Not as much today. It's trying to bounce off this 94. Afternoon support was about 93.60, and then a firm we just grabbed as that's starting to roll back over, bouncing off VWAP here. So I might need to get a little something out as it gravitates toward the downside. The NASDAQ is still in a bit of a range, but if you're not used to that by now, then you haven't been trading this market for very long. This 13.3 is just a problem for the NASDAQ.
Problem, I like that. Yeah, so
a big one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, a little bit of a problem right now coming through that 13.3. So, yeah, just on that note, good out for us on Google there, man. It really ripped up to 110 there. So we're getting flat on this. We're still in the third of it. So let me just get out another piece here as it's trying to dump down just a little bit right now. So let's see where it wants to go. But it looks like a little downside action here for Google right now off that 110. So there it is right there, man. We talked about 110 over and over and over again. And there it is. It comes up to it and stops almost on a dime there. There's PayPal. PayPal went down to that 69, 67.50. I think that's a pretty good trade there if we can get that. So we may just put a bid on and take that fill there if we have to on, not if we have to, we don't have to do anything, on PayPal and take that out. So we'll wait to see here, 67.50 coming in again for PYPL. So another name to look at here on the day. Oh, you know what we didn't look at, man, was Baba. We forgot about Alibaba. Did it break? Oh, has not. Oh, well, that's why, Neil. It's up to 81.20 right now and still making moves upside right now for Alibaba. So I was looking at that 80 break. Maybe it was too obvious.
Well, it actually, so it did dip at the open. It got to 80.15 or something like that, like right in front of the 80 level, and then it just sort of bounced back into the upside. I took swing 1 at AMD. Swing 2 is going to come at the aforementioned 93.60. I just want to keep it tight stops at 930, not looking to get anything blown out. I think it's a price area more than anything else. The firm's starting to work back into the money here, and Lucid's back above that $7 level. So if we're being patient, which we know we want to be with Lucid, this is where we're looking for that last break, and then I want to work the short back into 750. Sharif?
Hey guys, Mobileye up over 3% now. A report coming in that Porsche plans on incorporating their self-driving technology in their cars.
In the face.
Nice, like that one. Yeah, Mobileye, good name there. I know you were talking
$40
about that earnings. Is that what it is right now?
Yes.
Oh wow, good.
Basically, you don't usually want the stock to do poorly on earnings, but I actually was like, I kind of hope they tank it so you can get like $30 on this because I didn't want to pay $40 for the stock. So I should have had this. Was one I wanted the IPO of, and I didn't pull the trigger because IPOs were so bad. I just didn't believe in it. I think the 50 period could be trouble today at 41. Cross that bridge when you get there. Novavax is on a mission, man. Holy crap. So forget about, it just doesn't want to dip. I was just mentioning like maybe dipping back if it holds like 10 to 970. That could be a place to get in. Forget about it. It's still all green on this thing since the open. That's a 3-minute chart too. So you're going to have to be very patient, I suppose. Lucid's still making a bit of a move to the upside. We want to grab that short. And Affirm, I just took the first leg out here, actually cracked beneath 1180. So I guess we're not adding at 12 because it never got to 12. As this one is starting to flush back in. Down 1%, but it did break out off of the open and then just got to yesterday's high at 12 even and failed that high.
Okay. I mean, I'm still in the same positions. Now it's trying to go. What's up, Chris Zal? Second day. Okay, we'll read this shutout here. Hopefully it's a positive one before I do this. Second day in a row, thanking you for a position call out. Held PayPal from 70 to 68. Great, man. No problem, Chris, man. It's not. It's good. Sure, Neil and I both had the trade, but it's you who had the trade. That's the important thing there for everybody to understand is that we're sitting here and we love to do this, but it's you guys that are the ones. Yeah, we've got Google, man. Yeah. Google's an absolute el fuego position right now. I'm gonna get out of PayPal if it takes 67.75. So that's my trade right there. And then yeah, man, Neil bringing up Google to everyone's attention, and thank you for doing that because wow, holy shit. Money. Right now, this is a nice one, man. $1 and change in the money now for Google as there it goes, man. I talked about waiting for key levels here. We waited pretty good for that view up to come through. It was only 936. And I want to thank everybody for responding to my tweet yesterday because, yeah, we were looking, to just focus and get serious about trading the open. And I just figured that, a little bit less early allowed me to average into that. We were never punching out of this. We really like this name. But there goes Google right now. Obviously, wish we had more, but we don't as Google's up to that 110 area. And I'm fine getting out of this near 110. I mean, I feel like these last couple outs here in the 60s were great. And then, of course, right now, that's the best for me right here on Google. So we'll watch out for that 110, man. It's a pretty clear break if it happens. But those wicks, it's happened before, and we got to 110.20 or so. So let's see if that happens again. I am not taking the long break on Google.
Yeah, I don't favor it. Anytime a stock has already wicked that level before and failed it, I'm not a generally big fan of just sort of taking it on that first crack. I think you can get in a lot of trouble when you're doing that. We did mention a couple of other names out there, Fisker and Lucid. Lucid's still doing basically the same thing here. Let's be patient with it. But Fisker's making a bigger move to the upside. So Fisker's now up almost 10% from the bottom. Once it gets into that 6 level, we thought this could squeeze. It is starting to squeeze to the upside. And once it's above 6, I'll be looking for that curl. I want to get on the other end of it. I don't want to stand in front of the train. I want to catch it as it's curling off of said high. And it's not Google's having a strong day. The market's back to that 13.3 zone. And 233 was the level yesterday on Meta. There was a dip in the afternoon at 233. Suddenly, you've got a consolidation break potential at 233. This is a trade. I ended up canceling it late in the afternoon when there wasn't enough time for a bounce, but it bounced so nicely off this after being a breakout price. I like this 33 long on Meta. If we get back up there and we can crack 13.3, this is one that's good to go.
Yeah, I like Meta right now. We are getting out finally of this Palantir and going to make a little bit of money on it, so that's a surprise there. We had to hold it a little bit against us, obviously, well, we didn't actually. We held it against us and got out, so it's not like, we're super, super pleased with the Palantir trading, but there it is right here. Sorry, wrong stock. Just back up to VWAP again. Like we got, buy. The mistake was buying again into 80 and then getting out once it broke 80. But again, once you can buy it back there, we're now out. Actually, we still got a pretty good position on right now for Palantir and see if it does go a little bit higher right now. We just cleaned out a bunch though. You can see a bunch of fills here. 86, 87 because we had them earlier. Then we just got a bunch out here at 88, 89 again. So let's wait to see what happens with Palantir. But it's starting to pull back just a little bit. Let me see if there we go. We just offer and get an 84 almost immediately. Let's put one more at 87, and then we'll see if we can get a 90, and then we'll wait for the rest here on Palantir. I'm actually using the NYSE gateway. There's just so much volume going through that doesn't really matter.
Oh, really?
It does, yeah.
Neither
do I. I never use it, but I was just like, yeah, if I can get rebate, like, see, just rips through. So it does. You know what? You can use ARCA, NASDAQ. They're all the same. I haven't used NYSE in a while, so wanted to bring that up to everybody. Okay, so nice little move there. We just got 88s again, so let's go Palantir to that upside. Google is pulling back just a little bit. It's the only two positions we have on. Oh, and then PayPal, which was awesome for both Neil and I today. We just got out right there at 67.50 for PayPal. So, well done. Nah, it's still going, yeah, maybe, but it is bouncing off that 67.50 level a couple times. So let's see what happens here with PayPal.
No SSR bounce. I mean, that means everything's on the table.
Yeah.
As far as like that. I mean, that was the big level on the daily. That's all you got. I am into Lucid. I actually thought I was going to get into Fisker first, but Lucid's the one that just checked up at about 725, so I have a 720, but it's Novavax, I also wanted to mention, pulling back for the second time, though the first was in the pre-market. So looking for that dip. It already took 10 underneath. I'm looking for that first little consolidation, 970 to that 10 area to try and go for the long here. Just big move on the daily. As mentioned, I am now into Lucid. We said we'd wait around for this. For it to make a little bit of a curl. It's got to that 25 mark. That's where we wanted to start working into the short. If you looked at the aftermarket, it got all the way to like 745. So I think you have to give it some room. I think 7 even is a reasonable target here, VWAP as well. As we go back to the desk, Sharif.
TRX, Neil, TCRX. This one up decidedly 120%, just halted there above 420, opened up, touched 5, and now it's dancing in the 90s.
Oh, that was one we were just talking about. TCRX. What's the float on this?
Did I spill coffee on myself? No. Okay, good.
5 million. I heard 5 million. Doesn't 5 million, 12 million. I'm hearing a couple of things from the back. It's a small float on that TCRX and breaking that $5. This could be like a halt central fest, man. Like just from halt to halt, and we've seen that story play out before. As we talked about, Google still can't seem to break that 110. I'm looking at that Meta 233. It's doing a consolidation dance up here. Maybe we go for a dip buy if that's what happens next. I do favor if we can break back out. The problem with any breakouts right now is the same as always.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ it doesn't want it. Doesn't want it badly enough, as Skip Bayless would say. It doesn't want it badly enough. That's how it works. If you break 1330, it's got to be all guts and will and all those ridiculous intangibles that he's always talking about. But we just can't seem to get through it at this point. That's why I'm looking for shorts at these levels, because quite frankly, that's just how it is. Firm continues to sort of pull back in. I want some overfills. I want some fills 90 and above before this really flushes down into like an 1150. And AMD, this is why we get out of Dodge. We took our shot off 94. This is continuing to fall. You're getting a bit of a rollover in AMD after all the gains that it had, and the same thing's happening over there in NVIDIA. NVIDIA touched 290 and is flushing. I got my two shorts looking to potentially add a third as Fisker is holding that $6 level. I just tried to get some, but remember, these are SSR. So Fisker is 10% to the downside. I just tried to get some on the roll. Well, if you want to get in on the way down, you can't hit the bid. I have to wait for it to come pick me up.
I'm just looking here at AMD. I mean, I know you're just talking about it, but that is a nice little dip down. I mean, I'm still looking for some key levels, man, and we've got more out on Palantir as it came back to 90 there, and we actually spiked a little bit higher. No, actually, we got the 90. That's the fill that we got. So, okay. So we just took out another third of the position that we still had left. So getting a little lighter on that one. We're going to hold Google and see if that will work for us there, but let's look at AMD quickly because this is another name that's coming right into a pretty decent level. AMD giving it up today to the downside. We were initially looking long on AMD for sure. We talked about that in the pre-market about how strong it was, but now giving it up off of a nice little NASDAQ bump. NASDAQ did not break 13.3 again, so that failed. Maybe this is the day where we do want to make a little bit of a move lower. So if we're going to go to a 5-minute chart, there's the 200 period, but it's at 92 right now, so that's a little ways away, and that could not make sense if you're looking for a dip buy. You have 91.50 there. Remember, that was the high before, like right there, and it would also match. That's the Microsoft news. It also matched a previous high. So if you take that news away, you still have 91.50 there to look at, but maybe 93. I mean, you know, it's a nice little dip down here. It's been pretty aggressive to the downside. you are going to get a little bit of a buyback at some point. The S&P right now, the NASDAQ is just now taking the 50 period to the downside. So I think there could be some AMD strength here in and around $93. So I'm going to put a bid around $93.20, see if we can take a dip buy into this name. It's early enough to do that. And I just feel like if the market wants to bounce, this is going to be a strong name. Even though it's down 1.6, I know it's not the strongest of the strong right now, but I'm going to take a bid here at $93.20 and see where we go.
Yes, sir. Oh, 2 new positions for me, literally exactly as you finished there. NVAX just bounced 10 again. I have some underfills here, or at least I have an underfill underneath that $10 level, looking for the consolidation. I got some at 07s, and then I got into Fisker in front of that 6 area, so 597 short on Fisker. Just looking back up, these are the names that I wanted in terms of the big time movers. So Lucid, Fisker waited for the pop, and then Novavax, obviously a little bit late, so we're looking for a consolidation break, and it needs to hit 11. It's not going to be that solid unless it can really break out that top, but stranger things have happened for a squeeze name like this. Speaking of squeeze names, Carvana, CVNA here, unable to hold out. So $11 was great, but $11 was kind of like yesterday's level. It got to $11.60. It could not break that level, so you're getting a bit of a rejection on CVNA. Still holding support from yesterday, so I'll give it that much, but not nearly the strength on the pop so far in Carvana. We do talk about the banks every now and then, so I'm just going to check back in. We're not at $5 on PACW. It's not doing anything. If there's a major move there, let's wait for it to make a move and then just try to join the party. Still no action here on PACW or Wall.
All right, Google just still dancing, not doing too much. Our AMD fill did not come through, so that's a nothing burger right now for us. Noticing that another strong name, first of all, Palantir right now. Let's freaking go, man, on this one. Let's go. We're long right now at 72 with Palantir, and we just took it out at 90 again. But now I'm waiting for a little bit higher. Not crazy. We're waiting at 94 and then 98 because, again, anything near $9, that's going to be pretty key, but we still want to make sure that we have on about a third of our bottom print still. So, it's going to be a positive name for us, but I'd like to get this back through $9, and then we can see, hopefully, a run. That's the 200 period, 904, 905. And then again, remember we took it early off the open there. The thing is, I should have been smarter about this because there was a buy imbalance, which tends to sort of shoot the stock up in the pre-market. And then once that buy is done, then you do get a little bit of a fade. That doesn't happen all the time, but I've seen it happen enough that we probably should have been a little more attentive to that move.
Ooh, attentive.
Right there. Yeah, was that a good word there? Attentive, Sharif? Yeah, he's not very attentive to me right now as he's doing work, so that's good. I'd rather him do that, but attentive.
I hit it anyway.
Oh, you did hit it. Okay, so that could be our word of the day, but I don't want to steal. Sharif's going to have a few better words than that coming up on the midday show. That is for sure. So,
I'll tax that. I don't care.
What, attentive?
No, the word of the day.
Oh, the word of the day. Yeah, that's a
Tax
great
that all day.
segment. Oh, by the way, Google is wording of the day, and it is bang for Google because right there, back up to 110 again, my friend. Right there, 109.15 just filled. Wow, did that actually go down that far on Google? And we could have got long again. No, yeah. No, that was a little.
No,
well,
I'm
actually,
bidding 108 something.
108. No. Went to 109.
I'm bidding high 108s. 108.85 I'm bidding.
Oh, no, it didn't get that. I was saying 109.15, I think.
Okay.
That little wick that just happened right there on the 1 minute chart, I don't know.
Meta just broke.
That would make sense if that actually did happen. Okay, wow, shoot. A missed opportunity there.
So
Meta, you're talking about?
Two things. High of the day on NVAX. That just hit the high. Rang and register there. I'm going to go for the dip again if we get that 10 even. And then Meta. It broke that 233. That was a pretty key price yesterday. Ooh, that wick. Let me zoom in so you can. There you go. So broke that 233 level. Got up to about 15 on the initial push. I guess I'll probably take something at the quarters, hunt for dip buy. You're at the inflection point in the NASDAQ. So, you're still there. If we break away from it, you'll probably know because everything's going to be running to the upside if we actually get a break and the NASDAQ goes green. But Meta's relatively strong. Google's probably a little bit stronger because it's 2% to the upside, whereas Meta's trying to go red to green as we speak. I want to get some out just in case it does not do so. Looking for that initial pop. On Novavax, I might have quickly glossed over this, but I'm looking for that. I'm still looking for another dip in. I think you can still catch this trend. Well, hopefully you can still catch more of this trend, get some dips back into that 10 area, and then see if this can shoot for 11 even. Speaking of which, I should have a fill for over 10 and not just under 10. Meta, give me that first little looker. I want to make sure we can grab it, but got to watch out for Lucid, got to watch out for Fisker here, as both those names, we're looking to short the first pop. We got our first entry point. Fisker's starting to jam back into that 6/4 range. We wanted to give it, let me just zoom out so you guys can see. This was the early morning move here when it took down 6 eventually. You had a 620 top. This is where I want to look for the next curl. If it cannot hold there, I'm just going to have to get out. Lucid, we give a little bit more room to. But both of these, we're looking to short pop. Squeezable names. You have to have yourself an out.
What do you want to do at 110?
I've been resisting the idea of going long break, but how do I not? It's just, it's 110.
Like I'm
it's
like
such a psychological.
I have the order. I just need to push enter. Yeah,
it checks the boxes. Let's
just
put it that
need to
way.
push enter.
Checks the boxes.
On that order. It checks the boxes. I like that word. Yeah, so, oh man. Yeah, just come up here a couple times on a very, very strong name. If you come to my chart here for Google. First of all, Palantir is also blasting right now. We'll take a 92 on Palantir here as well. So we just got out. So we have a very small piece left right now. So let's make sure that everybody understands that because we were holding, man, and then it didn't break and it didn't break again. So that's why I asked the question to say, do we want to go long if it breaks? I mean, here's Google on the daily. That's 110.16. I'm not super worried about that. If it breaks that, it breaks that. But that is that level there. So yeah. Here it goes. I'm going to take it. I don't think there's any way not to take it. So I put that order in on a 110 break. We'll take a position there. And then VWAP is down here at 109.20. VWAP on the 5-minute is a little bit higher than that. We could use 109.50 as our out to lose 50 cents. But damn it, I don't want to lose anything. All right, here it goes. We are going to take the break of 110 on Google. We're only going to give it 50 cents, though, man. I feel like it could break and pull back a little bit because it's just such an obvious level. So, all right, well, let's go over to Sharif. We're going to come back anyways. Let's get this over with and then come back and see what happens there at the 110. But, hey, it's 10 o'clock, and it's about time for an update.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to investors last year, allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. All their paintings are SEC qualified, and each of their last 12 exits to date has returned at least 9%. Check them out using the QR code below in the right-hand screen. Let's have a look and see how markets are faring. The S&P down 1/3%. Likewise with the NASDAQ, the Dow trying to hold on to a slight gain, up 0.08%. But we're also red in Toronto. We're down almost 1/3%. Let's see what's moving, though. Google, again, on the back of the Palm 2 LLM and its investor conference coming up. Google stock looking uber strong. 110 just got broken, 110.15, the high on Google. NVAX, you heard us talk about this one. It's up after reporting better than expected full year 2023 guidance and cost-cutting measures. Its stock is rocketing, broke 11, now up 11.09. That's a high a day. And then PayPal decidedly down despite beating estimates for the 5th quarter in a row. Weak guidance, guys. That was the culprit. 67.40 low. What a flat bottom break.
Flat bottom break.
What
there
stock?
we said it. It's on PayPal.
Ah, yeah.
Because it hasn't happened on, it obviously never happened on Alibaba. That held 80 like an absolute champion. So I got something out there in front of 110.15 Sharif mentioned that was the recent high on Alphabet. I feel like it wasn't as good a break, at least yet, as Meta, but Meta didn't go right away. Meta's now going. I think you got to hold on and give this one some room. You're still wicking that 13.3, but Meta got up to like 230, almost 234 there, the afternoon high. So pretty good breakout, not quite as good as I mentioned on Alphabet. NVAX is now at $11, so it's continuing its charge, but I don't want this one to go into like some kind of crazy down halt on me. Like it's into the level where 12 is a short for me. Like that, I said for sure, like I get into that 12, I think past 12, I'm looking for the shorts. So I want to trail once it's holding above that 11 even. For now, decent look on NVAX, but it's Google on that 110. If it can continue, if the market does want to go green in the NASDAQ, you don't want to give up on 110 Alphabet. But at the same time, breakouts can always be tricky at highs like these.
Yeah, I got some out for a profit, some out for a loss here, and now we're just still at that same level. So we talked about that, but we're not here for that. We're here for this.
Money.
And I mean, Palantir is exactly that off that bottom. I mean, that 870 is pretty huge. We just took 9, so we got a bunch of outs. We talked about 94s, 98s, and then O's. It did stop at 02, which is that 200 period right there. So let's see if it continues to work upside. We do have another out at 02, hopefully. I guess I could cancel my 950, but we'll see if it comes up to there. Right now, we put a 950 on that early break for Palantir, and we didn't get it. Of course, it only goes as high as 33, but I still think we take that out as well. I'm going to put an offer at 920 here, so I don't have to worry about it. If it goes up there, then we'll get filled, and we can celebrate that at that time. Yeah, we've made a lot of money on Google today, so giving some back right now sucks. We don't ever want to give money back, like we said, but we did sort of think that this was going to happen on a potential break there where you could have had a pullback in. So that sucks, man. I was waiting at 75 to get a little bit longer there, but we do miss that bid down at that bottom, but maybe it'll fill back again for us there. We'll take an average. We got 83s right there. Hopefully we can get something upside now if we go back into those levels. So there it is, man. Nice average back for Google at 83. Nice play for freaking Palantir. So we got the hat on and we got everything popping off right now for Palantir up to 908 right here. Nice move on that name. But Google is the one right now. Nice little reload there at 80. I don't know. What is that level? 110? What am I long at now? 97? All right, 97, 110. I mean, we'll put an offer there if it comes back up. I don't know. I feel like we could test this 109.50 here and break it. So watch out for the low side here on Google, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching out Google. I am out of half of it. I got some out of there flat. It just looked pretty weak, and then this happened on the NASDAQ. I'm going to get to Novavax because I just got a Novavax trailed out. We just did it again. Like, we keep wicking above that 13.3 and getting a bit of a rejection. Do not want to get totally trapped. So there's a trail out on Novavax. Had to ring the register on that one. This was just one of those levels where if it couldn't hold through, I think we can still see another dip back into 10. It hasn't really consolidated yet. If there's another consolidation long, I don't mind looking back over and then going for it. Still the same thing here on Meta. You're at these highs. It's the NASDAQ that's the trouble, so you can't really get through 234 yet. If we dip back in, I still like the long. It's trend up. I'll look for the dip, maybe 33s into VWAP next time through. I reloaded a firm on the short side. When the market got back up to that high, just in front of that 12 level, I'll look for VWAP to get some out. But there was one that didn't work out. We'll slap the fail on Fisker. Ooh, when they squeeze, Fisker. Sometimes you get squoze, and squoze is a word.
Yes.
So I don't want to hear about the English being a bad English, because squoze is definitely where we looked it up. It is true. Thank you, Prad. But 625 got taken on. I gave it a couple of pennies past. It's still trending to the upside, as it's a bit of a squeeze there. Lucid is holding the pocket a little bit better. So it's really holding that 725 area. If it starts to roll back over, I'll try to catch some on the curls, and that's the difference. Got Lucid on the curl, wasn't aggressive enough to get, so it was too aggressive and didn't get the actual curl over there on Fisker. But Lucid looking like he could pull into VWAP any second now. As Rob comes with the refill, this market
awesome.
just doesn't want to break these highs. The NASDAQ cannot seem to punch through. This is a theme day after day. And we talked about every single EV name except for Tesla. Tesla holding beneath 170. That's not helping anything, by the way. You know, Tesla holding 170 to the downside. If you're looking at some of the other names that move the markets,
oh man,
yeah, it's not all roses. I mean, Meta's looking okay, but that's flat on the day. Google can't seem to hold that 110. Tesla's about to break the low.
Man, thank God and hallelujah for Palantir. I know the boys behind us are killing it as well. So congratulations to everybody up behind me for that Palantir trade, man. I mean, it's been a big one. Look at this. We just got, we only got 13s there, but now you're really starting to fly here upside on PLTR. So again, another big day for us on an earnings play, but it's been few and far between on that. So let's just keep on trucking here with Palantir. Now as soon as I talk about it, it just dips down a little bit right there. But that came up to 920. We talked, there we go. So I was going to say, let's get get something out again here at 16s. I actually have a 17 offer that I was chasing down that I'm going to leave there. And then after that, that's it. Then we can wait on the rest of this for Palantir, as it's a positive name for us here today on the show. So there it is. Give me that 17 right now. Hopefully it rips through it, and we do get that. We still don't have the fill yet on Palantir. Breaking, there it is. Finally has to sort of zap it. There it is, a nice move for PLTR. Now in the money, quite a bit of percentage points, 870. So we're in the money 50 cents on 850. So nice little move upside here for PLTR and still going. You know, the disaster.
Flying.
AMD is?
Yeah.
Shoot, man, we just missed that AMD bid. We were waiting for 93.30s there. Where is it now? 94. So we get as low as 40. Missed that by a dime, but that's okay. Nice little move up there. Thanks, Neil, for AMD mentioning that one. But here comes Google, man. Knew I should not. You know, whenever I'm sitting there debating, it's fine because our day is good. So I'm fine with this. But, you know, Google did fall back down, and I hate to give back a little bit there on Google, but it looks like that is what we will do here, as it did take 110. We got some in, we got some out. It came back up. We got a little bit out at 98 there when we realized that there might have been a problem. But there's Google. Nice move to the downside now. 109.50, man. Maybe one last shot here, and then we'll see. But nice. I try to buy and it bumps up. So we'll see what happens now with Google. Right at a point where we're going to have to get out if it breaks this.
Trend line, yeah. Well, it's okay. So if you kind of cut out these wicks and were to look at a trend from the open, it's bouncing off a trend line. Again, you have dark pool wicks out of 105. But if it can't hold VWAP, you can pretty much forget about this one. It's going to be toast. I was just able to add to at least one of my shorts up there on a firm, but I was not able to add to Lucid, which is looking pretty decent. But it had to touch SSR because I keep getting I get repriced. I can't actually short off the bid, so I'm sitting here trying to add to it. I want that reversal to start coming back in for us. Even Apple, we talked about Tesla, Amazon, this is trending downside as well. So you reject once again on the NASDAQ, and all roads are leading to bottom breaks here, unfortunately. So the only thing I like, Meta's good, Google's good. We got out of Novavax. Hopefully Novavax, if everything else craps out and we end up going back into the downside, this is obviously going up for other reasons. Like, this is a pure squeeze play as far as I'm concerned on Novavax. So it's consolidating. I'm out of it now. I'm still looking for a 10 dip. Maybe I'll cancel it and play it higher if it gets down there. Google's starting to make a big bounce up.
What a reload.
But I'm taking some back out in front of 110 because this, like, the NASDAQ's still rejecting the high.
Yeah, what a reload there, man. Giving me the average price of 75 on Google. So it comes to 70, we take that, then we take a 75 as well. So wow, what a reload. Yes, sir. Thank you, Google, man. Once again, man, hopefully that this can continue to make moves up back through 110 right now, and then we'll be all good, baby, on that one. Holy shnikes as well. It's our boy Palantir, and it is one of these today, man. We on one today as we go. Good day yesterday, much better day today as Palantir. You are right, Viking Nomad. Palantir, it ain't done. Let's see how far Palantir wants to go up to the upside. So glad that we're able to have this trade, but at the same time, little too early. We talked about that. I can just go read my own note that I tweeted out last night. Sean, do not get into anything until 9:45. Well, if we did that here today, that would be the only tick that we'd have, which would be 870, but we wouldn't have as many shares. So, you know, in there, we saw it develop a little bit of a level. We got in, and it boom goes the dynamite there for Palantir. Again, huge number came out for them, and there it is, right back to 928, right back to the day's high again for Palantir, into those pre-market levels of 930, and wow, what an absolute monster Palantir was. PayPal, again, beast as well. We got out at 67.70 thinking that 67.50 was going to hold, but nah, it goes all the way down there, hitting those days, those bottoms there, 66.50, 67 on the daily chart here for Palantir. So right there, or sorry, for PayPal, just came right in there, and unfortunately down 11% on one of the nastiest stocks right now in the market. Honestly, PayPal is just, and not only is it, I mean nasty, but it's you know, the daily's been nasty, man. It's you could have got out there at 78, but now it's just like dripping down. And for a widely held name, hopefully it's not too widely held, but you know, boom,
I'm sure it is.
Nasty down there to $68 for PayPal. What a disaster of a report. And it's a good thing we got some out of Google there, because it's coming right back in right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that 110 is still a problem. The NASDAQ is still reversing off of it. So, as far as I'm concerned, yes, it's strong. But I was able to get some out in front. I didn't get more of Lucid. I talked about it being SSR, so I couldn't get the offer. But was able to get some into VWAP here, as it is still trending upside. Bit of a squeeze play, but we might have the top here on Lucid as we go back to Sharif at the desk.
Let's not forget about Plug Power, guys. Down almost 14%. We've been talking about these EV names, Fisker, Lucid. Plug Power also lower on the back of a reported mixed 1Q result. That $8 level looking juicy.
Wow. I didn't even look at what Square is doing today, but I'm assuming it's not that good. But Plug down 14 at the lows at $8. That's not going to be very good. Alphabet, Google, whatever you want to call it.
Bye-bye.
It bounced once. It got up. I tried to get more out, actually, in front of that 110 on the dip. But looks like it's going to give up VWAP anytime now. And the other name that we're long here, that Meta, that's starting to pull back. So we did scalp into this, out of this, I should say, in front of that high. But now it's starting to pull back in. I still favor a dip buy a little bit tighter to VWAP in 233. Until then, I want to be very patient with it. Just try to find, if I can find a couple more shorts here, it's almost like you're too late unless you break the lows. Let me just go back to the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's now at the bottom end of the range. Maybe not the place that I want to look to engage some shorts. If you don't have them at the good prices already, it's almost like you had to take them at that top. Like every time the NASDAQ gets above 13.3 and doesn't extend, you almost just need to look for something for a reversal play to the short side, or at least cover some of your longs.
Amazon is, what's the market?
Everything.
0.53 right now?
Apple.
Okay. Yeah, no, everything's pulling back. Oh, Google, broke 50.
Microsoft.
So we got out of Google right there. So anyways, good bump up. Not as excited, obviously, about the name as we were in the past, right there off that move. I was looking at Amazon. I mean, it's only going to be a matter of where do we think the market's going right now, because Amazon, the market's going down right now. So I was like, this 106, how clean is that right there up to 106? So I'm going to, because the market's really getting faded now, I mean, PayPal's still at that $67 level. Google's really making a move down to 109 right now. This Amazon could be something. I mean, we've seen 106 before, obviously a lot before. Yesterday afternoon, that was the high there. We've hit it like 4 times today, and right back in, or 4 times pretty much all the time right there. That was a great short. I apologize if people were yelling at me for that, because that was, I don't know if you guys were yelling long or
Carvana broke
short.
yesterday's high.
Like Carvana's ripping. Okay, so maybe they invested in some Lucid stock there, but 109. 105.90, I'm going to put an offer for Amazon. I like that. We've missed it. Might not be good if it comes again, but I think that's really worth it with the market struggling here today. 105.90 right here. We'll wait. We'll try to be patient. We've missed it, but if it comes back up, that's going to be a trade that we're looking at. I did get a piece out of Palantir when it went back through 20. I offered 20 and got it. Just thinking that maybe that high is intact, but we already have an out at that high. So now we can hold. Now we have pretty light shares, which kind of sucks, but we've done really well holding it. A lot of our outs right back here into this pre-market level of 20s and 15s and so on. So good outs for us on Palantir. Obviously wish we had the boat, but we don't. So good trade to still be in this one. 60 cents in the money on Palantir. And then Google struggling at the bottom, but it's at VWAP. So maybe that's something there for Google.
Alphabet, yeah, it's trying, because the market's at that bottom. How many days in a row am I going to take a breakout on CVNA? Well, apparently it's like every day until it squeezes or capitulates. So I took it 2 days ago. We went for it yesterday. Again today, it's making the same move. I'm out in front of the $12 level, so I end up with a 65 price. I had a 1160 break on that one. I want to hold something through 12 even. I still think that 15 is like the ultimate, like that's crazy. If it gets to that level, look for a short. It has 1290 as a bit of a level on the daily as well. So that's a couple of obvious places that it could go. There's been no halts in this outside of halting to the downside 2 days ago. And that was that sort of flush that came back in. That was pretty ugly. I was almost in it. Thankfully, I got a break. So I'm in CVNA once again. I keep talking about this break. It wasn't really the 11 to 11.12 area for me. I was just looking for yesterday's high, and it's made another clear out. Can it hold it is the big question, as I laugh at myself once again, because taking the top on CVNA is something we've done a couple of times here. Affirm is now taking the top itself. This is 12.10. If it breaks the high, I'm just out. This is what happens. If you notice, I'm getting short at a higher price. I'm taking first out at a higher price. So it's gently moving to the upside. this could just be squeezing as well. So let's acknowledge some relative strength in a firm, congratulate the stock, but I'm going to be out if it takes out this high. I do not need to be fighting this one too aggressively. Thankfully, we're able to get some profit. If it rolls over from here, fair enough, but it's any second now looking like it wants to break out that high. And I just feel like if you don't adhere to your stops, you're going to end up getting a little bit too badly burnt. So CVNA long. I'm out of Novavax. Of course, that one is continuing to be a home run because I got out of it. That's actually not true. Stocks don't care what you do. Oh, never mind. It pulled right back into where I got out. Okay.
Exactly, so maybe your point.
Maybe it was a good out then. No, it was literally breaking the high 2 seconds ago. That's what I was saying. I got out early. It got to 11:40. I was out at like 10:90, but it's right back at 10:90 as we speak. So maybe it wasn't all that bad getting out of Novavax.
All right, when you hit that, that's a new position. And then so right now here's for DraftKings. So again, I'm just looking at that exhaustion candle up here. So for the 1 minute chart, it actually looks, it's bigger. I mean, look at that. I guess I was looking at the 5 minute with that candle all the way up there. So this is sort of what I was looking at, that exhaustion candle up to 24.40, which is the 200 period there on the 5 minute chart. You know, that hasn't been, you know, completely cash money or anything, but I do like that sort of extension, and we get that blowout, and then look at the volume here as well. So big volumes near the top of DraftKings. So yeah, we'll go short. We're short, which price are we short here? 34. So, okay, by the way, we are now back into Google off 109. If it takes 109, then we're gone on that one. Completely wrong on this stock here off that 110. Like, what a crazy short that was. It was so good up there. We talked, I mean, it's just sometimes you get a little carried away with like the rhetoric of a stock. And, you know, we were definitely blindsided by only thinking long. And that was not the great sign for me there. And it's not going to be the Widowmaker. Here it comes. Hopefully this can come back up and we'll be able to get a little piece out there. We just took a 13, 14. What's our average price was 15 when we did that. So now coming back up, hopefully we can bounce off that 109 and then sort of skyrocket. But for right now, the NASDAQ is a little low. We'll hold. I mean, we're going to wait for 09 to break. But if we can get something out here, VWAP is 32s. We'll see about getting a high spot there. And wow, what a good winner this was right now for DraftKings. That made a nice move down. Let's punch a little bit more out at 28 and sit on the bid here at 26. Just scalping, man. We're going back into scalp mode right now on DKNG. I do think we could fall, and if we do, I think 20s and 15s is a pretty good price to get filled up on that one as we bid 26s to get out of another piece right there. Palantir mooning a little bit, and then Google will hopefully we can get that back up to 109.30 or so. Without any further ado, though, it's the professor. Let's go see what he's up to.
It's not a slow day in small cap world, guys, but it's not exactly what we've been used to the last, say, month or so. All right, TCRX, that's the big mover on the day. Let's go to the chart. 591 high. We're hanging out at that 550, trying to hold that $0.50 level. VWAP is right at that $5 level. The other two that were going in the morning are ENSC and CLRO. They've since pulled back. They had good triple-digit gains into the morning. ENSC up to 720, a bit of a double top there. CLRO, that's this chart. Now it's down 7% since the open. Big move again in the pre-market. Much more stable in the pre-market. These small cappers are, and then they sell seemingly into the open, guys. So $2 being held right now on CLRO.
So two things. One, Carvana just came back, and I think I got a bad wick on that one, so we'll go back there in a quick second. But Meta got under 233. It's at VWAP. I just reloaded it. Bitcoin is making a bit of a bounce off 27.4. It's not nothing, but with the NASDAQ at the lows, sometimes that's mattered. Other times, maybe not so much, but it is worth knowing is making a bounce. Carvana got up to 12, as I mentioned before, and then, yeah, that's whatever. Sometimes it's going to happen to you. I think I mispriced my stop. I'm just going to jump back in. Previous dip was 1140 area, so I priced it at the wrong level, which usually means let's try to jump back in. I'm going to end up paying some spread here because I had to double check it, but yeah, that's the wrong stop, so I'm going to make sure I get out in front of that 1135 or underneath that 1135. Got to give it a little bit more room. Like if I'm playing for the break past $12, really no business having that tight of a stop. So I end up paying 10 cents on that one the other way. A firm did take out that high. We didn't want to fight it past that over and over again. And eventually, hey man, a firm somehow strong. If this ends up being a wick out, I had an accidental long because I had covered some at VWAP. I just got right out of that long. I wasn't looking to break out long. Were it to reestablish beneath that 1210 level, I can look for a reload there. But let's let it calm down. We reloaded on Meta. Now the only short we have is Lucid. That's at VWAP, so that continues to work. Fisker was tricky. Lucid a little bit more clean as that continues to go to the downside. Picky eater. You want to be a picky trader. Picky eater, yeah, I guess I can work out, to each their own. But NVIDIA, would NVIDIA be a short at 287? I'm going to say, if you look at the trend, you're not wrong until it's closer to 288. But yeah, I mean, 287 and taking some overfills. I usually like, when it's doing this, getting some shorts above the obvious level, right? So like you get filled at like the 30s, 40s, and 50s here if I'm playing that to the short side. That's just how I usually prefer approaching VWAP at this time of day, especially if the market's bouncing a little bit and the market's bouncing off the lows. So I would give it just a little bit more room. That said, I have a couple of longs off these bounces. That's kind of my concern right now is if the market bounces from here, what do we like long off that bounce? I like Meta.
We got 99 problems, and today, stocks ain't one because Palantir, holy, wow, 940 for Palantir right now. We just took an out at 43. Okay, we'll take that out over and over and over again with a huge move up there for Palantir, man. Stay with it. I mean, we'll tweet this chart out because definitely learning lessons there, man. And it's funny because it did exactly what we thought it would do, but then it just broke just a little bit too low. It came down to 880. We were pretty responsible putting on low shares in the pre-market. We don't want to do that. We buy 9s, we buy 890. We were only out of the money when this came in like 10 cents probably, well, a little bit more than that, probably 15 cents, and we got out. Then we just got right back in a couple times there. There is another out there at 70. I think that must have been, that was nothing, but buying to the upside there as there goes Palantir. Definitely a big stock there for us today. And guess what else is happening? We made it all damn back on Google right now because now we're in the 30s, getting upside right now. Yes, sir. We make it all back on Google, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day on Google right now, right there off that 9 buy. So there it is, man. Ye of little faith I am, but we were able to buy it back at the low. We got that 910 fill right there. So that was great, 0910. And then, so there it is, man. Nice move, 40, 50 cents back to the upside. We got to start cashing in. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So whether or not the Bulls or the Bears are kicking, we're doing pretty good right now. I'm actually going to cancel that Amazon trade just because this market could break higher and we want to hold on to this Google trade. So there's AMZN. If you do like it, I'm just so pleased of what's been happening here today. I told you, man, we did some work last night. We looked at a few different things, and you know, we definitely calmed down a little bit and able to come back here and really, really take this game to another level. So good trade there today on Google. Great trade on Palantir, and honestly, one of the best was PayPal. Going short there at 70, it was a great read on the daily chart. Out at 69 for $1, out at 67.870 for $1.30, and then didn't hold it for the bottom, but that was also a pretty decent trade. What's up, Sharif?
Boeing, Sean, this one holding up. It's not at day's highs. 204.61 is the day high, but it's flirting with that 204 level again, looking maybe for another high a day break. Still in the game.
I guess this is the day that Boeing doesn't give it back, I suppose. It never came back to 200, so there wasn't really a test that I was liking on Boeing. Yeah, sometimes this will happen. You're looking for it to do that whole thing where it sells off on the news, and it never sold off far enough to make the risk to reward palatable. That's just, what are you going to do? Like, there's no, like, I can't see any way I was going long at 202.50 with a stop well underneath 200 there. So, you know, you're not going to be in all of them, quite frankly. So Boeing, fantastic day if you got them. Let's go. Congratulations! Because this time Boeing decides it wants to not give up the ghost. It wants to hold it. Someone just mentioned Eli Lilly's dumping. $5 down is not Eli Lilly dumping. Eli Lilly has to move more. It's a $430 stock. So I was looking at that and saying, okay, well, it's not an update for it, but it's still a pretty solid one. It's one of those where if it's dumping, I'm thinking it's moved like $10 or $15, something like that. Oh, Carvana cannot break these silly highs, man. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. Goes up to 12 again. I just missed an out in front of that 12 even. I'm gonna try and get it in the mid 80s here. I wicked out, that was me, that was my bad. I actually did not mean to get out of this. I had a bad stop, so I jumped back in and paid 10 cents, but it is heading back up to 12 even. I want to try and hold this one and see if it can continue this move into the upside. But for now, it is giving a little bit of a dip. Novavax, baby. That one's holding as well. So I am out of Novavax. I'm looking for a place that I can re-enter the trend here, and it's just consolidating off the top. It's a slight move in the market, but I don't think Novavax should care what's going on in the overall market. It's kind of doing its own thing. It's one of those kind of squeeze names. I don't know where the bottom is on PayPal. I see Anthony asking about, is this forming a base? Your guess is as good as mine. I like 68 level. I actually reversed into a long very briefly. There was one bounce. The second one lasted, I think when I reloaded this, I was in it for about 5 seconds, and then it broke 68 even, and I got out pretty much instantly there. So 68 break happened. Now 67 is a low, but that's a random price. You know, the levels on the daily chart, you have some room back into 66 even would be the real level, going all the way back to 2022, November. I think you could get there. It's not impossible the way this is going. That's where I'd think. Head and shoulders on the NASDAQ and Google. I wouldn't get too much into the technicals on the NASDAQ. As far as I'm concerned, Google 110, and then you had 108 at the bottom there. But the NASDAQ, it's more about support and resistance for me. And thank you for the super chat there. South MC, you're asking about a head and shoulders. I don't know that you're at that kind of a level. I just kind of think that you're playing off of 13.3. We reject up top, look for shorts, and if you can bounce off the bottom, maybe look for some longs. Just try to keep it as simple as possible.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's I don't know if this can't be right, but I want to say thank you so much to Thrift Alcoholic for all you sorts. Sean is an animal. The win rate is unreal. I have it tracked at 98.7. Nah, can't be that high, but I want to thank you so much for your kind comments again here, man. You know, we sit here and really get, we show you every single day all the trades that I make, and it's just, you know, it can be a daunting task to be sitting here trading live and trying to, you know, celebrate, you know, wins that you have at the same time as, you know, put on a good show for everybody. And I know it's tough, you know, for you guys to even put congratulatory comments sometimes in the chat because you might be the wrong way as what we're in. And I know that's tough around here as well. But I don't have any problems telling people congratulations on their trades. And so congratulations to you as well. Hopefully you have a couple good trades on, my friend. And that's what it's all about, man, is sharing the love and just giving some trade ideas. And it happens all the time in our chat. So I do want to thank everybody for continuing to build such a strong community here. And again, you know, that's what it's about. I like it. That's why I said that high five animation would be kind of cool to have because it is nice to get congratulated on some of those plays. But congratulations to you for finding us. And I really think that we can make a lot of money moving forward in these markets. So let's go on that one. And then here's another play that we just gave to you. It's another one. Add this to the damn win rate right here. It is DraftKings right there on the short. We're short right now at 34 and looking for a little lower price on this one right now. There's 17 cents in the money on DraftKings. So a good trade there off that wick high. And again, just putting a different couple tools in your toolbox always helps out. So that is DraftKings right there on a new idea on that wick high right there. But yeah, let's move forward. Thank you so much, Scratch Life, and for everybody there as well. That's all we really want you to do before we go over to Sharif. We want this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, like and subscribe. You know, like I said, I think you're rocking with the best of us right now. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. And more importantly, though, let's go over and see what the professor's all about.
Yeah, guys, quiet day on crypto. BTC up a third, ETH up a half. Here's the chart on BTC. We're trending down. We rejected VWAP here at around 27.8, looking maybe to take that yesterday close at 27.370. But there is a lone bright spot in crypto world by the name of Riot Blockchain. It is up on the day 5%. Not seeing any news on it. Here's the 1 minute looking good as a trade, holding that 10 3/4, guys.
So it was just a question by Daryl, and he was asking me in the chat, was that a reload spot in Meta? But I wanted it on the way back up, not the way down, so I did miss it. You can see it's holding a trend to the upside. I'm not going to draw the trend line. You guys can kind of imagine it. I usually use, when you get a wick down at the open like that, I tend to care more where it based out at 31, so it's a little bit steep. but we can get back up to the high of the day we like it. Vana's now through 12 even, so I don't really have any targets anymore. I actually expected Carvana would have halted by now. It's a little bit disappointing that when you have a move up like this, it hasn't exploded enough to run stops or just like cause abject panic to the upside. But I'm already offering in front of 13. That's the level on the daily, and I think we're going to stick to it. Dave Gelnick, G-Link or Gelick, I don't want to make sure I get that one right. Intel's moving up. Is it really? Because, oh my goodness, Intel was at $30 at the open, and I was thinking that stock underneath that 30, you're headed right to the 50 period, you're going to have a breakdown day, and suddenly you're reclaiming it. That said, down 1% into a market that's not as bad, this is probably a fade for me if it gets to those highs. Anytime it's if Intel's relatively weak, I'm thinking shorts. If Intel is relatively strong, I'm thinking longs, and I try not to do anything in the middle. So that sets up for a bit of a short at those highs. If NASDAQ doesn't break the highs, I'd work to the Intel to the sell side if we can even get it. And then I'm still in Lucid. Still not really breaking 7 even. We got one entry point. We're just waiting for it to get to the low of the day at this particular moment. And Tesla, I know a lot of people are watching the bloodbath that is some of the EVs. Tesla's still trending into the downside. It gave up 170. I wrote for myself, if it's underneath 170, be patient till 165. Because if you're not shorted at the top, you really want it to get all the way to the bottom. And 165 was the previous resistance turning into support. Hopefully, if it can even hold that. And I haven't really traded much of the small caps outside of like Vana and some of those other ones. PACW, we'll take a look on that one in a second. I'm more concerned with Meta because if the market takes out the lows, this one's going to stop out underneath that support at 232.
So we got, yeah, I love that Carvana. Yeah, we should be watching maybe. We'll look at some PACW.
It's flat.
Is it doing nothing? Palantir, though, is just taking out highs of 950 right now, but it's bouncing around that level, so we'll have to wait to see if it breaks it. If it does, great. If it doesn't, that's fine. We only have less than 10% left of our Palantir trade, so that was a good move to the upside. Like I said, most of the outs are right here at 920. Unfortunately, I thought earlier that we were going to get to here, and I guess I should have just held on to a little bit more. And like I said, every day we're trying to get better and better at some of the calls that we make, and at some of the sort of results that we get seem to be getting better as well. So far, so good right now on all of this. We do not have a losing name today. So if that's good right now. We'll say shout out to Brendo right now. But Brendan and Sharif, thank you for all the information that you guys are giving us to the show as well. But yeah, we're going to go perfect today, and so that's good. So maybe that's the win rate you're talking about. Not historical win rate, but today is pretty good on all these positions. So, all right, let's go over to Uber quickly. The thing about it is, okay, DraftKings, sorry, we just got a good fill on that. 21, sorry. Why didn't we get a 15 there? Oh, okay, we were waiting at this 200. We should have been waiting at 15. I thought we were, and I thought we got that fill, but we did not. Now DraftKings going back up to the upside. I'm going to take a fill here at 28. That's not great, and I'm going to put a bid back down here near 20. Hopefully we can fall back in and then get some of these fills. So there's the 28 fill. Oh, man, that's not great. We should have got out there, bounced off VWAP. That's a little, it's not that it's a scary situation when that happens, but you want to be under VWAP if you're holding the short. So hopefully we can get back into that level and we'll be able to do something with that. Oh, the other thing I want to talk about, Google, just it's barcoding right now, but that's fine for me. We're already long here, and I don't want to put more into this trade, so we're going to wait to see if Google now blasts back up. We've been getting good outs on this. Our best out was when it took 50 there, and then so on and so forth. We've been getting 30s on this as well. So we're long 11s, out some 30s. Like I said, we're not up as much on Google now as we were at our maximum, but if this can get back into the 40s, then we'll breathe a sigh of relief on Google. What's up, Sharif?
Shangfeng Developments, Sean, SFWL up 130%, halted at 10.05. Another Chinese name, 6.6 million shares. It's a third halt to the upside.
I was looking for a note on Palantir as well. Zheng something?
I want a button that says, be careful. No one ever went broke taking profit. Do not get trapped in a halt. Have a stop on all of your trades, just so we can hit that button when one of these low floaters comes up there. I think they're great. If you got them and you get them early, great. I think you can structure some trades early on in the day. It's about figuring out how to get into it early, because if you chase, you get in a lot of trouble.
That's okay.
Just putting a line here, I accidentally typed in the chat coil. I meant Coinbase was making a move that I'm frankly pissed off that I'm not in, because it broke 58 again and failed 58 again. That's 3 days in a row with the same high. So if it gets back up there, if I lose on a short up at the top, coin should be one of them at that price level. It can happen. Meta just gave some, oh, that's still my 15-minute. I was showing you guys coin. Meta just gave an overfill. I still didn't get under VWAP there, so I just got some out. I'm looking for the fills underneath VWAP. Because a lot of times you get to this time of day, if it's a trending stock, you can get that consolidation. I prefer that be long off the support. Either we're getting bounces off VWAP and we go long above it. Otherwise, if we're going back and forth and kind of like EKGing or whatever you want to call that, I think that's right. Get some fills under VWAP into that support level and then see if we can work this one to the upside. It's still trying to go from red to green. It has done it a couple times. If it can hold, it probably means the market's held out pretty well. Carvana is trying to decide what it wants to do at 12, but that's yet another rejection. So it just wicked 12 even. However, it has not dumped back in, so that's pretty solid. The fact that it wicked this 12 without dumping back with any kind of gusto yet means I think it has a chance for a secondary push in. It's just that, and then Lucid, I don't think we get a reload on Lucid anytime soon. We're just now holding on to Lucid. I keep typing in New York for this stock. I blame that on Rivian, I think, but it's still back above VWAP now. I either want the low of the day or reload at 725. Everything in the middle, we've already kind of dealt with that at this particular moment. And AMD is on just an absolute tear.
Is it back up? Oh, my God. We're getting close.
Congratulations!
I wasn't sure if you were done there.
No, I'm a little bit speechless about AMD right now.
Oh, okay, you're speechless. Okay. We just, I'm not too speechless here, but we just tried Amazon, so we're a little speechless. Look, we'll lose 10 cents. We talked about that price coming into play again here for Amazon as it's trying to rip, well, not trying, it is ripping to the upside right now. AMZN continues to go, man. Remember we said we didn't want that short at 105? Well, damn well good that we didn't take it because there it goes, man. Oh, 105, we wanted it right around here, 105.90, remember? We didn't take that, but there it goes nicely to the upside. It's cooking, man. Amazon breaking that level right there. Should have been a long for sure on that play. Now that the market's starting to go again, maybe we can go back into Google one more time here off that 109. Let's just punch a 110 or a 12 there and just to see. Amazon's bringing the market, so is the market's bringing the market back to the upside right now. So we'll see if Google can work off that 109 bottom. We did get stopped out. Sorry, that's still Amazon. Why isn't my chart switching? There it is. 109 flat there we got out. So that was okay because that was, again, another 10-cent hit. So let's see if we can make a little bit back here as the NASDAQ is blasting up. But again, let's not think that this is a definite winner here for Google because it faded back for a reason. Holy crap. Amazon, like, once that was the long, man, it's just
that, like, levels break. Oh my god!
Too bad the NASDAQ was so low there on the day. We might have done a little more damage on that, but that's all good. Okay, yeah, wow, Amazon taking names, right? This is the one name, and I'm sorry, Sharif, we'll get to you in a second, but wow, Amazon really extending out here. Hopefully, we can have something similar happen to us with our friend. This is another thing that Sharif always says with our friend right now. Hopefully, that can happen with our friend Google. We can get a nice little upside bump here as well. We'll take some 20s if we can get it, and then we'll throw over now and wonder why we're not long Amazon with Sharif.
Having a look here, Sean, to see why Amazon is moving. It looks like there's a bit of a bearish report coming from earlier. Probably disregard that given the recent price action. But let's have a look and see how the market is faring. DaVita and McKesson really bringing up healthcare and equipment services on the back of solid earnings for both those companies. Semiconductors really down today. Skyworks Solutions, the Apple supplier, down decidedly 6% on the back of bad earnings, and financial services really taking it on the chin with PayPal really pulling that group down 11%. We see some of the energy names over here like Devon, and some other names as oil is down 1.5%. So bit of a mixed board, some green, some red, but the outliers mostly red, guys.
Shoot,
yeah, we think Devon reported, right?
I think Devon reported.
There was Suncor, was there Fang? There's a couple other names.
I think Devon reported.
That reported there yesterday. We'll double check on that one. The Suncor,
Kevin
that
and
was the other
Suncor,
one.
that
So
was
Suncor did. Thank you, Sharif, for that one. And yes, sir, man, we're doing it again right now on this name. We don't have Amazon, but we got Google. Again, once the NASDAQ started to go, yes, sir, there's a 40 fill on that. So look, this is the point. We lose 10 cents, we make 30. So, that's how we're going to continue to trade. And it's a nice little upside move right there for that name. We did talk about Palantir briefly there. If it does break 25, we're gone. We waited for that. We got a good out there. Now let's see if Palantir can hold that level back in for us. And if it does, then that's fine. Palantir continues to work, but we are watching out for that view up. It's 10:42 already. Wowzers. All right, did you find yourself into AMD yet or what?
I am in it now. I'm going to start into this one on the last little breakout there. That was 95.5. I got a 96 break. We'll give it back into that half. And again, I was just speechless at the fact that it went like the calmest $3 move that you could ever imagine, because I don't think there's any way to say the stock goes down $2 at the open and then just sort of rips back up and takes out yesterday's high and does so in a very calm and orderly fashion. So that's AMD yesterday, that's AMD today. I'll look for a consolidation somewhere around 95.5. If we get it, I want to acknowledge a super chat from Lexi Luger, because we get a lot of people talking about Fubo, so we'll get it to you. Fubo, I know it has a $12 price target. We've seen it before. We know. Also a 97 squeeze score. So my question to you is, because quite frankly, I don't mind being ignorant about certain things. What exactly is that squeeze score? Like, obviously, I know it's probably going to talk about sort of options and short sell. Short seller level, like what is it, like 30, 40%, whatever it is on Fubo, and then maybe some options action is going to dictate some kind of a score for you, maybe where it is on moving averages. I have no idea how somebody compiles a 97 short sale score. However, let's get to the nitty gritty, because they still reported they have not really broken through that $2 level. So we were looking at this one yesterday for 175 area dip that never really came. It holds 175. Now it's trying to take out a double top after earnings. Forget about that score for a quick second and just look at the last couple of days, and now you might get a consolidation break of the high of the day. I'm for that. For it, buy it, I have no idea. I can't make that into a U somehow. But yeah, double top breakout, double top today, double top with yesterday's high. I think that's valid. A 190 break does look pretty solid here. Forget about that squeeze score, because quite frankly, I'm not going to pretend I even know what that is, that 97% squeeze score. I can infer what it might be, but I don't know exactly what.
I think it's exactly what you think it is. It's probably a combination of the short float, maybe potential news catalysts coming through with earnings, and it would make sense. So there's probably for sure there's websites out there that would tell you, what's most likely to squeeze.
Yeah, maybe.
That would make sense to me.
I'm sure there is.
What a
just, I don't know what
score
it is,
means. But yeah, that's good. We trying to get educated here.
It's trying to break. That's all I know.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so. Again, here goes Google. Like, let's just think that it's going to continue to work. I don't know if it's going to continue to work or not, but so far so good here on Google off that bottom. I'm going to hold now until the rest of the day, or until we break 109, 108, whatever that bottom wick is right there, 108.87. We're going to wait until that happens. And when that does happen, then we can get out of Google. But until then, let's see if it takes 110 again. This time, we'll have the futures with us, I'm hoping. So that should create a good opportunity right there. You mentioned PayPal and Square before. Let's just have, PYP. Hold on a second. I'm just going to click on it from my blotter there. It should load it up. Yeah,
okay. So Square's actually positive on the day. Correction.
Square's positive. Okay, yeah.
I said when PayPal was at the low, I assume Square is having a bad day. That was incorrect.
Fair assumption.
Square is bouncing off 58. Actually, bouncing off the lows and going green as we speak. So good day for Square. That's my bad.
Okay, no, that's fine. And I was just going to say, because PayPal, and the reason why I wanted to look at both of them was because PayPal was coming off of 67, and maybe there is no exhaustion candle down here on the 1 minute chart or the 5 minute, but that 67 based out a little bit there. It is hard to go long a name that's down 11% and such widely held and such negativity behind it, but that 67 could be something. I'll still wait for a 68 print or so on PayPal if it can get up to that. Google's taking 50 right now, so that's a good name. And then perfect bounce off the 50 period here for Palantir. That made a little bit of money for anybody that took that so far. But Palantir, again, a good name for me today, positive. We're not red on any name today. We're red on Amazon, 10 cents worth. So we are red right there, exactly 10 cents. We went short at 08, and we got we went, actually it's less than 10 cents. I was gonna say, because my net doesn't really reflect 10 cents. Oh, hold on a second here. Remember, there's fees. So I got out at 16 and short at 8. So 8 cents worth of a hit there on Amazon. Yeah, give and take fees. Paid fees both ways actually on that trade, because I wanted to short so bad that I punched it, and then it didn't work. So there goes Amazon, 8 cents worth of a hit on that. So we are red on Amazon. But that's a nice, so we talked about exhaustion candles. That right there, I'm going to put volume up on the 5 minutes as well, but that's a good little level, I would think, there on Amazon. So let's see what it does right now, but it is coming back in. That is 106.80 there for a big candle. What does it look like on the 1 minute? Yeah, with okay volume too. The best volumes that break that we were participating in, but that's a great candle. Does anybody have that short? Because if you do, man, that's a great job up there noticing it. And I think Neil and I do a good job
Another
of talking.
curl, by the way, the market's come back in.
Yeah, we talk about that, and let's look at the curl there for the market. So I think that's good too. Neil and I talk about this all the time. Unless you're really looking at very specific stocks, you're going to miss little plays like that on Amazon. So I wish I was still there, but yeah, the market is turning around as we got an out on Google up there in the 40s, which was pretty good. We actually got a 48 fill. Got a couple actually 40s, 2 back-to-back 40s right there as Google fading back in a little bit as well, as Neil mentioned.
Yeah, we got a lower high there in the futures on the NASDAQ. That's 13. So first it was 13.32. Now it's actually 13.3 on a dime that the market seems to want to reject. And if it cannot hold, if it actually ends up turning on a lower high, even like Meta here, it just reversed on me a little bit. I thought we were going to get back to the highs. We bounced off VWAP. I had already gotten the reload by the time that kind of turned in there, so it is what it is. I don't think I want to add any more above that VWAP. It does look like that turn could be in. And there's some names. Amazon is, everyone's sort of hollering about Amazon because this just happened in the stock.
Yeah.
So a bit of a strong move, but look at the wick up. Like that just screams at a high like that. If you get the wick up, you're looking for 106.6, 106.5, 106.6 short. Amazon's already come and gone through there. I know Tesla's already making some power moves. Alphabet as well, which was looking pretty strong. Well, sorry, not Alphabet. I meant AMD, which is looking pretty strong. You were talking Alphabet. I'm already out of that one. It's still in the channel, breaking yesterday's high. But again, like this is a top-end break. This is 95.5-ish, and then 96 just on the break. So I've got my long built in front here, but if you've just made the top, you're probably headed back into VWAP. So that's not a hold into VWAP situation for me. This is a long that I think if it gets going and the market takes out the high, AMD 100 makes sense. Quite frankly, I'd almost consider selling some of my personal account if it got back up to that 100 level, but we'll cross that bridge if and when it does get there. Right now, the market looks like it wants to come back in to set downside. I only got Lucid to the short. I wanted Intel. I'm just not sure Intel went far enough. I'm probably going to take it anyways, but I'm a little bit far away from that 3080 level. I can probably only give it to the pre-market high. I do want to fade this. I just feel I'm not getting a perfect price here on Intel. As we go to Sharif, already for Money Talks, it's 10:50.
Yes, sir.
Hi this morning, Neil. Just right before we get into currencies here, a little tidbit. S&P Global Market Intelligence cuts U.S. real GDP growth forecast for 2024 to 0.9%. That's down from 1.5, so keep an eye out on that. All right, let's see how the Dixie is faring today. It's up a bit over 1/4 percentage point, but the euro, the CAD, and the GBP all not doing well against the greenback today. The Japanese yen flat against the US dollar. The Australian dollar down about 0.44% against the USD. But look at this again, the Russian ruble. Multiple good days, even though it's only up 1/3 today against the US dollar. It's been multiple good days after that flat bottom that we made there during April. ETH and coin all green on the day, but barely. All right, guys, big earnings board today. We've got Oxy, Airbnb, we've got Rivian, a lot of big names here. Affirm, Upstart, Wynn, Toast, Twilio. Oh, baby.
So also, I mean, CRM's making some moves, man.
Yeah, CRM 52-week highs breaking through 200. They're not on that list,
They're
but
not on that
they're still to
list.
come, I believe. And there was activist involvement in CRM, and I'm sure as hell glad that I'm
That's
long
why.
that name, man. That's the name that I've had for a while, and it's been getting hit
It's been
to the
disappointing.
downside. So that's
I've been
been really
disappointed
shitty. Okay, I really like Airbnb. I'm not in that name yet. I'm going to look at it as we go out away from break, and I might buy some Airbnb ahead of that number.
Squeeze Central names. Like look at the things that have been getting pumped. Like so, a Crushed, Virgin Galactic, Affirm, Clover Health, Toast, Upstart. You got Roblox. Maybe not. Roblox doesn't really belong in that category. I don't think so. Li Auto, the way the EVs are going today, Li Auto could be in some trouble tomorrow. Chinese ADRs and EV names have been absolutely punked. I like Airbnb as a company. Let's see how they do.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for them out of that group because Rivian. I mean, it's going to be wild tomorrow. But you have a lot of names that have potential explosive downside.
I mean, that Nuvea is the one where Ryan Reynolds is now in, so we can check out that. Yeah.
Wendy's is going AI, by the way.
Wendy's?
Wendy's had a note about a cashier is what I'm thinking about. Yeah, so
they should. They all should.
Everyone's going to. McDonald's.
McDonald's has restaurants that don't even have people working in them besides for the food. So, yeah.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Like it or not, it's happening.
I mean, I just use it. I don't know the last time I did not use an app to order like from a Tim Hortons or so for a Starbucks or a Wendy's, for example, or when's the last time that honestly, I mean, there's gonna be people in the chat that say they do it all the time, but
I was in a Wendy's drive-thru and paid normally like a month and a half ago, I think. So I've done it.
We've all done it, but that's the point is that
been
it's few and far between
I didn't think about
on all of that. So yeah, I think AI is obviously here to stay, and I want to say thank you, Palantir, for the day that was. What a good one there. I'm still watching Google out of the corner of my eye, just hoping that something can happen.
So come to me for a quick second. Yeah, sure. I got to move over in 5 minutes. So I just want a quick update. I got my long into that breakout on AMD, but once it takes out that level, I'm out. You know, that's how I'm always going to do this. That's the stop in there. I don't want to carry it to VWAP. Even if it can bounce off VWAP, I'm not carrying it into VWAP. I'm trying to keep the losses always at a minimum. I'd rather take my paper cuts. It can still trend to the upside, but it's going to have to do so by bouncing off a different level than holding that breakout off of the top. So I'm now out of it. Meta's still holding up. That's okay. Carvana, just a quick update. That's coming back as well, so I want to make sure I mention this one. It's bounced off VWAP, so we've scalped it twice off this level. I had a bad stop. I got out. I got back in and paid 10 cents. It then held. It held that level where our stop is, and now we're looking to re-enter the trade. If it can hold VWAP here, this is what we're looking for, bounce off, and then reload here on Carvana at these levels. So I still have my stop underneath 1130. That kind of sets up for this 1150 bounce play. It did care what the market did after all in Carvana. And I am still offering in front of 13 just because you can't go short if you're still long, and I think 13 is a short on Carvana, so if it gets there, I do want to be out of the trade and looking for that reversal play. I paid for the locates, but they were dirt cheap.
All right, so as you know, due to my wife's love of Paul Rudd, I'm always throwing shade at him. But Neil, Paul Rudd, Fahad. Oh, what's up?
What
Paul Rudd or Ryan Reynolds? For anything, just generic. Who do you like better as an actor or anything?
I'm trying to come up with something that Paul Rudd's better than Ryan Reynolds at.
Perfect, good, agreed.
No, I'm sure I can come up with something.
Yeah, okay, that's good. But Ryan Reynolds is what you're thinking.
In every shape or form. Ryan Reynolds has this one movie called Foolproof before he was super famous.
What's it called?
Foolproof.
Okay.
It's a group of college kids that would. So essentially, they would try to do plans, or they would make up plans to rob banks. But it was like as a game.
Down with that plan.
So they'd make up a plan that was quote unquote foolproof for robbing like a bank or something. And then let's just say, long and short of it, they have to end up robbing a real bank.
And it doesn't work out well, probably.
Well, I don't want to spoil the movie. It's an older one. Like, he was pretty young when he did it. I think it's pretty good. I have no idea who the rest of the cast is because I think it was a bunch of nobodies. But that guy's just super talented, man. I have nothing against Paul Rudd. I think he's funny too. It's just Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, I only say that because that Nuvea there, and then apparently his soccer team also got
Senators too.
Yeah, moved up, not relegated. The other way around. Promoted is the word I'm looking for.
That's big.
So that's big as well. CRM, man, taking out some nice levels today.
And what did we say was
it's fallen back in there, but taking out that 200 is a brand new 52-week high there for CRM. So watch out for a pullback. You know, when you're taking out these levels and, it's a well-traded name, you're going to watch out for VWAP there. So watch out for 200 coming in. But look at the spread. I would, if this was me, even though it's a $200 name, I would trade this with like half the shares that I would trade like a Meta or something else that's a very similar price, or Tesla or something like that, just because of the spread, right? And like, look at that. So right now, if you want to get 100 shares of this, it's right now an 11-cent spread, let alone when it opens up. When you're going to look at a stock, I mean, I don't have to tell you all this. Everyone sits here and trades with us every day. You know, Tesla basically zero spread, if not 1 or 2 pennies when it opens up. But yeah, this name could get there, even 9 cents. And then you got to close the gap and you're wondering where your fills are. So I would just trade this with less shares, but still an aggressive name and a tech name that really, I mean, from the bottom here, monstrous. 130 up to 200. Great trade there. Oh, I wanted to look to see what time. It's 10:57, so we have a little bit of time here before we go over. Not much. I just want to see CRM. When are they report? Oops, CRMIF. CRM.
But what's the news here?
Right there. On Salesforce? No, I don't think there is any news.
Really?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's an AI name. People love CRM right now. HubSpot and a bunch of different names coming through with CRM-related products and stuff. So I think it's good. Yeah, way late, man. May 31st right now for CRM on their earnings report. But short float negative, earnings price to earnings ratio, not bad, just 940 for CRM. But that's always been the case for them.
Look how good this breakout looks on the daily, though.
I know.
This looks like gold.
I sold some
on
recently, I believe. I'm going to double check that afterwards.
Because so come to my chart. I move over in like a couple of minutes, so I got my stop on Meta. I probably reload it one time, but on the daily chart, this CRM. I mean, what else are you looking for if it holds 200 today? I mean, if earnings aren't until the end of the month, as Sean just pointed out there, so you have plenty of time for this to maybe run into those earnings, like 3 weeks or whatever that works out to. It's obviously 3 weeks, and there's nothing until you get to 210 and 220. Like, that's all kinds of runway. Oh, why are we not going for dip buy hunting on this? You mentioned the spread's kind of an issue, but then, okay, use less shares. I understand that you're not wrong. On a 200 long, you're not wrong till it's under 199 probably, or at least 199 quarter, so you're giving a little bit more room. And yeah, it's a great look on the daily chart. So I'll do some more work over there. I got 1 minute, so we'll probably get over there. I'll get over there in just a couple of seconds. It's been a fun one. Obviously, we'll be back a little bit later on in the day. I'll be continuing on with Sharif for an hour, and then Mad Max will go get him. And then, of course, Sean will be joining Sharif for that final hour. Then we're back at 2. Wild market, but if you're in the right stocks, overall, NASDAQ 13.3. I don't know what to say. It doesn't want that price, man. And we keep pointing it out because it matters in this market. When that gets to the top, try to look for fades and take some profit because you just seem to pull back every single time. The NASDAQ doesn't want that level.
Yeah, good call there. Watch out for that 13.3. That's the key level for me as well. The only position that we've had is a relatively new one since maybe I last saw everybody, which was 2 minutes ago. We are just into Google right now against that bottom. So it's back in. Sucks for sure. Wishing that Google hadn't pulled back off that 110. It's just that 110 break was so good until it wasn't. And that's a couple times now that we've broken above that 110 and really nothing's happened to the stock. So we're going to have to flip up our rhetoric once it gets to 110 and not think that really it's going to moon off of those levels. But hey, man, still has a good opportunity to get back to that 110 level, especially if the NASDAQ can hold this level 13. Well, whatever it is. I mean, it doesn't really matter the level. It's just, it's this 50 period. I guess it's 13,290. Specifically, if we're anywhere down here, I mean, if the NASDAQ doesn't hold any of these levels right now, then Google's definitely coming back in. So that's a level to look at. Our DraftKings is really doing nothing since we've had it. We did have one dip down. I'm sort of embarrassed that we don't have that view up. I thought I had a bid there, but that's my fault. That's basically a keystroke error. I'll put another bid at 25, see if we could take 9 cents. I'm already bidding there. I'm bidding 20s. Let's put something at 25 right now. Let's put something at 26 for that in case we do get a little bit of a dip down. We'll talk about that. I'm sure Sharif will be on that on the midday show as well, or maybe not, but DraftKings not moving too much, so maybe they won't be. The other name was in a little bit of concern right now. None of these are concerns, just these are my positions. Just want to give you my outs. Now VWAP has come up to 30, or sorry, the 50 period come up to 30. This is probably a good out because last time we held it. This time we're breaking it. So I'll still use where we were last time at 24 here because we have such a small piece left right now. Turn Neil's mic off, please, Fahad, if you can. Okay, and it's off now, but people saying there was a hot mic on him, so that's okay right there. But all right, all is well, man. It's 11:01. You don't want to see less of me and more of this guy, so let's throw it over to Sharif.
Yeah, right. Welcome to Midday Show, everybody. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. We have a bit of a sideways day on the markets, but we've got some specific movers, so let's get to them. In small cap world, we talked about that TCRX. That's dancing at around $5 at the moment. Let's look at the chart on that one real quick. Here it is. Yeah, this is only up 125% on the day. The reason I like this level, it's VWAP, it's $5. You know, we kind of dipped below, retraced, bought up, you know, probably stopped out a lot of people through that $5, maybe even that 4 3/4. And here we are dancing with 5, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Obviously looking, let's see here, daily levels on this guy. Okay, so we have not been at these levels for quite some time. The daily ain't going to cut it here. We got to go to the weekly on this bad boy. So the last time, all right, so we are going to encounter some resistance, it looks like, at 650. We danced there for a number of weeks in late 2021. So looking for that 650 resistance, possibly to $7 area. We're already finding a 6 top here at 591. So TCRX, an interesting one to keep my eye on. There are others. NVAX, yeah, not small capper, but you know, trading like one today. It's up 43%. Yeah, sure, it started out the day at 7.5, and now we were knocking on the door of 11.5. 1136 exactly is the high. But yeah, it's been buy the dip sort of opportunity on this one. You had VWAP dips plenty right after the bell. You got initial one here right at 9. If you were probably playing the whole dollar level, you may not have had success as much as maybe the VWAP dips. Again, here at 10, you get a bit of a 10-minute consolidation. This is the 5-minute chart on NVAX. If you're following along now, you're getting a bit of a top in a consolidation period. You get support at 10.5. That happens to be the $half level, obviously, and VWAP. 1043 is where my VWAP is on NVAX. So keeping my eye on that one. Strong name, definitely a strong name on the day. But the market is making a bit of a move, I want to say. I was going to look here at Meta, and I saw this huge wake-up candle on our friend Meta. What is all this about? I have to find out. Give me a sec. I'm going to look here. Google to dole out. No, this isn't it. Not that I can see, but I got to tell you, my news blotter. Say that again? They're going to expand ads on Reels, says Sean. You know that they have not been monetizing Reels. Yeah, they haven't even monetized your Reels, have they? Like, do you see ads when you go through Reels? I'm pretty sure that I still don't see ads. I may be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, on that. But yeah, interesting. We've been talking about that being a source of revenue. You got to assume at this point it's been an issue for so long with Meta, the monetization of Reels, that it's got to be baked in at this point. What, you know, may be a variable here is what the profit is, or what the expectations are by the street, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So we'll see what the numbers are, but this one is pumping, Sean, or sorry, Neil, at 234.85 high, and then, you know, you get the big boy move right back down into the core dollar, knocking on 235. But, you know, for all intents and purposes here, we're talking about a range that we've been in since earnings, and it pays to go to the hourly on this guy. And here's the reflection of that. You get that big move up, and now we're kind of dancing in at that range. We're holding 230. 230's been the dip buy level. It's been bought up on the 5th, again on the 8th yesterday, and then this morning even, there was a dip nearer, I want to say, into the 230 mid-range. That got bought up, so we're $4 above that. So 230, definitely the range here. With respect to the top, you know, looked like a former area of support after earnings was that 236 to 237.5 area. So maybe look for that as resistance. Possibly former area of support turning into resistance on Meta, but it's been nice. You know, you haven't given up the entire move. The gap hasn't been closed subsequent to earnings, so that's good. 230 level, predictable level, being respected. So we'll see. Keep an eye on this Meta trade and how the market responds to this news with respect to the monetization of Reels. So keep an eye on that. What else is moving? You know, Amazon has been strong. The guys were on that this morning. You're up, you know, I mean, it's up.
Sean was on it. I didn't actually trade.
Yeah, Neil. Okay, Neil didn't trade.
Slight correction.
Yeah,
no, it's just, you know, we're obviously both looking at big cap names out there, but I think it was Sean was on Amazon. I don't know if are you in Amazon right now?
No, I was short at 08, now at 16.
Okay, so yeah. Anyways, but that news on Meta, It just hit 235. I was very, very lucky to have just logged in at the exact right time because, quite frankly, I went over, I had a stop out in on the reload, but I didn't have any orders out, which is dumb. You should always have, excuse me.
Sorry, someone said they're using
you should always have orders out there, especially if you think there's a big level. And 235 is a big one. It's already back into support. So as we say that, I'm going to go for that. I was dip buying in this area anyway, so I'm going to look for that 233 for a reload. Maybe it just got a little bit slow to put that one back in there. But Meta went from red to green, back to red, and now it's just sort of going back into normal, which was long off this sort of 233 into 220, 232 half zone. Someone said in the chat about Boeing a little bit earlier, and it retracing all the time.
Yeah, it is.
We'll see what happens. But that stock, I didn't trade it today on Boeing, and I just want to go over it because it's like there's yet another retracement. It makes a high, puts in a lower high, and now it's hunting for the low of the day. I don't know what it is about this, but they've been selling good news on Boeing. And Max made this point. It's like it's every single time you come in on this stock and there's good news, it finds its way back to the bottom at some point.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
And they got an oligopoly. It's like they're not going anywhere.
And that's what I said to Brendo this morning. I'm like, there is no shortage in demand. People are spending more money on traveling. I mean, the fact of the matter is the experience, the travel industry is only growing. We know that, right?
Yes.
Therefore, you need more planes. Now, it's just they can't get out of their own way. They're a legacy play. They have all these embedded costs. And let's not get into their suppliers that never seem to be able to perform.
Well, that's another problem.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just about getting out of your own way.
But as you say that, when you have those types of inefficiencies, well, that's the reason why they talk about monopolies and oligopolies not being good for the markets, because then you're not incentivized to be efficient.
Very good point.
I remember reading that somewhere in economics textbook.
I love that.
No, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we'll see what happens with Boeing. It feels like that pattern recognition is what it's all about. So Meta here, that deep pullback, I think it's just sort of, maybe it's back to normal at this point, and we can just go back to sort of buying in this price area. If it gets back up near that, 233 half, I will rinse and repeat and try to get that out. I'm still in pretty much the exact same three positions we were in before. Guys, position board still showing myself and Sean. So you guys are all over that one. So let's see what happens if Meta can get back into the set upside. I'm still in Carvana as well. Let me load back up. Yeah, that never really filled me off of VWAP here, but another lower high. So what I'm going to do here is when I don't get the bounce off VWAP there and my support's down at 1135, well, I don't want to just sit on the bid out in front of it. I'll let it test back in, and if I'm going to buy it, I'll buy it on the way back up or a consolidation.
I agree with that 100%.
With names like this,
Especially with the lower high.
yeah, with a lower high and the way that it comes down oftentimes, like if it does a quad duke, you don't necessarily want to get filled on one of those because then you can get trapped a little bit. I see Nvidia's testing 85 there. Stonkonia. Yeah, I like that name. It'll play on some Outcast there. I think you're playing off Outcast. But 285, this has been trend downside. You never even got fills above VWAP. Yeah, Nvidia is just heading back in. You just want to note that the last couple of days you've seen support at 283. That's what I had written on my iPad for a support level. So 85 is more psychological. You still have room to the downside. This could be a nice little trend down. If the NASDAQ doesn't break the highs, I mean, you got to be looking for some trend shorts.
All right, I don't know how I missed this earlier. Didn't come to me, but JKS, Jinko Solar, come to the chart here. It's down 8%. It was down a lot more. This coming as reports are circulating that its facilities were raided by federal agents who were executing a search warrant at their plant in Jacksonville. It doesn't say anything about offices, it says plant. So Jinko Solar, big move down from 45 down into 41.50, but the market buying that up. Now it's retraced into VWAP, filling the gap a little bit halfway, you got to say. Maybe the gap would be below 44.25. That's kind of the breakdown point. You could use 45 even, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, let's see if we do encounter resistance here and print back low. If we do, that's a $2 move on a $40 name. That's money for me. So keeping an eye on that. Maybe trade this off the 5-minute chart. Let's see how the 5 minutes looking on this one. Maybe the first 5-minute candle to make a new low. In this case, it would be below here, 43 and a quarter, 43.15. Yeah, I'll keep my eye on this. I'm not exactly sure how to enter it. It's also very, I don't want to say very, but it's not very liquid. It's 1.66 million shares on the day. The 5-year average is 700,000, so it's already done twice the volume that it typically does, but that doesn't mean it is liquid. So what's the spread looking like over here? I'm seeing a 22 penny spread as I speak. So yeah, a couple of super chats to get to, Neil. Let's start with
quickly before the super chat.
Yep.
Just want to quick. You're going to see it on the position board that I'm not in meta. I took that first fill. We got it on the way back in, and then it just immediately takes it out. So they tick to the upside, and they completely reject it. When I say they, I mean like the market. Like there's no mysterious they. I guess it's a figure of speech. But it is breaking back into the downside. Going to have to wait for a consolidation. All the support that was there is now gone after that announcement, which is a bit weird. I think we got pretty fortunate. We happened to be in the long when the news hit, but support breaks. I'm just getting out. I'm always going to take that out if it presents itself. Don't want to hold past that stop, at least, not with this name, a pretty strong move in there. And I got out of that. It was a big reversal there on that candle on Meta. I want to make sure we got to that right away. I think there's some good shorts in this market. The NASDAQ is really starting to break down here. I missed Intel, by the way, but we'll look for a few others.
Couple of programming notes to note. We have to keep our eye out at around lunchtime, 12:05. FOMC member Williams starts speaking. Not sure if they're voting. I got 2 bulls of 3 here, Neil, and you know how important the bulls are. Inside joke, obviously. 1 o'clock, we get the 3-year note auction, so that is important as well. So keep an eye, 12:05 and 1 for possible market movements. All right, let's get to these super chats. Julie Argon, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Julie, for that. AQST 235, making medication through oral film like Listerine strip. Going to put an end to needles for a lot of people. Has big price targets of $15 plus. Let's have a look at our friend AQST. All right, well, what's the 1 minute showing? We're up 6% on the day. Cool, like that. That's a good start. Let's go to the 30. What are we looking at? Ooh, look at this uptrend that we have over here. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm doing this for effect. May 3rd, though, looks like we had a nice little catalyst and volume. Definitely, you guys can't see the volume because of the thing. Let me move it up so you can see the volume. Look at the dead volume over here between April, May 1st, May 2nd, and then it comes in May 3rd. And the volume starts increasing, and so does the price. Now we're looking at 241 high of day. It should be said, 240, a bit of a ceiling. Going back to May 5th seems to be where the sellers are overwhelming buyers at that level. Today we break through, though, make it up to 41. What's the daily look like on this before we even look at the news catalyst? Okay, so the daily is looking good. We have a bit of a bottom there. We're sub $1 stock most of March. We reclaim a buck. It looks like towards the end of March, early April. We're above the 200 EMA on the daily. And look at that. You get the golden cross. The 50 EMA crosses the 200 EMA, and that came when? May 9th, okay? At least it is on my chart. So good technical indicators. You're also taking out critical levels. Going back to August 2022, that $2 level was clearly a rejection level. You're taking that now, and you're holding it. So from a technical perspective, don't know anything about their medication play. I'll leave that for those interested to do their own homework. But from a technical level, it looks fantastic. I got to give you a thumbs up. I don't have a thumbs up, but I'm going to give you a thumbs up on that. Nary is one suggested that looks like this by the chat. So there you go, Nary. We have fun. All right.
I do feel like that, like Mary.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not said off. It's not said often.
No, it's no.
That's it's not hard or technical or anything like that. It's just funny. Let's one more super chat, Neil, before I send it back to you.
Go for it.
Jonathan Williams, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that, Jonathan. JPM Technical. My assumption is you want a technical point of view on our friend JP Morgan. And look, Alfred and I were speaking. We were speaking today, And, he was telling me about financials, and I told him exactly how I feel. I like financials if you're too big to fail. And I think those are the names. Let's call a spade. I'm a pragmatist, and those are the names that I'd want to get into. Now, JPM, from a daily perspective, despite all the volatility in the sector, it is within a certain range. Let's just be quite frank about it. We had a low in October, sure, and then we had it looks like it, really got off the schneid a lot earlier than the market. This one started recovering more like Meta, which is like mid-October, getting off that 100-ish area, whereas the market started making its move in early Jan. We saw that, the tech especially, started moving early January. This one really got going mid-October, so it had a bit of an earlier move. But since that time, you have to say that it's consolidated. And with 145 to 142.5 being a bit of a top there, and 125 to 122.5 being the low at times, the more often traded range, to be fair, is about 130 to about 140. So a bit of a $10 range, and that stems back to about November. So technical range, not great, but, and look how close the moving averages are together. There's no discernible pattern, except for the fact that the 50 isn't crossing below the 200, it's holding above it. But this is, a consolidation, and if you're looking for a breakout, you may have to wait. But look, from a long-term perspective, I'm just talking for myself, in my opinion, I like these bigger name banks, especially if you're looking for some financials exposure in your portfolio.
Well, when you're going long-term, you want some certainty. If you're going to hold something for 5 or 10 years, okay, well, are you afraid that JP Morgan's going to go under? I think we all know that at the end of the day, the government's going to make sure that doesn't happen for you. And that's not bad to have. We have that in Canada for literally all the banks. I mean, they're all, whether they're too big to fail or not, it's just there's a limited number of them. And quite frankly, I don't think any of them are likely to fail. That being said, I did want to come back over to, a couple of names are still on the move here. And I've seen a few talk about Apple. I haven't traded Apple today. Why is this? There we go. APL, I wasn't really clicked on it properly. So I haven't traded Apple yet, I want to say, and if you look at it, obviously a good trend on the daily. No one's here to question that on Apple. But the last couple of sessions, let me move that to the middle so you can see the title. But the last couple of sessions, 74 high, 70 just under, 74, 73.80, and then lower high in there, 73. It's doing this little stair step to the downside the last couple of days with a 172 flat bottom break. I don't like our market's chances if Apple doesn't hold 172. You've seen Tesla with a little bit of weakness today. For now, it is holding the line at 172. I know it's got these wicks on, but I don't know, nothing you can do about that. I try to clean them up, they usually come back. But yeah, if you break 172 on Apple, I think we could see some real downside. But the NASDAQ is making another charge at this, I shouldn't say charge, bounce at this 13.3. Now, every time it's gotten up here, it's been a look for the short situation. You're getting lower highs on the NASDAQ and testing the same bottom. So you're forming a bit of a wedge here. If it continues to hold beneath 13.3, that's where some of the shorts can come in. I'm only in Lucid to the sell side right now. Kim asked about Novavax. Did you trade Novavax today? Because I didn't
trade anything.
I'm out of Novavax, and it's starting to come back into this 10 level. And I just feel, okay, let's go back here. It's coming right back into 10. You're holding VWAP for now, so it's one of two things can happen. Either the 10 is really the entry, which I'm waiting for, or just hold out for VWAP, and you look for it to break the channel up at VWAP here and maybe get a late day breaker at like 1075 or something. I think both of those are pretty valid. I've been going with waiting for the 10 because I like the 970 on the higher time frame. So if I guess I can't really zoom it back on that one. Yeah, if I go to the daily chart, I look at previous resistance at that 970 area. I like it 10 to 970 in that little bit of a gap on the daily. So I tend to prefer that as a dip buy. But I guess you could consolidate off VWAP here over on Novavax and go for that long as well.
I'm going to give it a whirl. I'm giving it a whirl.
A whirl?
Okay. A whirl.
Okay, spin it around.
Yeah. I'm going to give this one the idea. This is to 10. So 10's the break. 50 pennies to make a penny. 50 pennies to make $1.50 with an 11.36 top. You have to assume we maybe retrace into 11.5. So we shall see. We shall see what this one brings. In here and looking for a balance, you got to say, if you're from a 5-minute perspective, I'm looking for a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. We haven't had one going back to about 1050, so it's been a while. That 5-minute candle will make a new high. That's going to have to come through a 70 break. So we're going to have to see an above 70 print. Ideally, you want to see above 80 because that's where a bit of a top has formed here on this consolidation area above VWAP. So that's the look. I'm giving it to 10. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Let's see what else is popping off here on these big tech names. Amazon is just not giving up, Neil. It's looking good. CRM is looking good too.
CRM is back almost at the high of the day now.
Okay.
What a beast. CRM it's beastie. It's beast
baby.
mode. It was breaking that 200 on the
What a
daily.
chart.
I moved over and was like, hey, the 200 long looks pretty good, but this was pretty much right after I made the switch. And I should have just put the order in there and just said, okay, I like the long in front of 200. I did not. I'm getting it in there now. If we bounce off VWAP another time and I don't take the long, I'm not going to be able to live with myself. Yeah, it's so super strong. And a firm going into earnings, that's another one. If you're looking for relative strength in the market, I was short this. We always talk about if you get an accidental position, just get out of it. I was in an accidental long. I got out for a 3-cent winner, and now it's like 50 cents higher. But I did not want to be in that long position. You can always wish that you held on to it, but if you break the rules and take the reward for it, that's just to be more reason why you'll break the rule the next time. So if you don't mean to be in a position, just get out, even if it ends up working. A firm pretty much at next resistance on the daily, but it's not that strong resistance. I think 14. I doubt it gets to 14 ahead of earnings, but stranger things have happened for that squeeze name, to be sure. I mean, I guess it could happen. Now that I say that, a firm's probably going to go like 10% or something ridiculous because I've said it's not going to happen. Lucid is still a good short. I'm just trying to find a place to get back into it. No reloads just yet, as my daily doesn't want to load. You're seeing it just consolidated VWAP. Well, I've already shorted it to VWAP. I like 725. I'm trying to hold to the low. If this is all we get, I might just have to roll into this and start taking some overfills, like some 10s, 12s, if it starts failing right above VWAP. But yeah, I'm just sitting in this one, maybe even all day, if it continues to hold that.
Amazon just continues to go curling. It's looking to test those 79 highs. And we're talking about a strong name here that's only up 3/4 of a point, but it's really against the trend, and that's what makes it unique. The NASDAQ's down 0.5 percentage point, and more range bound it could not be. Geez, look at this. The top of the ES, 41.42. The bottom, 41.31. That's an after the bell tick I'm talking about, not pre-market. Very, very range bound on the ES, very range bound on the NQ. So when you find relative strength, you hold on to it for dear life. And Amazon looking good at the moment now, up 0.8. Here comes the high of day, man. We're at 71 print, 79 print, the high of day. What's the book look like? I'm not really seeing any serious sizage here at any level. Maybe a little bit hanging out at the 80s, but I don't think that that's going to stand in the way, to be quite honest with you. I'm seeing a whole lot of orange. That usually means over the bid, and that's bullish. Here we go, baby. This one looking to reclaim that high of day, and then could we see 107? I mean, it's been good for this one on a daily time frame after the earnings I want to call debacle. Okay, we had that big spike, if you recall, up to 123, Neil, and then they got on the call.
Yeah, okay.
And then the call
I guess that's a debacle.
sent it to the tanker because it gave back everything it made in the aftermarket. It went back down into like sub 108, 107-ish on that day, and we're getting back, Neil, to that same level that we were at before it broke out.
Which is crazy. And the thing about it being, you call it debacle or not, I just find that for most people, you're probably, like when you see those aftermarket moves on earnings, for most people, it doesn't mean anything. Like you're not getting in or out of your long term on those types of moves. So and it's just like the more active traders. We always say be real careful trading around those earnings because you can see that. And you get trapped in that long and it just gets really nasty. So, be careful trading on those. For the most part, you really don't care too much about those aftermarket moves. How does it settle down the next couple of days? We care about. Carvana is trying again at this $12 level. So I didn't get the reload off VWAP, but we are still in the long. We're looking for it to break out here and maybe get that 13. I'm still on the offer. I want to be adding to this position. I did miss out my opportunity when it last dipped in there. That's going to be on me. Obviously, if we get VWAP again, we'll take it. But if it can start to hold above 12 even, there is a long above 12 that can set up. Like if you test above 12, kind of maybe get to that high 12.12 and then get a nice consolidation at that high between 12.2 and 12 even, then I can see a long up there. And EJ, yeah, we can take a look at NVAX on VWAP. I'll get to that in a quick second because I definitely like NVAX off a little VWAP there. But Boeing, EJ was just asking about Boeing for a short at 202.
I'm in the NVAX zone.
Oh, you're already in that one. But yeah, Boeing is just trend to the down at this point. I can see the short working into 200. It's just at 201, 200 even is too big of a level to then want like an 01 short, giving it to 02, because then you're 1-to-1. The risk to reward's kind of off there. Like if you want a 1-to-1 risk to reward, you got to be winning 90% of the time, and that's
hard to have. Most of the top guys are like 2/3 to 75%. Like those are the top, even lower. Okay.
A lot of positive trading strategies. You're right, like 55% of the time. Because if you're actually trading at 2.5, like 2-to-1, like that's my average out is getting out. I get some after it goes 1-to-1. I get some out at 2-to-1. Then your win rate needs to be at 50% or 55%.
Make money, yeah.
Like that's it. Like that's all it really needs to be. Like I like that kind of a trade. Like everyone's gonna have their different style. Don't get me wrong. There's strategies out there where you can win 90% of the time, and the risk reward is vastly different, right? Or you can win 30% of the time. Like if you're taking those small cap, YOLO, home run, breakout style trades, there's positive strategies which you can see work 25% of the time, but you're getting 5, 10x a lot of times when they work out for you, and that's what you're looking for. So you got to trade what works for you. For me, you see me, I like taking my paper cuts on it. Like I like to be, I'll be wrong like 3 times on a stock, and if it goes the 3rd time, great, but I'm taking my stop out each time, and that's how I like to work it. So, to each their own. Certainly, no, I'm not, so where are you? Daimel, I was not saying at 1-to-1, 50% rate is break even. I'm saying if you're better than 1-to-1. If you're doing better than 1-to-1. Like I don't like only 1-to-1 trades. I was just talking about that on Boeing. Like I don't like a 201 short trying to get $1 to give up $1. Like I'm saying I don't like that trade because I want better than 1-to-1 there. I start taking it out at 1-to-1. And if you start taking out at 1-to-1, then let's say it goes to like 200 here, you get some out in front of 200, some out in front of 99, some out in front of 98. Then really you're getting all out, let's just say, if that's the way it works out, you've got a 2-to-1 trade on, right? Because your average out's at 99. But if you take it all out at 200, then you are exactly 1-to-1. If that, you're worse than 1-to-1, because if it breaks 02s, you've got slippage as well. You could be out for a $1.20 loss, and if you're out in front of 200, you could be making a 90-cent win. And in that case, you do need to be better than 50%. So, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense there. But again, if scalping, there's position trading, there's all kinds of things that can work. But that Novavax,
holding for the moment, and Kevin asking me about it.
Working well nicely there.
Pardon me?
No, I was saying VWAP working nicely.
Yeah. Well, for the moment, I have a plan for this one. I have a dip trade set up for a break of the key level. I have an ultimate out. All that is planned, but I want to talk about Riot, guys. I talked about this when I was at the big desk. This one was the lone jewel in the crypto cabinet. Oh God, I'm losing words here. Neil, come on, help me out. No, but this one for real though. Printing high days, 1148. It's up 9 1/3%. Nothing really touching this one in the category. Mara is just up 2 2/3. You gotta assume it's in sympathy. Riot's only done, though, sub 10 million, and there's no headline coming in my blotter. Disclaimer, though, my blotter doesn't seem to be on point today. It didn't have the Boeing headline, and it's missed several others. So I may not be up to speed with the best news items on the day. For some odd reason, it's lagging.
Did you say there's another Boeing headline?
No. Initially, when the Boeing headline came in, I didn't even get it on my news blotter, and I saw it on our TV here. Yeah. So anyway, 1149, 1150, the high on Riot. Let's just go back to the chart here. Let's talk a little bit about the 15 on Riot. There we go. And a key level coming up. You got to assume you're going to find resistance, sadly, here at a lot of levels. 1165, 1170. That's the peak around over here. Then you go back to May 2nd and 3rd. You got peaks at 1191, 1195. And then even going back beyond that, you have peaks at a little bit above 12 there. So you're going to encounter resistance on this one. What's the, let's see what the hourly brings. All right, so yeah, more range, definitely. Going back to end of April, it looks like as that 12 top with, you guessed it, a bit of a 10 bottom. So a $2 range going back to April, let's go back to April 19th. Geez, yeah, it's been a minute. So yeah, going on the better part of 3 weeks here within that $2 range, but giving you good intraday movements. Look, these are big intraday swings that it's providing you. You just got to figure out which direction it's going on the day. But yeah, kind of mimicking crypto, which has been tied below that 30,000 for a bit right now.
Trending the wrong way, maybe.
Yeah, we had that initial surge because of the banking crisis and all the decentralized bulls got to pound the desk for a little bit.
And now it's sort of giving a little bit of that up. So I will acknowledge that Fubo is making a break of the high of the day.
Okay.
The volume on said break of the high of the day is like so this is it's not a lot of volume. It's lunchtime. It's not really anything exploding above here. So I just need to see it pick up. Maybe it needs to get to $2. I don't know. But for whatever reason, this has been going slowly to the upside, and I'm not seeing any signs of acceleration. So if you take a breakout at this time of day, or maybe it'll be a 2 o'clock thing or a 1 o'clock thing, I'm not saying it can't go. As a matter of fact, I like how strong it's been the last couple of days, and it's definitely squeezable. It's in the right zone. Just needs a little more volume behind it. I'd rather join a breakout that's ongoing than make it happen because it hit a level and no one's interested in it. And right now, there's not a heck of a lot of interest there. Sun, hands, Mrac. Palantir is going to break down. You know, I haven't traded Palantir today. I feel like, so here's the thing. Like, Sean trades Palantir successfully.
Yep.
Me, I find like I trade it, there's two situations where I trade. I trade on earnings.
Your daily's
usually
working, Neil.
So this is crazy.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
Today my daily chart's been working. It's actually been working fine. Now, thank you for jinxing that. It's the first day that I've come over here and my daily's okay.
I should have just cut my
But
mouth
I
shut.
usually trade Palantir on earnings, or when it's like a big size off a level, like randomly, sometimes in the afternoon. Those go pretty well.
Right.
But trading it off the open on earnings, usually, I don't really have any success with it. So if you're asking if it's going to break down today, I'm just, like, I can see where you might be getting at. But it's still bullish. It's easy to say it's not bullish because of where it came from in the aftermarket.
This is a continuation.
And this is the problem with looking at these moves in the aftermarket. If you take it away on that light volume aftermarket, like, what do you see? So now all of a sudden, like, your high yesterday, your real high. Can we go back to the 3 minute here? We'll go. Where's your high yesterday for real? $8. So you've got if this wasn't here, you'd have a gap up. You'd have a false break of the low, right? So trap shorts, so fail the high, trap shorts, thinking gap fill.
Yep.
Trap them down there, break out to the upside, break the top and hold the top.
And holding the former area of resistance.
Right.
Current area of support. I love that.
So like it might look bearish because you can see because you're like it's gapping down, not gapping up, but that's not what I see. I tend to throw those out. Sometimes they matter, but a lot of times look at the bigger picture. I put more credence into what it's doing since the open on much bigger volume than what it did aftermarket on light volume.
Exactly.
So that's the way I would look at it. I don't look, man. If it goes down from here, don't at me. I'm just saying. It looks bullish to me based on the false bottom and then holding the high.
Man, I don't know about this. I kind of like this one for a possible swing. Keep your eye on this one, guys. Monitor it.
Look at the daily.
Yeah. Monitor this one for the daily. We obviously have a top right there that you denoted. That what is that, Neil? The 20?
This is
10 and a half.
This is it's more like 10 and a quarter.
10 and a quarter. Okay.
That's what I wanted this thing through. But really, okay, there's your 50 and your 200 converging, and you're holding above it. I mean. Without earnings, once it gets above 9, that's pretty darn legit, as they say.
I'm keeping my eye on it. We were talking about that this morning. It's obviously got some potential. They used all the right keywords. They used the AI keyword, but they actually do have a system that allows you to use a large language model based on your own data to kind of make of it. I kind of said it this morning. This way, make of it what you will, but it's to kind of acclimate it to your business setup. Like, what do you need out of the AI? And that's kind of what it allows you to do. And then they're going to be able to kind of leverage that with different commercial clients. And their commercial base is growing, so they're not just dependent on these government agencies anymore. The commercial application, coming in. And they're expanding the commercial. I believe it was over 50% year over year. And in terms of the amount of commercial clients, but revenue year over year from commercial was like 25% or something in that range. So just want to make that clarification. But it's good play. Look
Here's
into
what
it.
we'll say for it.
Do your own research. Yeah,
I mean,
do
look,
your own research.
Well, obviously do your own research,
Yes.
but I mean, like everything about it looks bullish, right?
Yeah.
So let's just, let's get that one out of the way. It doesn't mean it doesn't have, it goes up from here, but it's hard to like what you see like the short. Banzea, do I trade run? I have not traded I haven't traded run in a long time. I can't remember the last time I did. But if we're talking about, and not Palantir, PayPal was a flat bottom break today. We talked about 80 level on BABA, which ended up being a bounce level instead of a breakdown. But that's the thing, like if it holds a flat bottom, then you get a support. It's a support level. That's what a flat bottom is.
Yep.
Sunrun to 16 is a flat bottom break too.
Sunrun.
And we could see it today. We might see that one today. So I have not traded it. Anytime you have like a big move, like gap down or flush type day, you look for it to finally hold support. It held that 16 support. That was a good long for literally that day. And the second day, it's kind of pulled back. So if you get a 16 break, I'd watch out below for that bad boy. It does look like it's pretty decently weak. You're already in NVAX. I see a question from Michael about that. Thoughts on NVAX? I know how you feel about it. You got yourself the long. I'm just going back. I want to get back over to something like Amazon. And we'll go about Tesla and NVIDIA in a second. But and AMD, that's the other one. That's the one I haven't talked about yet. Because AMD, I took my hit on it looking for that breakout trade. It's now trying to hold the higher low. But look at the size of the move on it. Like right now, all I'm seeing is resistance on the futures, wick out top there. If it puts in a lower high, suddenly maybe this is just a trend short. However, okay, well, which one would you rather short? AMD or NVIDIA? It's not a trick question. It's like one of them is 2% to the downside. Maybe it's a wick top on AMD, maybe. But if the market tests the high, NVIDIA is a trend down already.
Yeah.
So like that's just, to me, this is the one I would go for there. So I'd much rather think about NVIDIA short. And yes, hamster, I am still looking at that Coinbase. Quite frankly, the one day that I'm not trying to short coin is probably the day that it's the best at that level. It's just not there yet, right? So it gets above, I like that over-under. It's above 58, I'm shorting it into that high. I don't want to short it here. I want to short it in here when it gets above that 58 level. So I'm just being patient. It's pretty close. I think if it gets there, we're definitely good. And Or Alpha, yeah, you told me. A lot of people told me, man. You said it on NVIDIA. And sometimes you have to look for your own plays. We love the community for like pointing out, maybe you're not watching this stock, you're watching something else. I love to see it. And ultimately, that's what everyone's here for. Everyone's here to sort of help each other grow. We're always looking for new trades and new ideas. I'm late to the party acknowledging that NVIDIA is short. And if we get a chance at it, we'll go for it. I still like that Coinbase as well. I just need to pop above 58 before I get in.
Yeah, I didn't have enough room on my charts on the side for both microchip names, so I selected AMD, and it's done nothing. It's right at yesterday's close, so that's not what you're looking for. We're looking for volatility, and NVIDIA definitely had that. It's down more. What was it, 2%, 2.5%?
Yes, I love the fact it's like, okay, the camera goes over to you, and you're talking a bit. I'm like, okay, this is my chance to grab it.
And then you get shafted for that.
And then Mahan over there is like, let's find a way to get Neil on camera eating something.
Yeah.
Because that's what
he's dug me dirty a couple of times, though. Shout out to Mahad.
Nobody wants to see me eat. That's the thing. Like, you guys don't want to see me eat. You really don't.
All right, guys, we're holding that 1050 level on NVAX. I mean, I'm not celebrating anything. In fact, I'm quite annoyed. Here's why. That dip trade that I was all happy about. Look at this. I mean, how annoying is this to get missed by a penny? And this doesn't happen once, twice. It happens a lot. And I don't usually get my dip trades when they're in and around there. And my dip trade didn't come out of nowhere. It's coming off previous levels. This is the consolidation top that we made between, right after the bell, 940 to about 955 or so. Bit of a top there. Hence, I was looking for it as an area of support to get a bit of a piece should it make its way down there. And I was not rewarded as a result of my frugality because, I was trying to get that, that best price rather than maybe sitting at 35 or 34 or anything in and around there. So We're holding. It's not the best and most interesting trade, but it's one that I'm in, so I'm nursing it. Let's see what else is going on. PLTR holding that 930 level. I like this trade. This is interesting here. It's holding this area. This is PayPal. Let's get off PayPal. PLTR, which is on New York. This I'm looking at this 930, and it's looking good on the 5-minute chart. It looks equally as good here on the 1 minute, and you have that initial area of resistance at 930, and then it holds up every time. Initially, you could have thought maybe it was a 50-period dip, but no. Later on, I feel that it is better, that 930 level. Definitely a consolidation area. Curling, though, at the moment, the top break here, the initial top break, you're looking for a 45 break. That's this peak here, and then ultimately, you want that 55 sustained. Sorry, that 50 sustained through 52. So we'll see. I mean, this one, you could get volume coming back into it. Volume slowing down, no question about that. I'm looking at my side chart on the 5-minute. It's down into the right in terms of volume. So we shall see. We're going to need some volumeage to come in for this bad boy. Let's check quickly here.
You say volumeage?
Yeah, I know. I'm making up stuff. But yeah, we're curling here on NVAX for the moment. Neil, I think we got up. Is that a real wick? The 63? I don't think that's a real wick. No, I'm not seeing it on my other chart. But we're curling. We're holding VWAP for the moment. Now, the plan, take a bit out at 11, but I'm definitely looking for that high of day test. Whether or not that comes in anytime soon or midday, or sorry, late day, excuse me. Your guess as good as mine. We'll see. $10 though, the ultimate out on NVAX.
You got to have it. So NVAX, that's one squeeze play. The other squeeze play that's kind of going arrows up right now. We're at that top on CVNA, Carvana. And this is where I want to see that consolidation. Like if it consolidates up here at that high, I think you make it run the top. That 13 that I like, that comes into play here. I'm definitely all over this one. We'll see if it can go. I know we haven't talked a lot about Amazon there, and there's a couple of other names out there. Shop, Affirm I know is super strong. Just looking at the squeezable names. So I'll start with Affirm first. I was short it. It was good early, and then it just turned into a long. That was the second it took out that 1210, yesterday's high. You know, often than not, like if I usually don't reverse on an obvious reverse, it has to do with my own inherent personal bias. So that's 100% the reason. Like I'm not even here to tell you there's another reason for me not reversing this legitimately on a firm outside of just the personal bias on it for the last little bit. That is all world. Make sure you go into the long on an obvious break. It's a double top on both time frames. So instead of just exiting, I could be long. It is trend up. So I think this is in the category with CVNA right now where you have a nice little strong trend to the upside. That being said, you know, it doesn't have to go up forever, but you don't want to fight those too far, especially when they break those key levels. Amazon here is a nice little consolidation at the high as well. So you see it every time it gets above like 106.60, it's like wick tops. You're getting a nice little I don't know, what do you call this, like a converging wedge? What's the name for this?
Oh, look, the compression patterns.
Yeah, compression pattern. There's a lot, I'm sure there's probably a few other names you can call it.
Oh, there's so many.
You guys know what's up, right? Yeah. So it's, you know, higher lows, you're at the top here, you're making a nice little consolidation offset top.
Oh, you're talking about ascending wedge.
Ascending wedge,
there
yeah,
it is.
there you go. But the other important thing is, I zoomed way too far there. This is in the midst of it's a 106 breakout, so you have a nice little static flat top break, and now you're wedging above it. So that's, last I checked, should be bullish.
Yeah.
So longs either inside the range or breaking out of it. Amazon's setting up for a top break for me.
I like
especially if the market goes green or goes up today. Amazon's already sort of leading the way.
Oh, yeah.
Down 0.5 in the NASDAQ, up 0.6 in Amazon. So yada, 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 that looks pretty bullish to me. CVNA, forget about a consolidation. I guess it just wants a breakout. You could call it a bull flag too. We'll get all the names out there because, quite frankly, it's not about it's not necessarily about the name of the pattern.
Yeah.
It's more about what does it mean and why is it strong.
It.
Just recognize that it's something strong. Like it's giving you strong price action.
Yes.
There you go. That's the best way to say it. So I don't want to chase this too far on Carvana, but I do want to try to get in maybe above 12. I'm anticipating a bit of a dip because every time it's broken, it's made a nice little dip opportunity. This break here gave you a dip consolidation. This break here gave you a deep consolidation. Now it's taking out the highs again. I'm expecting a dip back into 1190 area.
All right, still nursing this NVAX trade. It looks like we're topping out 59s and 60s for the moment. You wonder if this is going to be a continued bounce or a rejection off the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. We're well off the 50 period on the 5 minute, should be noted. So we'll see what we get around here, but it's not bouncing up with any, you know,
authority?
Yeah, authority, vigor, whatever word you want to throw in there. It's just, it's not, I'm not pleased with it at the moment. Maybe that'll change.
But it's not really doing anything that you don't like.
You just get a feel for these things sometimes, don't you?
Yeah,
well, at least you try to tell yourself that you do. Maybe it's confirmation bias, right? Like
confirmation bias is a problem.
Yes, always.
Confirmation bias is a huge problem. Like you just, I mean, I can tell you right now that a firm, like everything about that said a reverse to the long, but I was just talking myself into shorts. Okay. I might have even, I'm pretty sure at some point yesterday, I might have said that a firm was a strong stock in the midst of a breakout. Right. I'm pretty sure I did. And then still proceeded to short it off the high. Anyway. Yeah. So you look for things that you want, and like, and when it starts working, I'm like, oh yeah, baby, this is an all-day short. Like I probably was telling myself that, but it is what it is. I'm about to sneeze here. But as I'm about to sneeze,
preemptive, bless you.
Thank you very much.
Lexi Luger, Fubo breaking long-term downtrend, squeeze time. Thank you, Lexi, for the $1.99 super chat. Let's have a look at our friend right over here. Okay, FUBO, they take
volume.
You know what? They don't have as good a service, too, by the way, on DAZN. DAZN has a little function where it shows you where the goals and the major incidents are in the game, so you can go right to those without having to muggle around the different time slots and see where the ticker changes on the goals.
I love DAZN, so I use them.
Yeah, I like that about DAZN. Fubo, it wouldn't really be hard to add that. Can you please add that? Please and thank you. Okay.
Can I say something about DAZN that I shouldn't say?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
But I love saying these things, so I know I probably shouldn't, but like, well, they're not listening.
Okay.
I always get it during football season because I watch like football, like NFL.
Yes.
And then I get rid of it, and then football season comes back, right?
Exactly.
So they keep sending me the notice. It's like, you know, if you want to continue on your account, please update your payment, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I'm not ready yet.
But this has now been like, how long has the NFL season been done?
Wow.
They're still sending them to me, and I can still watch stuff on there. I was watching the NFL, but they haven't cut my service.
Really?
So I've been basically, I don't know, like it's foolish they would do this. But
that's a glitch.
Because a lot of people use it for like they like this one sport, they go on.
Likewise, that's what I do.
And what I find, to me, there should be a way they should be leveraging that. Like they should just be like, okay, well,
parcelize it. You mean?
Yeah, like, parcelize it a little bit there because I'm not usually using it for 80% of what's on there. Like 90% of what I watch is going to be the NFL on this.
The way they get me, and they didn't get me this year, but the way they usually get me, they keep me all year because I got Champions League. And you can only get Champions League through that, and then I get it for NFL. But this year, I'm like, nah, I'm not even following Champions League. I don't know. I'm not feeling it this year. But, yeah, big game today, Champions League. Real Madrid, Man City, big boy game. I hope Man City exhausts themselves and they can't play in the Prem, and they lose, and Everton wipes the floor with them coming up. We'll talk a little bit about that during the slower time period.
Liverpool. Excuse me.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, I can't hate on Liverpool. You know that. I got a most solid jersey. And they're shoring up the defense. Look, you have like 3 or 4 now 1-0 victories. Okay. Well, it's not great offensively, but you're getting, the defense.
By the way, Fubo breakout, even on low volume, it's still continuing to go. I'll give this a little bit more respect. I'll probably try to get involved in this somewhere between like 90 and $2. I wanted volume to come in. It hasn't come in there yet, but I'll give it some respect. It is trying to go. And I still like that Lucid short, by the way. I didn't get filled, but it is looking pretty valid here. I said if it got above VWAP, I'd try to take some overfills. It started to pull back already. I might just add right here because I have not been able to. And it's SSR. So I actually just put a midpoint order, so I'm offering like 8.5 here, and I need an uptick to get the fill. But I'm just going to try and get inside of this range on Lucid to try and get a reload for myself. I just reloaded on CVNA, so that long, while good, I anticipated, okay, so 12 with the break at the high of the day. Let's go for like a consolidation play here. I probably want to give around this 1190 area to see how it responds to it. I just think there's upside at 13. On the daily, there's all kinds of room to the upside on the daily. But first things first, if you got that 13 level that stands out, and then 15, that's a short. If I see that number and I'm still long, I'm getting out. I don't care what happens. I want to be covering it. I want to be thinking about a reversal plan. Doesn't mean it's going to go there, but that's just going to be my plan of action. I have the same thing on PayPal. I'll do the same thing with CVNA. Have my target and then go for that. Market is breaking back into the downside. That's why I want to grab some Lucid. We're pulling back, man. This market doesn't want it today.
All right, so we didn't give the analysis on Fubo, but here it is. Let's go to the daily. Right away, you can see that we reclaimed the 50 just now in the last couple of days, but look what's happened the last few times around where we reclaimed the 50. They've been bamboozlements. Needless to say, they've sold off after that, making newer lows in the process. So what I would wait for in terms of anything, swing trade related, I'm not talking about intraday, is for a new high. Right? You haven't reclaimed the 200. We haven't been above the 200 since November 2021, last time. So a reclaim of the 200 to me would be bullish, even on this crazy event over here where you had a big intraday range. Even in this, like this 250 area held, and then you had a big move up August 2022. I'm not even sure what that was about. Maybe they acquired some new rights here or something like that. That's after Prim. I don't know what this was about. Anyway, you get a V-shaped retracement, Christmas tree reshaped retracement right back down, and you make your newer low subsequent to that. So what I'm looking for, make a newer high, prove to me that you can, have a sustained uptrend. To me, a newer high hangs out at above 3.25. Above 3.25, that's a newer high. It also happens to coincide, at least for the moment, where the 200 EMA is on the daily. So that's what I'm looking for. If you're interested in some sort of swing possibility. Now, obviously, you could swing it with the hopes that it'll get to 200, but, it hasn't. So wait for a confirmation. That's how I'd see it. Now, with respect to intraday trading, let's get to it, baby. Yesterday, we make a bit of a high, about 165. That was on good volume after the open. That's almost today's low. We get to that at around 9:30. We get to about 168, so a couple of pennies above yesterday's high, and it's been newer highs, and you got to go back a ways to see where we're gonna have resistance. Where is the daily on this bad boy? Okay, so clearly a nice area of resistance coming up at that $2, $2.10 area. That was this trough over here. We got to the low of 2. That was support, breaks down. So you got to assume that that's going to be an area of resistance. If we break above it, you're looking at that 250, that consolidation top, and then again, you're looking at 320. That's where that's the new high I was talking about for the swing. So hope that helps on Fubo. And keeping my eye on that. Now back to NVAX. Geez, talk about doing nothing. The good news is we're not making newer lows, but the Huadun could come in. And just as I spoke.
As the market comes in.
Yeah, this is not as much market related. You have to assume a little bit.
It shouldn't.
Earnings, it's secular.
You feel it shouldn't.
Yeah, well, we're not getting any movement here, Neil. We're consolidating at the 50 on the 1 minute, not breaking much above it. You got to say 60 is that level, even though we broke it over here, we quickly retraced. I want a sustained move above 60, and then maybe we'll feel a little bit better about the position.
Apple's trying to take out the bottom. So 172 was the low yesterday. Ish. It was 172 and change. 172 is the low pretty much exactly here today. So if that gets taken out, I think the market's heading back down. And Amazon just gave it up as well. It hasn't given up support in general, but the top end of the support and that 106 breakout area is starting to give it up. So that nice little wedge it was forming, there was no breakout of the top to take. So obviously I'm not going to be long Amazon if it doesn't break out to the top. As it comes back in, can it hold VWAP is the question. I just added to my Lucid short, but there's a thing called SFWL. Well, okay, it's actually called Shangfeng Development Limited.
Yeah, we talked about that one.
I know you mentioned it. It opened back up after an up halt. It had multiple down halts and then bounced, because sometimes these do, and it's now back at that $10 level. So, can it make a second breakout? I don't know. I think the consolidation's usually your safer play in here, like something like this, where it puts in a lower high and then you can have a 750 long into 670. These are the only spots. If it halts a bunch of times down, you actually see it stay open, make a higher low, and then you just try to be long somewhere in here with a stop out at the bottom. Outside of that, I don't know how else you trade it. quite frankly. So good luck to everybody out there trading Shang Fang Development Limited, and congratulations if you're in a long and that's in the money. Hopefully you're not long at the top. I think that can always be dangerous. The long I have is CVNA. It's back up toward that high. We got the consolidation. If it breaks the top, I do want to cover some on a breakout. So I'm going to get out in front of 1250. And if it breaks a top break, I want that liquidity, because if it gets to 13, we're definitely taking another leg out there on the 13. So CVNA, these don't care what the overall market is doing, and the overall market is dumpage right now. Is Apple through that 172? I'm going to say, yeah, now Apple's through that 172. I didn't have a stop there. Ha, ha, ha. I just talked about it and then didn't put a stop. I'll see if I can get some on the way back in there. That's what happens when you get a little bit distracted or hangry. I was just talking about that 172, and I'm like, yeah, flat bottom breakout. Breakdown, sorry, and then I don't have it. But I'll see if I can get some on the way back in.
All right, I'm keeping my eye on our friend Amazon here, Neil, because it's retracing back in as a result of the market, as you mentioned, but we're coming to key levels. First and foremost, we're right at VWAP. VWAP and that 106 level happen to be one in the same for the moment, but there is another level on which I have my eye, which is yesterday's close, 105.84. That's the level I'm looking at here. You got to say it's probably a bit of a buy zone because those levels are kind of close together, 16 pennies apart. There we go. We get that move down through VWAP and 106 on Amazon, looking to test the lower end of the 90s. I'm debating on whether or not to get in on this position. I feel like it's like catching a falling knife, as you say often, in the face of a market push down like this, especially with the NQ. Now, when I'm trading these big cappers, I tend to associate them more with the NQ, and with the NQ, I'm seeing newer lows. Here's what I'm talking about.
It's not bullish.
No, here's what it is. Look at it. Low over here at 4 a.m., and then a newer low at 6:30, and then a newer low. That's 7:30 because this is Central Time. And then a newer low here at 9:15, and then another newer low, where you're not getting those newer lows on our friend on the ES. In fact, you're seeing higher highs since about higher lows, excuse me, since about 9 a.m. or so. So the NQ looking not good, but
Quadunkish?
yeah, but the fact of the matter is Amazon has been strong, and there you go, getting bought up now above 106. Let's see if we get a newer high here. Tough trades. Wow, this is a tough market to trade, man. Yeah, it's just flat out. That's what it is. Very range bound, and you got to be a good range trader unless you can really hone down these ones that are breaking out. Okay, quickly. Rich Free, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. What's the worst mistake you two made as a trader? Where do I get started?
There's no, so this is super easy for me because I've had like bad trades before, and I've told a story one time about like I had a FOMO situation where like there was like a gimmicky sort of trade at the close, and it was like the biggest one I'd ever seen, and so when that was like an A++, and then the second time something like that, which was like a B-, I went all in anyways and got burned. But that's not the one I want to get at. I was once having like my best morning ever, trading like leverage buyouts or something like that. And then what I ended up doing that day was I fell into that trap of risking more because I was up and ignoring the whole time of the day thing. So just be like, I was like, bang, bang, I'm just making. And then all of a sudden like 10:30 hits when usually things are going to slow down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm leveraging up because I'm having my best morning of the quarter. And then I proceeded to LFT the entire thing. Like the market doesn't give a darn what you are up.
No.
It's literally irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like that you trade what is in front of you. So that's an easy mistake to make, that because I'm risking more because I happen to be up on the day. Well, no, like the trade's the trade. The opportunity is the opportunity. Always make decisions for the right reasons, right? Yeah. Because the risk to reward, the entry point, the exit, all of those things will matter. The potential move that's there in the stock, the time of day, those are the factors that you want to work with.
I couldn't agree more.
I'll tell you, like, I was on cloud effing 9 that morning, and that's part of it. Because you just get that level of confidence. Like I was on fire on that one stock. And
I agree.
Something changed. I got burned. I did manage to, I stopped myself out without letting the system shut me down. That's the only thing I did right. Because if I let the system shut me down, I lose 3 times as much because there wasn't a lot of liquidity.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Max here, but the last thing I did get into Apple there, I got 90. Yeah, you can guys see that. I got 91 short on the way back in, so I've got that short in Apple off that 92 break. Obviously, it would be nicer if I had it But yeah, that's.
I'll tell you quickly about my issue. And I'm only 3 years deep here. You're much more experienced, and therefore you have a bigger pool from which to select. Mine has been the C word, conviction. Initially, because of the lack of screen time, you're told this is supposed to work. But for me, I'm just speaking for myself, nobody else experienced. I knew what was supposed to happen, but I didn't have the conviction in it because I didn't see it for myself over and over and over again. And so with the more screen time, that's been changing, but that has been my main weakness, even in the sim.
So here's the thing about that, but because remember your meta swing, right? So that's something you've been doing. Obviously, you've been doing swing trading longer. Correct, right?
Yes.
So that's the thing. Like you got the conviction in that because you hold that right to the top all the way through. But that's what it's all about. Leverage on things that you have done well on. That's another traders that started and have sort of like have success, they graduate. One of their biggest downfalls is like put risk toward things that aren't actually working, and you leverage up and scale up things that don't. So there's nothing. I think that's not a bad problem. I really don't, because that's something that can come with experience. I'm going to let Max get to it here. Thank you guys so much. I thank you, Nick, for the super chat in there. Moving stops decimated his account. That's another one that can be a problem. Don't just, if you got to stop, you had a reason for wanting to get out there.
Yes,
just get out, because it's like ignoring it and then keeping on fighting the stock. It usually ends up being bad for you there. So I'm going to get us, speaking of, I'm just make sure my orders are out there before I log out. And I'll be back at 2. We're going to let Mad Max get at it.
Yes, Max is here. He's ready to get plugged in. So let's give Neil an opportunity to get off here, while I'll show you this trade on NVAX that is developing. Oh, baby, we're holding VWAP at the moment. Max is laughing at me because I'm getting excited over 16 pennies. That's why. We're in all seriousness here, we're holding VWAP. I'm looking for an 11 test. I'm going to complain, such is my nature. This dip trade that I had hanging out at 31s and then we got down to 32s, I'm not going to be able to sleep at night as a result, because this would have definitely changed the shape of this trade, man. I would have had a way better adjusted cost basis. But I should count my blessings rather than complain, I guess one wise individual would probably tell me. And the fact of the matter is, we're hanging out above the 50. We've made our newer high. Could we go here and start testing that whole dollar? That's what I'll be keeping my eye on. With respect to market, confluence, this one I feel is a bit more secular. It's an earnings play. It's a good guidance play. And it may be independent of the market moves, but we'll see. I'll keep my eye to see how it's moving with the market. I don't really see any confluence here between them. The VWAP hold was the idea here. I'll reiterate my strategy on this. It was a VWAP entry, and then there was a dip trade set up in the 30s. The dip trade was not random. It was the top end of a previous consolidation range. So former area of resistance, should be area of support. Got down to it, didn't get the fill, and that's why it was there. The $10, that's the ultimate out. So it's a risk of 50 pennies on this bad boy to make a buck. So that's the idea, keeping my eye on this one. And I forgot to mention, I took a little piece here at 66s. So that was a small piece just for fun. Octavius, $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much for that, Octavius. Thanks, Neil, Sean. FSWL alert gave me money. FSWL, here it is. What's that? FSWL? FSWL. What is this? I think you mean SFWL. Yes. SFWL. I think you may have typed that in wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. What are the odds? This one was a small cap gapper du jour up to 12.45, almost got to that 12.5. Multiple halter. We'll talk to Max about that in a second and get his thoughts about the small cap gapper du jour. So I cleaned it up a little bit on set.
You did.
Multiple halts to the downside. Now 2 Max.
Yeah, I did not trade that one, I can tell you that. But I was looking potentially for that 11 break after the most recent halt. Clearly did not get there, and absolutely fading. But I mean, until it breaks that like 675 price, I feel like this one is still potentially good to go. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't trade any of the small caps really today. What did I get up to? Let me just take a look.
What was the day like?
Terrible morning for me. Could not get anything going, and then when I did, it was like just kept adding higher to things. Carvana, I just kept adding higher, 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 and then losing on every trade by small amounts, and then getting angry, and you know how it is. But yeah, now breaking high of day for Carvana. I wanted to be long if it was above $11, and then I didn't take the 11 back through. I ended up taking the 12 break. Yeah, let's take a look here. A little bit of pain going on this one today. Where is it here? Yeah, so I had it long off the open. This looked pretty money, like this was going to just explode off that yesterday's level of 1120. Didn't happen. Stop out, get back in, stop out again, and then I didn't take this back through 11, which this was the trade of the day for sure. Basically doesn't look back, gets to that 12.15 or whatever it was, and now we're at high of day. The squeeze may just be on Carvana. I'll be looking at, what was the level from the last time? I think it was 1450. If I can zoom out.
On Vana?
Yeah, I think 1450 was the level last time it squeezed, and then it opened at like $20 or something. Yeah, let's see. 1435-ish, and then it kind of squeezed in the after hours, open at $20. So if we get up above 14 today, that could be something on Carvana. Definitely on watch. Palantir also I traded today. Yeah. Didn't do a good job on this one. I don't know. I was just looking for
the red to green,
and I had the come on, load. I had it in here at these. Where is this? At these 80s, and it was reserving 81, and I was like, damn, this is gonna break. I'm gonna lose like 20 cents. Not willing to do that, and it didn't. And yeah, not able to capture this big move. Tried again a couple times here, but that didn't work out either. And looks like we're going up to 950. So if we take 950 again and start to hold 950, I'd be anticipating a move up to $10, and I'll be trying to get long around that 950 on a pullback. Or if we get down into like 920, 915, this VWAP kind of area, I'll be looking at Palantir for a long. Not looking to short this one today unless we get to $10.
Bit range bound, though. It's become the last little while. You want to say maybe since around 10, that 930 to like 945-ish, 940-ish on Palantir. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I'll bring that in right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a look, guys. This is what I'm talking about right here. 930-ish to the bottom side, and then yeah, you get that break through 950, and then a quick retracement right back down. But yeah, it's like accumulating. You want to say there's a bit of an accumulation. Like, look, I think the trade is solid if you're getting in the lower end of the range in the 930, accumulating for that possible high day break rather than taking the breakout and risking the Huadunk. So accumulation play, that's how I do this, and you're not coming at a random level right there, 930. This is a clear area of resistance going into the pre-market and even early on the day. You reject off that level right at the open, you do a red to green move. So I like this, possibly accumulate your position at 930. The out, that's the tricky part. Now, where do we get our out if we're wrong at 930? You could give it to VWAP, you could give 15 pennies, right? If you're accumulating at 930, VWAP's at 915, it moves up a couple of ticks, 917-ish. That's how I play this. I mean, otherwise you're going to have to give it to the whole dollar level. No discernible bottom here. Maybe you could say one at 910. There's a couple of troughs here in the pre-market, but a much lighter volume at 910. Yeah, I'd give it to VWAP, 930 in, VWAP out, and then look for a continuation. That's how I would try to do this tricky.
And it looks kind of like a breakout at the moment if you get over that like 945 level, but we'll see. It's been very, very choppy.
NVAX is Huadunking. I've got to interrupt here, sorry, because NVAX, big boy move down. Here we go, $10 a quarter test. I got filled at 30s. Ultimate out on this one is going to be the break of 10. So no ends, ifs, or buts about this.
Do we get a bounce off this level? We had a consolidation area earlier at around this level, so we'll see if we get bought up and reclaim VWAP. 10, not negotiable. Out on this one, we'll see if we can reclaim that move. But yeah, we get a Hwadunk and a newer low. More importantly, we had been making lower highs, to be fair, but that newer low had not come in vis-a-vis the VWAP hold. That has come and gone, and now we have made a newer low. So I'm on guard now with respect to this position and keeping my eye on it.
Yeah, NVAC's another one of those names that I feel like you got to fade every time there's positive news on it. That one,
we'll see.
Not the greatest company these days, but obviously up like, what is it now? 30-something% today.
Over 40, yeah.
Yeah, so big squeeze, but makes that top above 11, and now, yeah, going below VWAP. That, I don't know. Hopefully that holds 10 for you there, as Carvana still making new highs. 1250, 1280, I think is a level on the daily that I have. Yeah, it is. 1280 is the last kind of, the last line in the sand before we get into those 13, 14, 15 kind of levels. So watching out for 1280 on Carvana, but I can't really structure a trade on this one until we get into like higher levels and start to see some squeeze action happening on that one. Maybe we see a halt in the coming days or weeks on Carvana. That would be exciting. 60% shorted. I wonder if that keeps going up or if they're covering now. I guess we find out based on how hard this one squeezes, as Palantir is still just hanging out. I feel like you just got to buy the dip on Palantir.
Specific lately about the used car business in the U.S. Have you?
I mean, it's been going down for a while now, like off of the craziness that it was at previously when people were paying like way over ask, or way over MSRP for used cars. But yeah, now definitely chilling out with the interest rates. But I mean, I haven't heard much.
Neither have I, not lately anyway. So I experienced it firsthand in Canada, but that's definitely not America, and their situation is a little bit different. So yeah, let's see what that one brings. But yeah, it's on my memes watch list. Let me bring down my watch list here. So new window, and I can go watch list. Yeah, I'm going to be sharing my watch list here, guys, because it's worth sharing. Here we go. Growth. Go add. And this is what I refer to daily when I'm looking here. So I have like my big tech on the top, right? Now let's move this up like this. There we go. Big tech on the top. I have my microchips, and I move these based on what's moving and hot in the market. So if Chinese ADRs are moving more than crypto or microchips, these guys will get moved up. But big tech always usually number one, just because they're the ones that I trade most often. Chips always in the news lately, especially because of AI. Crypto's been in the news a lot. ADRs, like I said. Then clean energy and EVs. I have a bigger watch list for these. These ones have been on watch lately. We saw Fisker and what else? Lucid. We got Rivian on deck tonight. We saw Plug Power taking it on the chin today. It's down 13.5%. Fintech, and then I'll have like, some other stuff over here, solar, weed plays, 5G, stuff that isn't moving as much. So sharing that with you guys. Now that I'm able to pull it up, figuring always how to use the system more efficiently, Max. All right, what's not efficient at the moment is this NVAX trade, which is continuing to print newer lows. My stop is in at 10. I'll be out. This one looks like it's going to be a loser, but hey, can't win them all. Yeah, we'll see. See at this one. We'll see what this one does. Yeah, but it looks like it is a fade off this level, giving up VWAP decisively. Now breaking through the $0.25 and looking to test that whole dollar at 10. Let's see what SFWL is up to. Yeah, it's not doing much. Still hanging out near that $9 area. TCRX, this one was the other big triple-digit name, up 133%. It's holding VWAP, this one. Ooh. Let's have a look at this one quickly. Max, I think I've talked to you about this before. The VWAP hold high of daybreak.
Yeah, you like that one.
I like that one. This one's setting up.
I like that on small caps for sure. Like if a small cap is holding VWAP and still doing volume, then that's pretty bullish because usually they just pump up and fade away. So yeah, I like that idea, and it gives you kind of a defined out if it breaks VWAP by more than 10 cents or whatever. Yeah, not a bad strategy there. And that's the one from yesterday that was like $2, and now we're trading at what, 550? That's crazy.
Look at that daily right there.
Yeah, that's what you want to see if you're long, I guess. A couple halts today on that one, right? Yeah, TCRX. Is that?
Yeah.
So that's new today, right? Was that an earnings name today?
It was no, it came out on the back of, what was it? Announces collaboration to identify novel, where am I looking here? To identify novel targets in Crohn's disease. T-Scan to receive $30 million upfront payment with up to $500 million plus in milestones. So independent catalyst there.
I thought that was one from yesterday. It has a similar ticker to one yesterday that was running that went up to like $3 and halted a couple times. I'm not sure what that one was. That's what I thought this one was when I saw it running today. So I didn't really pay much attention because the second day ones are so choppy usually and tough to deal with. Interesting on that one. Definitely possibility for that 6 break, which if that breaks 6 in the afternoon and starts halting, who knows where that could go, 20, $30. I am long Apple right here at the bottom. It goes down to 170, 180, pumps back through 172, kind of makes a wick high, back down through 172 and holds it twice. So that's enough proof for me that Apple doesn't seem to want to go through 172. So I'm long just ahead of that, looking for a retracement back into these like 172.30s and then potentially VWAP. Obviously, good earnings from a couple days ago and kind of selling off a little bit, but nothing major yet on Apple. So maybe we get a continuation move. Probably unlikely that we're getting back into the 174 area today. But if Apple wants to hold 172, I'd like to be long, as this has been the strongest name for years.
Have you looked at the range on the ES today?
Yeah, it's like 10 handles. It's crazy.
Come on. Like, can we
crazy.
get something? I know CPI is tomorrow, and you know the market's waiting.
And we're back to being data dependent, whatever that means.
Yeah, well, I know, right? They'd have you think that we always were, but I don't know about that.
CPI could be exciting tomorrow. CPI could definitely be exciting now that they're saying that they're back to that data dependency. Maybe we get some crazy moves off CPI. I don't know.
Like a move down, like in the fact that we get a higher print.
A move down, maybe
I don't
it comes
see
in
a
light.
really low print because then you're worried about GDP at that point. A hard landing.
TCRX is going for the highs.
It is. I just saw that.
Oh
there we go.
God.
570s. Here comes 591 possibly. That's the high on TCRX. Get that real quick. I got to get the NASDAQ out of the way here. You want to take that one real quick as I just fumble everything here?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, I got it.
All right.
Okay.
You got it?
Fire. There we go. Here comes the top end of the range that we were originally at. There we go. Breaks right through that now. Up into 603. Okay, that print came fast and furious. I didn't even see it break 6 there. But apparently got to 603. The Huadunk right back down through to the $0.25. That's where the real support is. You have to say, I mean, the resistance is, because look at that dance we did at the $0.75 between, you want to say, 10.10 to about 10.30 or so, a little before that. And you're getting a reversal candle, a rejection candle off that level, right back down below the $0.75. Let's see if we can get a sustained move here. But you got to think that 3/4, 6, obviously, the level. But nice hold on VWAP for TCRX. The bamboozlement is not apparent on this one today, at least not to the downside. VWAP holding decently. So if you held this one in and around VWAP, you were rewarded. Good on you. What else are we seeing here? Turn on data feed. I don't know what that is. Data feed's on. AMD, okay, that one's doing nothing. PayPal continuing to print more lows of day. Here we go. Here's the PayPal chart down and to the right, holding below VWAP. Looks like that 66.56, the new low. You got about $1 since the last time this one printed a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. It's been down. That was a bull trap if I've ever seen one. Look at that.
I guess that's an obvious fade there. 66.54.
Yeah.
I don't know what you got on that.
PayPal, I did try to go long a couple times to try to pick some bottoms, but didn't really work out that well. A couple of them were pretty good. Carvana's almost at $13 now. This is crazy. But yeah, nothing really major on PayPal. 66. Ooh, what was the number? Let me try to get it. PayPal is very close to 52-week lows right now, and it probably deserves to be there based on, 66.40, 66.39 is the 52-week low on PayPal. So interesting to see what happens around that level. Come on, load. Right now holding 66.55 on the bid, but got to expect that this one keeps going down. It is SSR, very hard to short with tight risk, so you got to give it a little bit of space to squeeze back up if you're going to try to punch short on this one. But yeah, definitely 66.39 will be a level to watch on PayPal. I'm going to throw that one up on a chart over here because I don't have it at the moment. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we just wick that level and then start to move back up, then maybe that would be a long. But based on this action that we got right now, basically just down all day, probably just a short through that level if you can get the fill somehow. And new high of day once again for Carvana, 1269, coming into those big levels. Let's see what Carvana's got. Has it done? How much volume has Carvana done? Only like 26 million. So this could easily get to like 100 million. Do some crazy stuff. I did stop out of Apple because it gave up 172, and now it's back above. So probably should have given that one a bigger stop. But I was kind of looking for it to get some volume, start pushing, and really there's no volume in the market right now. So I guess got to play it that way, give things longer stops, and let the trades play out because nothing is really like pushing today.
No.
Everything's just kind of floating around. So possibly, better day to be risk off.
Agree. CRM being brought to my attention. It's up 2% on the day, but I don't think that's the talk of the town here. It's the 200 break, which had been an obvious top going back a ways. We hadn't broken through that 200. We got a touch here back into March, several touches mid-April, and then we have now the decided break, 202.04, the high of day. Last time we were above 200 on CRM. You have to go back to last April. So that is a 52-week high. On CRM, it's been a hell of a move since the end of December. I don't know what percentage this is, but it's a lot. Bit of a 127 bottom. That was, what was that? December 28th. And now we're 202.04. So that's a big boy move. It's akin to Meta, Nvidia. In that range, obviously not the same percentage, but you got to give CRM probably one of the leaders here on the year-to-date move. The New York name, by the way. You got the Golden Cross that happened mid-March, where the 50 period crossed the 200. A lot of mechanical trading systems use that, so it's important in that regard. And you had a nice hold of the 200 here too, even on that retracement down. So it's been good. Interesting look on CRM. Intraday, not one of those ones I usually touch intraday. The volume is a little suspect. Obviously, the spreads are big and it's a pricey name, but fantastic in terms of a long-term, maybe a longer swing, several month swing. Thanks for alerting me to that. I did not know that it had been making those gains. All right.
Everybody in the chat going on Fubo right now.
I just want to update quickly on my NVAX trade. I'm really close to getting stopped out here. So the break of 10 will be the end of this trade. We're knocking on the door at 10. I've given it a couple of pennies buffer, but should it break that, that will be the end of that trade. What's up with Fubo?
Fubo just kind of grinding up. Not a lot of volume for a $1 name, but everybody going crazy about this one. It is trading the red today, not necessarily the teal. So Fubo liking the 50 period, I guess not as aggressive of an uptrend. So it's using a longer trend line or moving average, today. $2 break, definitely interesting on a Fubo. I have where's that level? 204, 202 on the daily chart. So yeah, $2 basically. Very interesting if we get the $2 break on Fubo. I believe the short interest is in the 20s. Yeah, 22% according to Trade Ideas on Fubo. So if the volume comes into this one, it can definitely go. It's just, where is that volume right now? It's floating up on light volume, which means, you know, some kind of failure, some kind of failed break may be the thing that gets the volume into it, and that would put it to the downside. If we spike down to VWAP in like the 185s and then kind of do a quick push back, that could be the volume to the upside. It's not there yet. So maybe the 2 break, maybe some kind of failure will bring the volume into Fubo. Where is, all right, Carvana making the high. Palantir is starting to get into that level that I want to see of 950. Load. So yeah, kind of making a new high here, breaks this 945, lots of wicks, lots of bamboozlement. This stock is trying to go without anybody involved. Just cruising in this tight range. I think this is one to buy a dip on, not to take a breakout, as has been evidenced down here. But the 930 break was actually quite good, as well as the 940 break. There was size on both levels, like 5,000 lots each, and then the 950 break was the one to short. So let's see if there's some size. I mean, there's a little bit on 950 here. So maybe that could be a breakout level. I don't think necessarily that's enough. The last breakout was about 7,000 lots. That was successful, but would be willing to buy a dip if this spikes to like 960 and then pulls back into 950. And everybody's favorite squeeze stock these days. I guess it didn't save. Carvana. New high of day again. So Carvana just holding the teal this midday since like 11:20 here. Pulling back to the 21 EMA, making a new high, pull back to the 21 EMA. Simple trading strategy, I guess, on Carvana today. Don't get too crazy about it and buy high from the teal. So looking for that 13 breakout, 1280 being a level for me on the daily, but that's not really looking like it has size or anything on it, so I wouldn't call that a substantial level. Just wait for that 13 to come in, see what happens around there. Maybe I can catch a pullback on Carvana somewhere. Yeah, but not going to buy a breakout on this one again, because that has not worked. Darwin in the chat, you long Carvana? Nice, nice. That's the way to be. I wanted to be long at this $11 level. Would still be long, cheering it on, but you know, is what it is. Sometimes you miss. Yeah, I think 13 could be a decent breakout on Carvana, but really, like, what I want to see is $15. If it gets to $15, then some people are going to be sweating. What's the trade? I don't know, Ponzi. I don't know. Maybe
Definitely not an NVAX long.
Not an NVAX long. I wouldn't go long NVAX. Pretty much.
Poopy trade.
Ever. I don't think.
Ever. It's on my banned list of longs.
Speaking of stocks to always fade.
Okay. You
Look
had a
at
different
Boeing.
idea there. Okay.
Look at Boeing.
Oh yeah.
Move up. Guess what happens? They fade it every time.
Are you surprised?
If Boeing gets above $200, like I haven't even looked at the daily, but yeah. Look at all these wick highs. Wick, 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 wick. All of them, it just wicks high and then fades. Boeing is a fade stock. So, I mean, maybe I should start trading this more often, but yeah, definitely. Oh, and PayPal. So PayPal hit that 52-week low and held it and has bounced, I mean, a measly 10 cents so far. But is that a 1 minute chart? Yes, it is. So bounces 10 cents right away in like 1 minute. We'll see if it can take that 66.50 level back and then move back up, but there's definitely some size on the offer, so people trying to get short this name. As we speak, let's see if we can break down on that 52-week low. If this holds, I mean, a lot of shorts are probably getting squeezed out today because they were probably looking for that breakout or break down below that 66.40 level.
This stock always makes me chuckle. I'm going to sound vindictive, but I'm really not.
PayPal?
I probably shouldn't even say this story. I'm going to actually refrain from saying this story because I may be judged. And I'm not going to take that risk. So, yeah, PayPal, what a move. What a move to the downside. And it wasn't even, dude, do you know they beat 5 quarters in a row?
Really?
Yeah. And they've been going down.
But like,
because of weak guidance. Here's the thing.
Do you use PayPal anymore? Like,
I don't. And Brendo and I were talking about that. The only reason I did use it previously is because they give you that protection. They don't send you the goods. PayPal reverses, but then all credit cards do that now. That is Visa zero liability.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But it was more for like peer-to-peer stuff, which I feel like people don't really do that much anymore.
We had e-transfer. You know how long we've had e-transfer in Canada?
Yeah.
2010.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a while. So,
And they've got
that hasn't been an issue for us.
Venmo or whatever in the U.S.,
In the States,
which
they
people
got Cash
use.
App, Venmo, they got a whole bunch of different
lots
things.
of competitors. And like the whole like saving all of your credit cards and stuff.
Exactly.
Now
Everybody's
Shop
talking
Pay, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, all these different pays, and your phone just holds the
PayPal
Google Pay.
owns Venmo. Yeah. And then
PayPal
Cash
owns
App
Venmo?
is,
Okay.
Cash App, I believe, is Square.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Am I wrong?
Block.
Block, sorry.
Block. They need to change that ticker.
I know. They're
Why is
supposed to
it
get
SQ?
blocked. They were supposed to get it, and I don't know what's happening. All right, here we go. Meta, what's Meta doing here? Let's talk a little bit about Meta. It's actually at flat right now. It's yesterday's close exactly, 33.25. Let's bring up the Meta chart here. We'll get rid of Palantir, META on the NQ. Hello. Yeah, 233.26 is what I've got here as yesterday's close. We had that big move up for whatever news. Oh yeah, that's right. It was the Reels news. Popped up to 234.85. We came right back down though, right back into lows. Now we're looking right at that resistance level yesterday's close. Again, if we can reclaim it and hold above it, that'll be a newer high. We already have a newer low. The initial low was 232.25. Last time around 232.5. So you get that higher low. Do you get that higher high? Maybe we can break a trend here. We are off bottoms on the NQ and the ES, but we are near bottoms, it should be said, on both. Which isn't saying much because the range between tops and bottoms is real tight today, guys. But yeah, that's the position that we're in, and these are the trades in front of us. I'm seeing Meta print a newer high here. Let's see what it does around that 50 level, 233.50. I'm looking for. It's just a quick break of yesterday's close. Nothing really to celebrate. Still range bound. Looking for something here.
PayPal did wick that 52-week low and still hasn't broken that 39 price. That's interesting. How it bounces like that. Obviously, the SSR kind of mechanic doesn't help when you're trying to short one of these. So people keep probably trying to short through the low. It doesn't happen. They get squeezed out a little bit. Then you get this size. People trying to get filled. And nobody's short.
Is real quick?
SSR short sale restricted. So you have to get filled on an uptick. So you can't sell 66.45 right now. You have to get filled by somebody buying 66.46, which is now 7. So you can't hit the bid on SSR. So when a stock is down this much and you're trying to get short, you have to expect that anyone else who's trying to get short isn't able to push it down with you.
Exactly.
So you get these little like micro squeezes that happen all the time. You got to kind of risk it differently. You can't just take a breakdown like this of 40 and think I can risk 1 cent because so many people are also trying to get short and trying to do the same thing.
And when you're trying to get in
and
with
HFTs are trying to take advantage
Right.
of you, right?
And when you're trying to get
just
filled
wicked $13.
Okay. 13. Oh baby. All right, Meta breaking through that top. You want to have a look at Vanek real quick before I get into Meta?
Yeah, not much to report yet. Wicks to 1303, back down. So 1270 or whatever, this breakout kind of works. obviously just buying the teal is working on Carvana today for whatever reason. I didn't even notice that this morning when I was trading it. I guess I could have been getting long here instead of up here, but you know, you live and learn. Yeah, Carvana, I think, like, if we get right over that 1303 right now, I think a lot of people are getting squeezed out. Still not a ton of volume yet. Still not any of that like squeeze kind of tape, but there's some size on the bid pushing it up. Somebody reserving $13 right now. Nope, not for long. So 1303 looking a break.
We gotta look at Vana here.
This one is, I mean, is it starting to heat up? The volume, a couple of volume spikes here, and now we're getting a little bit to the downside. So probably have to wait for it to get into that like 1285 kind of area where the teal will match up to it. But yeah, volume definitely staying hot on Carvana today. Not really, I mean, it dips in this kind of range here, but then we break new highs and volume picks up again. What's going on with Amazon?
I'm debating whether on market strength to go long Meta or Amazon. Technically, they're both green on the day. Obviously, Amazon a lot more, higher, up 1/3%, while Meta's flat. Amazon, though, because of that big shape, that retracement off that 106.79 top, I'd have to take this on a newer high. I'd have to take. I don't want to take it on a dip, even though there was a good dip to be had at 106. We were talking about that with Neil. That's come and gone. The better play for me at this point is that peak break here, 106.30 break. You need to see continuation. That's a higher high. You already have the higher low here, off that VWAP 106 dip. So looking for maybe a possible 106.30 break on Amazon. Concurrently, you're having that 233.5 test by Meta. You already have a newer high. The newer high came as a result of the, what was it, quarter or the third? Yeah, it was near the third. It was around 34. So yeah, that 233.1/3 break, and now we're looking at knock the door down here at the $0.50. We're at 49. There it is. Breaks right through that. So Meta moving up here, and you're not seeing a big move up on the NQ either. I mean, we're still very much are at and near day's lows. We're at 65s and lows are at 56s. So we're within 10 points, within earshot, definitely of the lows. So yeah, keeping my eye on that. And yeah, just when you think you have something here with Amazon, traces right back down to test the lows of that area, 106.10. So keeping my eye on Meta, keeping my eye on Amazon, but there is not much for me. And wow, there we go, right back down on the futures, on the NQ and the ES, right back into those low areas. You got to be brave soul to take some longs here, I guess, unless it's a very obvious one, because, geez, we've been at lows all day. Again, not a big deal. It's a 10-point range, but we
nothing is happening today. Nothing happening. I mean, lots of stuff happened. Like Palantir was good today, did lots of volume. AMD today off of that 96 level. I talked about that 96 level yesterday, kind of missed this fail break up here. Gives you $1, almost $2 on that fail break of 96. So yeah, missed that one today, sadly. But yeah, AMD still strong relatively, holding this, what was yesterday's close? 95, so holding that 95. Possibly looking to make another move up if this market can get going. Or maybe it just doesn't care because market's sitting on the lows and AMD is just right in the middle of its range. I don't know that we've even figured out why AMD has been so strong the last few days. Just AI nonsense, I guess.
Yeah. And it sold off a little bit after the earnings miss. So, you know, people.
So yeah, people are trapped now.
No, and like, I mean, if you're an AMD bull and you see that, you salivate a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like,
and also, if you've gotten short on the bad earnings.
Well, there you go. You're taking profit at that point. Yeah. You're buying it up. Yeah, good call. All right, what do we got here? All right, our NVAX trade, we're 10 pennies out of the money. We hold 10, but it's still more bearish than bullish, just by virtue of the fact that we're below VWAP. We need to take that 1050 top for me to kind of change my mind. Then even when we get 1050, we got that 1070-ish to contend with. That's this local top here. That's where we got a little bit out. Needless to say, this is a very small out and not worth consideration here. We're going to have to take this 1065, first, we're going to have to break through VWAP, like I said, and then a newer high. It's a hard row ho for this NVAX trade. We're currently 11 pennies out of the money. All right, let's see what some of these small cappers are doing. SFWL consolidating. TCRX, we saw that rejection off 6. We won't talk about that. Those are the only two on my small cap radar. There isn't much else moving. There was a couple of earlier ones, but they've given up the ghost. I'm talking about CLRO and ENSC. Those were up. I think they were both up triple digits. Now they're both down red since the open. So those ones giving up the ghost. But Palantir, oh baby, we just printed a new high of day on Palantir. You're watching that.
I'm watching, I wanted to see what happened on that 50 break, but not a whole lot. Just goes up 2 cents. So we'll see what happens if this 53, what is that, 54? Yeah, that 30 hold, those are the trades to hold. Sadly, I didn't. This is like right here where he does it one last time and then holds 33 minutes in a row. That's where you can kind of size up and you've got this 28. So you have a 3 cent stop. That's a relatively easy trade, and I think that you can get a decent amount of size into a trade like that. Obviously, it has to break this 50. Why is the high of day 53.8? That's weird, but
my God,
yeah. What's happening to Meta over there?
Our friend Meta. There it goes. Higher highs, higher lows. Here comes 234. $0.75 out of the way. Printing 76s on my tape here. I just saw 79s. All right, so we're squeezing here on Meta. Again, these big wicks here were as a result of a news item coming in with respect to monetization of Reels. We know that's been in the works. I personally haven't seen any ads yet on my Reels. I think that they may monetize it on Facebook and then Instagram first because I have Reels on both. So we'll see how that ends up working out. This one's squeezing though, dude. Up to 85s now, Max. This one's moving here. The $0.50 break. We saw this do. We saw it yesterday on Meta. I mean, I took this trade yesterday. It squeezed. It squeezed when nothing was moving, and then it gave back the ghost. And then we ended up getting out. Sean took that trade as well. It was midday. I think it was a little earlier than it is today. It's a bit more advanced. We're almost at 1 o'clock. Jeez, 12:45
already.
Holy, that went by quick. Despite the fact that the market isn't moving much, I don't know how an hour 45 just flew by. But yeah, we're knocking on the door at 234 here on Meta. I was debating between this one and Amazon. It looks like this one won. I didn't have either, so I'm too busy enjoying this out of the money trade on NVAX.
Yes.
I say that annoyingly sarcastic.
So Carvana makes a new high going up to 13.25, kind of reserving 24 right now, strangely. And that's strange that it just printed through 25 when this size didn't go anywhere. But there's size on 13.25 on the offer, something like 800 lots. Kind of fading off of that for now, but I feel like this trend is starting to kind of curl up and become a little more parabolic as we print newer levels. This 21 period EMA starting to get steeper and steeper on Carvana. Maybe. So the squeeze is on maybe, or do we break that and fade back down to VWAP? I do not know, but I'll be paying attention, that's for sure.
Gregory's yelling. It's usually pretty exciting when he starts there. It's a good trade. Something's going on. Yeah, 234 test incoming here on Meta, man. Here we go again. More accumulation happening. And I don't know. I don't know what your read is on the NQ. I feel like the futures have been hard to read since they've been in this really tight range. But have a look here. Look at these are 5-minute candles. Kind of consolidating in and around there. I mean, like you feel like we might retrace at least a VWAP.
You would think if like volume's just going to be light and nothing's really going to happen, that we would just retrace to the mean back to 0 basically of VWAP of 13,280-ish. But I mean, who knows? Who knows? I mean, if volume comes into the downside, then we're probably going down pretty far, right? if people are nervous of CPI or taking profit or whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is.
You would have thought the market would be kind of cruising up after these large cap earnings. And I mean, we still have that 13,360-ish that's intact from a few days ago, and just consolidating right below that. So I don't know. We got to get these breakouts going, get that 4,200. We break out 4,200, everything is back on, I think.
Oh boy.
Yeah. What's
Fubo knocking the door at 2. 199 high now on
it is now.
Fubo. Let's get to that one. See what they do here. Yeah, so decent stair step up. I mean, the liquidity has been there on Fubo, to be honest. 18 million shares done. The average volume's 14, so it's above average. We haven't even done 2 times our vol, though. Where is the daily on this one? I mean, I think I already looked at it, but you look at so many, you forget. Yeah, we talked about this. The 2 to 220 level, bit of a consolidation range there. Bit of a range, gotta assume a bit of a sell range here. I don't even know if we see this level. We'll see. But yeah, between 220 and 2. If you're looking for the higher end of the range, maybe short into that level. Obviously, tight stop, goes without saying. And then you're looking at that 250. We talked about that, and then yeah, it's all coming back to me now. $3.
It's funny how slow the tape is on this one. You would expect it to be a little crazier, but only done 17 million shares, just cruising up so slowly on light volume.
Yeah, it is. Very light.
It's hard to get a read on this. I mean, you just buy the 50 period, obviously, because it just keeps dipping to there and then moving up. But like a $2 name, what's the float on Fubo? Isn't it a couple hundred million? Yeah, 200 million shares. You got 20% short float, so that means 40 million shares are short on this name. You're going long Meta? All right.
Yeah, we're going to go for a 234 break, maybe a high day test. We're curling off these ranges here on the NQ. The NQ starting to test that 12,375. So looking to, profit a little bit off this Meta trade. Let's sit in front of the whole dollar here for a bit of a note. I don't want to scalp this trade because we do have some room through that high of day test, 234.85, the high of day. You assume we might touch 235 if we do. I feel like I'm a little late to the party, but I did get it in on a dip, on the breakout of the dip. So it's not the worst entry in the world. It's also coinciding with a curl here on the NQ. So if this could curl up to 235, that would just be aces, algos, if you're listening, or AIs, if you're listening. Do me this solid and curl it up. Kidding, of course. But looks like we're getting a bit of resistance here to be expected at the whole dollar. There it goes. We get the print above it. A whole bunch of orange shows up on my tape. Let's see if we get a sustained move here, or this is just, kind of a bull trap getting us involved. With respect to our other position on NVAX, we're almost back in break even on this one. We're a few pennies out from breaking even on this one as we curl through the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. We got a whole bunch of levels that we have to break. Chief among them, VWAP and the 50 penny level, which was the former area of support, likely to be an area of resistance on that break up. Then after we get up above 1050, we got to still contend with that higher high, which is 1065 or so. So keeping my eye on both these bad boys. We got the Meta long, and we have the Novavax long max.
People in the chat talking about Zoom.
Oh, baby.
ZM.NQ. For whatever reason, it just spiked up on a lot of volume. Wicks the 64 level, which is on the daily chart here. The most recent high from the past 3 days, basically 64, 64.10. Wicks that and then pulls back. I don't see any news on my news. Oh, that's Meta. Let's see. Zoom. Government of... No.
What?
Yeah, there's no news. There's no news on Zoom that I can see on here.
Have a look.
I don't see anything on Trade Ideas either, but popped up in the last 5 or so minutes and is fading that move. Usually when you get these news moves, a fade is the right play, but you just got to be really patient and wait for a level and wait for real selling to come in to fade them. I feel that I've missed it here. 64 would be the level that you want to to fade this one off of. Obviously, if it breaks high of day at 64.05, you do not want to be involved anymore because that will be confirmation that you haven't hit that extreme level yet. But yeah, Zoom looking like a bit of a fade right now, although we are getting a little bit of buying coming into it. Yeah, PLTR kind of wicked that 955 level too and pulled back into the 40s, so not ready to go yet on PLTR. Maybe we can catch a dip. Come on, load. Catch a dip on this one into these 930s again. I highly doubt it though. This one probably just like holds the 50 now or holds this 940 level that it was kind of resisting off of before, and then we probably get like a slow, grindy move up towards that $10 level. But yeah, if I can get a dip at VWAP 920, that would be a good one on Palantir, I think. And do we have a new low on PayPal yet? We don't. So double bottom again on PayPal. Doesn't want to break that 52-week low. So 66.39 was the previous 52-week low. We are still at 66.39.
Oh, baby.
Resisting there. What's going on?
We're pumping here on Meta. We're nicely in the money. How do you get partially filled on 15 shares? Like, what the hell is that? Like, okay, you know what I mean?
That's how you know that you have the right price.
Well, yeah.
That's how you know that your price is too good, in fact.
Okay. Well, I had a couple of partial fills there, which was interesting. Anyway, we're moving nicely. The plan is we want to test day's high. In case you're just joining us, Meta, a bit of a catalyst coming in there around 11 o'clock with respect to the monetization of Reels. Algo spiked, retraced, and now it looks like we're getting the continuation of that, the real play. So we shall see if this ends up materializing or whether it's just bamboozlement. We're long 86s, so it's not the greatest trade. We got some out there going into the 20s, but the spread, it's been bad on Meta lately.
Yeah, the volume's kind of coming out of that name, right? Since the earnings, kind of chilling out.
It has.
Holding that
Everything
230
really,
level, though. Yeah, today, everything. I mean, Tesla's only done 50 million shares. It's the second leader, other than like Palantir, $9 name, but had earnings today. So obviously that's going to lead the field on volume with 160 mil. But like, yeah, really, really light volumes today. Obviously, nobody looking to position ahead of that CPI print tomorrow, which, I mean, I will be here to watch that one. I don't know if I'm taking a trade off of it necessarily, but if we come in heavy off of CPI, this market could absolutely tank.
We've had Fed Williams speaking since 12:05.
Yes.
Should be noted. We also got, I think, the 3-year auction coming out at 1. Sometimes moves the markets. Seeing how they are received. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the auction coming out in exactly 6 minutes. D-Loaf, my last partial fill, 728 Palantir a couple of days ago in swing account. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, well, what do you use? Do you have direct market access, or are you using pay for order flow, or just like not even specifically pay for order flow, but are you a directed user? Like, for example, I don't know if you've ever used the TD online brokerage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's directed. You don't have a choice of which gateway to access through IBKR.
Oh, yeah.
I can direct it to whatever gateway I want. And obviously, it goes without saying, P Pro 8 likewise as well. Yeah. But yeah, interesting. So not sure what they've got going on. Anyway, Meta still holding above 234 for the moment, hanging out around there. Curling a little bit here on the NQ, back above 13,275. Let's see if we can get continuation. The other trade, the bane of my existence, NVAX. Yes, back into my entry area, but back at a critical inflection point. Yes, that VWAP, but this time reclaiming it from the south. Do we reject here? VWAP and the $0.50 level, they're not too far apart. So maybe like a perfect storm in terms of resistance. Keeping my eye on that. I'm break even. I could get out here and we could call it a day, but I'm just too stubborn for that. So Saskatchewan, what products are you using on those eyebrows? I'm not using any products on my eyebrows.
Are there eyebrow products? I was unaware of that there were, except tweezers, I'm assuming. But no, I didn't know that you could condition your eyebrows or anything.
I mean,
that's funny.
Do they like sell specific eyebrow gel or something?
I don't know. Well, if they do, I haven't bought them. I don't know. That ain't where I'm spending my money, baby. All right, NVAX. Back above my entry area. Looking, hopefully here, take the $half level and VWAP. So, yeah, Beer Money Scalper says Rogaine. I'm putting Rogaine on those eyebrows. I'm assuming
the eyebrows.
It has something to do with the fact that I've got thick eyebrows. Max, Zoom is flying here, bro.
Yeah, I just accidentally got short.
What is Zoom doing?
And punched out, but
okay, I'm gonna go look at the big board here to see what.
Let's figure out what's going on here with Zoom.
Guys.
I'll check my thing again. Usually the newsreader on P-Pro is good, but we don't have anything right now, and neither does Trade Ideas. So those are typically my two sources for news. I don't see anything. PayPal triple bottom off of 66.39. And now we're in the 60s. So take that mechanical long off of the fact that shorts can't push this name through the 52-week low, and you're 30 cents in the money now. That would have been a great long there on PayPal. I was watching the tape on this one and did not punch in, even though I did want to. Yeah, missed there. And now we're taking the 50 period again. So who knows where this one can go, possibly to this 67 level that it did resist at previously. And break of that, then you got like 67.50. You got any news over there, Sharif? No news on Zoom, so you're gonna have to check like stock twits or something on this one. Somebody's saying Kathy must be buying Zoom. Yeah, probably. I mean, does anybody use Zoom anymore?
Well, Kathy must also be buying Meta here, Max, because it is an absolute print factory on Meta as we look to test that $half level. We're long 86s, just got some out at 37s. Oh, baby, we're curling to the high side back here on Meta. I'm definitely looking for the $half print. Let's go ahead and sit at 40, 45s. Why not? What's life without whimsy? All right, leave it there. Yes, Jason B Gaming in Meta, baby. Let's go. Yes, Jason B Gaming. All right, let's take this one to the moon. And by moon, I mean 234.85, because that's where I'll be looking to get most of my shareage out. That is the high of the day on our friend Meta, but we do get a beautiful curl on the NQ after accumulating on the bottom is 13,287 is the high of the pop there. So pumped about that. Also keeping my eye concurrently on our friend NVAX, as we do find resistance, not surprised, at VWAP, because we got it back into that VWAP area at 43s, 44. This one, I'm just feeling like maybe I should just cut it here, but something telling me take your fingers off the keyboard and just let the trade run. There we go, back into the 40s here on our friend Meta. We'll take another little piece as we get that 44 print, and there we're gonna have to spend the money for that one. This one knocking on the door of the $half, well in the money on this one. Let's let it ride.
Rivian just took out the high of day as well. So new high 14.05 on Rivian, yesterday's high being 14.01. Rivian reported this morning, right?
No,
after the bell.
After the bell,
After the bell, so just squeezing out shorts prior to earnings. We've seen that a lot. Rivian's short float obviously in here at about 18%, which would be, I don't know, like 100 million shares approximately. No. Yes, 100 million shares are short on Rivian right now, which is kind of crazy. That's like 1.7 billion is short on this name. So some of those probably getting squeezed out right now. We get this huge, well, not huge, but we get a move down off open, and then they buy it back up. Now everybody's offside, holding VWAP and pushing higher and higher, holding bigger moving averages as it goes. And now we're just hanging on to the teal and pushing higher on Rivian. So where can this one go? What's the daily look like? I haven't had a look at Rivian for quite some time, basically since the last earnings, because this name has been a bit of a dud. But yeah, we're coming into resistance areas now, that 14 level, and
Coin
then
is
you have
flying.
like
What is
15.
this?
So all like the
What are
worst
these
names are
things
flying. What's
moving
going
here
on?
for no reason, man. I'm not seeing anything here on my blotter on Coin. Coin is flying. It broke through that, I want to say, consolidated all morning at 57.82, and then it broke through yesterday's close at 58.11, and now it's knocking on the door of 60. 59.90, the high on Coin, very volatile though. I'm keeping my eye, see here if there's anything Bitcoin related. I'm seeing Riot almost up 10% now, 9.7%. But Coin is the one that really made the move. Again, not seeing anything on Coin. We'll keep my eye.
Coinbase ex-manager sentenced to 2 years in
Say
prison.
that again?
Coinbase ex-manager has been
again,
sentenced to 2
But
years in prison.
That was
Yeah,
at
that
12:10.
was.
That's like 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was 11:56 that news came out, so that doesn't make sense.
No.
12:30 is when this move started.
Kathy's buying, people are saying.
Kathy is buying. Yeah, did Kathy just? Did somebody at ARK just press the buy button on a bunch of stocks by accident? Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe Kathy sold her Palantir position and then just put it into Zoom and Coinbase and Rivian. That's the only explanation I can get for this crazy move.
Yeah, all right. We are a whole bunch of 5-minute green candles here on Meta, which makes you feel that we're due for a retracement, especially given the fact that we're positioned right at that $0.50, and there it goes, baby. Through the $0.50, we'll spin the money again on this one as we get 60s. Meta is flying to the high side again. It did it to me again. That's 2 days in a row we've taken this trade on Meta where it's absolutely squeezed for no reason on this trade. Beautiful trade to the upside. Here comes that 285. That's the end of my trade right there, and that's the end of that. I'm not giving up any more money on this one. Because yesterday I watched it retrace all the way back down. So the idea here, like I told you guys, was the high of day test. We get the high of day test, and we get, you know what, at a dodge. That's the end of this trade. I will focus all my trade on the losing one at the moment, which is NVAX. We are 5 pennies out of the money, and that's going to be the end of this trade for me as well. I'm sick of nursing this one. It's not holding the levels that I wanted to hold, and you know I may eat my words on this one, but I'd rather just get out and based on instinct. And to be honest with you, no, to be fair, it's only bullish when it's above VWAP for me, because I'm trading it like a small capper, okay? Even though it's not a small cap, it's up 40%. It's below VWAP. I gave it the opportunity to retrace above VWAP. It got to VWAP and then stopped, using it as a level of resistance. So that's why I'm getting out of this trade. I don't like it. I didn't like it, 20, 25 minutes after I got into it, and that's the end of it. It's a loser. It's a 6 penny a share loser, as there was a bit of a spread.
Got to manage that risk. Got to manage that risk. That's a good way to play it. Yeah. You don't like to trade anymore. Why are you staying in it? Why are you letting it hit your ultimate stop when you can just get out for basically flat, right?
And look what it does, Max. Look what it does. Go to my screen, please.
Boom.
And there's my out, and there's the Khwadunk.
Sharif is the market, guys.
All right, so that's the end of my trade for NVAX, and I believe you are also overtime, my friend. Thank you for being on. We're going to have Beyond tomorrow for Hump Day as well. Guys, we're propsing here. You guys totally missed it.
Yeah, they missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal. Brutal. Can't do it again, though. Can't do it again.
All right, guys. Thanks, Max. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
And Sean will be on shortly. All right, let's get back to this trade here on Meta. Come to my screen as we do find a bit of resistance at that 234.85. Their reels. In the coming weeks, we'll begin testing a similar program on Instagram, says Meta. So it looks like they are reeling this out. No pun intended. Sean didn't like that. Yeah, he's a good one. Okay, it looks like they're rolling this out on Facebook first, and then on Meta. Like I mentioned earlier, there's Reels on both. Yeah, there it is. What's the chat saying? Okay, is my mic good? Yeah, everything is good. All right, we're all good. So that's the news item there on our friend Meta, as we do find that area of resistance to be expected near that high of day. Taking a bit of a breather now, retracing back into the $0.50. Not surprised if we do get continuation here, but just for the sake of managing risk in a very tight ranged market, I want to get everything out near high of day. I could have held a piece for the dream, but yeah, whatever. Oh, you're logging in remotely again, eh? Yeah, you've hacked this one.
No choice.
Yeah, you've hacked it.
Well, it just takes a little bit extra time to do it, but
yeah, that's fine.
we're all good.
We'll give you time. You're
actually
plenty of
short
time
Palantir here, and I was,
oh yeah.
at 50,
Okay.
but I was getting some good fills, and then all of a sudden not. Again, that's crazy for Meta, man. I knew that was good news when we saw that monetization there. I'll show you in a couple minutes, but I was trying to get that short, and then it just didn't. Obviously, the short didn't wind up printing at all there for Meta.
There's high day again, Sean. Right back up. Right back up to the high
we
day.
know how. This is the thing. Like, we know how popular Reels is.
Yeah.
And like now they're monetizing it, so now they're giving reason to creators to head over there and pump out some more Reels.
Have you been using Reels? Like, do you have first-hand experience with Reels? Are you like?
Is Reels the same as Stories?
No. Stories is
Instagram.
the one that kind of just flips on the top with the circles. Reels is the one.
That's the one that
is the TikTok bite, the TikTok knockoff.
No.
So
I mean,
I can tell you,
I have some out. You can
it
go to my.
sucked in the beginning. I gotta tell you, it did not understand what you wanted. TikTok was better, but I have to say that has changed.
Right.
The algorithm has changed. It's showing the thing with TikTok.
They talked about changing that algorithm.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Someone was saying no sound. Saying no sound. Are we good?
My mic
to go?
is on. So.
Yo, Sean. Okay. Everything's good. Yeah, everything's good.
Okay, are a lot of people saying no sound?
No, it's just I saw a couple of people saying it, but yeah, okay, one person. We're good.
Right.
Yeah, all right, guys. Back up to high day on Meta. We talked about that, but the one that we also talked about and that I didn't take is the Amazon 130 break. Just check here. No, we're good.
What's Alfred saying?
Bears versus Bull says everything's good.
It's all
so
good?
Alfred,
Yep.
what did I message him for? I'll read you the conversation.
I heard you talking to Neil or Max, someone about Alfred today. That's why I brought it up. It was about.
We're talking about PayPal.
PayPal.
Yeah, and then I said I could not
like
say
PayPal?
the story because I would be judged too harshly, and so therefore I will refrain.
Does he like PayPal or what's his
he's getting out of PayPal. He's in loss on PayPal.
Yep.
He's getting out of that.
I'm pretty sure everybody.
He says he overestimated the space. I mean, here's what I read, Sean. Tell me how you feel about this. It was a huge margin space. I'm talking about the e-commerce business, and as a result of the fact that it was huge margins, a lot of people jumped into it, and all of a sudden, your margins got squeezed because you have more competition. So that seems to be the blessing and the curse of that industry.
Yeah, I mean, we had PaySafe come out. We have, you have Square. You have all those cash apps and everything like that. But if you have an OnlyFans account, then maybe PayPal for you. I don't know. What do you use on your OnlyFans there?
Someone asked me in the chat before if I had an OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
No, I don't. What? Neil was chirping me over that. I didn't hear what he said, but no,
I saw that people were talking about that with you. That was pretty funny.
It ain't gonna happen.
There. I'm almost set up. It's brutal how long this takes, but honestly,
it's all good.
There's no choice.
We're good to go.
I need to have the same charts, and then Neil and I obviously.
You're loyal to your layout, like mine.
It's not about loyal to the layout. It's about being in live mode, and when you travel from one spot to another spot, it screws up your layout. So it's just I'm not. I can't sit there and trade, unfortunately, in the afternoon with all those wicks everywhere. I wish, and it's just, it's the way our platform works, and it will get out the wicks if they happen real time.
Right.
So if you have a D print, my phone's in my pocket. If you have a D print at, right now, 110, and then the print is 50 cents higher. Well, our platform is actually smart enough to get rid of that print for you real time.
Okay.
Not all the prints, but enough of the prints, and you can filter them out. But the problem is, like I just said, we need to implement AI into this potentially, which I'm sure we already do, and just wick them out go backwards. Like when you
Right.
log in and it sees dark pool prints, a percent away or something that's not reasonable.
It knows, yeah.
Right, it should be
knows.
able to get that out. But that's the
Right.
problem is
Right.
teaching it to do that, I assume, which is what the problem is right now. PayPal down 12% right now. Wow, down to 166. The funny thing about PayPal is you can come over here and see the trade that we had earlier. A lot of traders, I think, were in this trade too, man. Breaking of 70. We talked about how good 70 was right here. At that bottom, and then boom, there's the breakdown, and now you're seeing where we are today, right down at the day's low and breaking through 52-week lows today as we speak. This is actually, wait a second, is it 52? I know it's year-to-day lows, but this must be 52-week lows. Close enough anyway, 66 and change. We'll double check that. I do have a scanner for 52-week high and lows, so we can be able to figure that out. The 52-week low on Meta, yes, on PayPal, 66.39. 66.39. What's the bottom today? 66.39. So we nailed that right on the dot, I believe. Unless eSignal's throwing me for a loop here, because it normally doesn't calculate the daily 52-week break until that day is closed. So right on the knot today for PayPal. And here's the short that we had, 70. It just went down so quickly there off the open that we got some out at 69. I mean, that was $1.10 because we're actually short at $70.15. Then it bounced around a little bit, and then this was the target that both Neil and I had, around $68. It took 68, looked like it wanted to break, broke it a couple times, and we wind up getting out right there at $67.75 for $1.50 or $1.40. So that was good, but now looking back on it, should have probably stayed in until we broke at least the 50 period right there on the 1 minute chart. So that would have been a good trade, and that's probably where we should have got out right here, 67.10. So we'll remember that, and we'll hold that for next time. The only position, it doesn't show us in any positions. Are you in a position?
No, I'm out.
Okay,
I'm
so the only position I'm in is Palantir. So I can, shit, man. Like I went to go grab.
You don't need to. You can just tell people that you're a short Palantir.
Oh yeah. No, it's fine. I'm going to. I have a lot of shares, so I can get out of some as we go here. But yeah, I cannot believe I actually wound up going here. I'll just put down a little bit here, take a fill so that it will show up. I still can't believe that I'm short Palantir. But you know what? I came back. I went and got a coffee, and then I came back and noticed that I was waiting at 41. So when we took this short, I was waiting down here at 41. It only went to 42. And so by the time I came back, I was frustrated because it came back and it was at 43, 44, and I was able to get a couple fills there at 44, and then another one at 46. So there it is. Now my position should show up. So we're just flat. We're just short right now on a flat position for Palantir. But what a great move that was today for Palantir.
Oh, yeah.
I know you and Max have talked about that already.
Oh, yeah. No, and
over there.
I like this for a swing, Sean. I'm going to keep my eye on this.
Yeah.
I know it's within a range on the daily, but I've got my eye on it. And they used all the right keywords today. They used the AI model. They talked about their commercial, their commercial sector is growing. Yeah, man. So I like it. I'm keeping my eye on it. It's beat down. Quickly here, Fubo broke 2. It went to 204. It's huadunking all 5 pennies, 6 pennies now, below into 198. That's what qualifies for huadunk on a $2 name, I guess. Yeah. Dancing with 2. Let's see what it does.
Do we have a qualification for a quadunking? Like, is there a certain percentage?
Neil. No.
But like you just said, 5 cents on Neil's saying 5 cents, but is not enough. But 5 cents on a dollar name, that's 5%.
Yeah, that's huadunk.
No, I think
it's 5%. Does that qualify for a huadunk, a 5% move? I would say so.
So that's what I was going to say. If you see a 5% move in Meta, then we better be running for the hills.
Oh yeah,
it's
a big tech name. Yeah.
I think a quadunk, as technically perfect as it has to be described, it should be a move greater than the largest candle on the day in that name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it has to be the largest move of the day downwards.
Okay.
I guess we have to put that because we don't.
I like that.
We don't have an upwards quadunk.
No, we don't. We need one.
So
maybe we can do it like the palindrome and read it back because quadunk is just, let's face it, sound, not a word. So palindrome.
It's not a word, really.
Neil's laughing up a storm over there. All right, guys. We have a couple of super chats to get to, so let's get to that. First and foremost, due diligence, dude. $2.79 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Thoughts on KKR, next domino after regionals? Is that KKR like the holding company?
Yes.
Yes, KKR and Coke. So this company I have a personal relationship with because my dad was an associate owner at Shoppers Drug Mart before moving on, and KKR was purchased from Emasco, which was a Canadian investment company in Quebec, by KKR, which was a holding company before Loblaws, modernized it, Sean, made it into the beast and then sold it to Loblaws at a great profit, right?
Smart.
Yeah, KKR. So that was my personal involvement with them, and I was a young boy at the time when this was all happening. So yeah, KKR.
Yeah, Sharif is very rich.
No, I'm not actually very rich. But yeah, let's look at the chart on KKR here, guys, because it is a big move down from the highs that we were at November 2021. Remember that? That's when Jerome Powell went before Congress and said, inflation, not transitory. And that's when, you know what, hit the fan, and we've been moving down since. So that 84 or 85 touch almost, well then, we've been hanging out in a range between, you want to say 60 and 40. Well, 41 really. $20 range, the better part of the last year. You know, sometimes above the 200, sometimes below it. I don't have an opinion on this one from a technical perspective because it is clearly in a range. Something is going to need to knock this out, whether, you know, some sort of acquisition or whatever. There has to be a fundamental change. Otherwise, I mean, have a look. What I do see here, though, I should note, is you have a series of higher lows on this one. Like, look at this. October, which is when, you know, the majority of the market made its lows. We had a low in and around 42. The January retracement got down to 45, and now the March and April retracement got down to 48. You're also seeing higher highs. The peak here right in the mid-November came up to 57, and then mid-Feb, this one got up to 60, even broke that, almost 61. So higher highs showing, if we can get a newer high, maybe you're in for a trend change. But I don't, to be honest with you, like the chart very much from a technical perspective on the daily. Let's get to the second super chat real quick here. Mohammed Al-Barash, 20 Swedish kroners. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Did Plug leak the earnings to break 52-week low? Remember I was talking about this one, Mohammed, earlier on. I said Plug was kind of like the dark horse in the EV, that one that we didn't talk about. Here it is. It's down 13 2/3% on the day. Let's go to this guy. And then my news blotter on Plug, why Plug Power shares are trading. Company reported mixed Q1 results. That's what I'm seeing here. Plug Power, what's going on? Shares are sliding after the green hydrogen company reported mixed first quarter financial results. What happened? Plug said the first quarter revenue increased 49% year over year to 210, which beat consensus of 205, but they reported a quarter loss of 35 cents per share, which missed estimates of 26. So I don't know if they leaked it or it was scheduled. I personally, I don't think I put Plug on the earnings board because I didn't see it. What's the market cap on this? $4 billion. No, I definitely would have seen it. I always look at everything over $1 billion market cap when I'm doing earnings board. But yeah, I'm not really sure why I didn't see that one. I don't think I put it on. Did I put Plug on? Did you remember seeing Plug?
I don't remember seeing it, but I mean, it's a busy earnings board.
It's a busy one, but yeah.
They're saying that Plug already reported.
It did, yeah, and I'm reading that here. Mohammed asking if they leaked it. I mean, this looks like it was just it's a regular earnings play, but I just didn't anticipate that they were.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if anything was ever leaked or not. There was, I remember it was, wasn't Zoom, was it? There was something that was leaked. Affirm, remember Affirm was leaked one time? That's when like Affirm was like $120 or something. And then it made a huge move down and then vice versa and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so one name that looks like it wants to go pretty strong right now, I would say, I mean, what about Mr. Softy? It's in the building now again. As you're trying to take out VWAP here on the 1 minute, you're well above the 200 and you're well above the 50 period right now and starting to go to the upside.
Meta.
And I mean, Meta as well. Yeah, I mean,
breaking.
It's exactly everything. Yeah, everything is going right now. This is a 5-minute chart, so you basically have the last hour or so just straight upside here for Microsoft off that bottom of 307. No real indicator to get long there at 307. Of course, although this, I did not log out and back in, but you are seeing a lot of wicks down here on this 20-minute. But I still think 304, 305, good spot to get long on Microsoft, obviously. Easy to say when it's all the way up where we are right now. See, this is what I don't understand. Like, so now that.
What happened? The script orders?
Yeah, it's Neil. I mean, we've been having some problems here. Like, so we should be. So first of all, Palantir just ripped up, so we should be out of this one in just a matter of seconds here for Palantir, because we just took another price at 54, but there it is. It's just bouncing around 55. So we do mean to get out right now. But now it's trying to get something going on here at 54. So let's just put out. Wow, I mean, this keyboard too is not my jam over here either right now. We'll put another bid at 54 and just take some out. So we were gonna get out if it when and if it did break 55. So it did break, touched 56 and came back down, which is now we indicated like, that's not the right stop order. It was the right stop order, I just don't. So you understand that this back key doesn't work?
You're kidding me.
No.
No, that's not acceptable.
Of course not acceptable, but this is, part of the shit that I deal with all the time. But that's okay. So whatever, I'll just figure it out myself. It's just a small keystroke. It's just I'll have to type in the price. So like on the keyboard here, you can just go back and forth.
Yeah.
With
Adjust
the prices
price
on your
with the arrow keys.
So here I am trying to go over, put out a better price for Palantir. That's okay. All right. Whatever. I'll figure this out as we go, and that's part of what you deal with as a trader, of course. And we're switching spots here, trying to give you guys the best experience possible, and it's backfiring for me. But I hope all the viewers are enjoying themselves today, for sure.
I want to just get a quick answer in. Someone asked me earlier what brokerage I would use. They were with IBKR. I forget the individual's name that they was asking. They were with IBKR, and they want to leave. They're done. They don't like Trader Workstation. I don't know if you're leaving them because of the platform or whatever financial issues, maybe margin, whatever. You don't like their margin requirements. I'm not sure, but if it's just a program, you can connect other programs to them using the API. So if you don't want to transfer all your money out, there's options like DOS Trader that you can use. There's other options as well. These ones allow you to connect to IBKR through the API and use their programs directly. The data all translates in there, level 2, level 1, everything, charts, you name it. Check DOS, check other ones as well. I mean, there's so many that connect. Me, personally, I don't even look into it anymore because I'm on the floor here and I'm using P-Pro 8 99% of the time. So anything I'm doing on Trader Workstation is swing trade or long-term investment trade related, and therefore, I haven't really been keeping up to speed with these intraday features for the platforms. But yeah, let me know if you're in the States or if you're in Canada, by the way, tag me. Get the individual. I scrolled up and I couldn't find your name. Sorry. All right, let's see what the chat is up to here. Meta breakout. Yes, Meta stair-stepping up, 234.90. We had a 234.85 prior high. We're looking to knock on the door probably of 235 itself, the whole dollar area. The NQ, slowing down in its ascent. It got up to 13,287, 13,290 area, and it's slowed down now, consolidating sideways. It also happens to be the VWAP area on the NQ. So the VWAP retracement, which was one of the reasons we got into this Meta long, was we consolidated on the bottom of the range on the NQ, and then we broke out through that range. So I want to take the stronger name, and hence Meta was a stronger name. That was the idea. You got a new keyboard?
No, I'm trading without a keyboard now. There we go. I'm trading without a keyboard now. You see this keyboard?
Yeah. Oh, no. Here we go.
See, that's what I think about that keyboard. So we're just going to drop that away right now.
Poor Aaron. Poor Aaron.
Maybe he woke up.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we'll get another keyboard there now. So now I'm just trading without a keyboard. So
Sean just demolished that keyboard.
Well, no, I just dropped it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
maybe I might demolish this afterwards. But,
yeah.
No, it's okay. We're out of more than half of our Palantir trade right now. No, because the backspace wasn't working, nor was the tab button. Great, thank you. All right, we'll hook that up.
We have secured a new keyboard. Keyboard secured.
No, get this keyboard out of here, man. I'm not using a keyboard that looks like shit. All right, get this out of here. I'll just get my own keyboard.
Right, guys. All right, let's have a look, guys. Let's see what Meta is doing. Oh, baby. Here we go. Coming to my screen. Here comes 235 for Meta. Looks like rejected off that level, but we got up there. 234.97, high of day. We keep stair-stepping up. Our last out there was in the mid-70s on our friend Meta.
We did get up into the 80s before, but I wasn't quick enough on the keys. Anyway, nice move up. In case you're joining us, it's on the back of a monetization of Reels catalyst. And there we go. There goes 235. Bang, 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 bang. Wish I held a piece for the dream here. But yeah, you know, not holding anything left on this one. Big boy move to the north side. That's 2 days in a row that Meta has provided us secular intraday trades. Yesterday, we were bamboozled a bit in the fact that we let it retrace all the way back into our entry. Not so today, hence why I was quick on the trigger to get out whatever shareage I had because of yesterday's bamboozlement. 235.07, high of day on our friend Meta. With respect to the other trade that we had on board, the NVAX, I'm very pleased with the fact that I got out of this trade where I did. Very frustrating. I should have just listened to Max. Max was like, yeah, I'm never going to trade this name. It's always a short, and usually that's based on some sort of experience in the past. And there it is. So I ended up losing 6 cents a share on this bad boy as I ended up getting out at 32s. I had 38 long, so that ends up being the end of that trade. Let's see what small cappers are doing. Oh, baby, FWL. That's a mouthful, man. It just got off the schneid. Why this one wake up all of a sudden? Let's go to the 1 minute. There it is, hanging out at that 940. We get a big 1040 pop, moves $1 in one 1 minute candle. And then the spread really opens up right now. It's like 20 pennies on a $9 name. Ew, I'm not touching this. And the Huadug right back down into that breakout area. Bamboozlement Central up 120%. How's the keyboard situation?
Don't show me those keyboards. I'll throw them
Keyboard
off.
Secured?
Yeah, I brought my own.
By your own.
So after the show, I'll be moving this back there. And
all right. Rob, come on camera, please.
Look at this, Rob.
Show what Rob has in his hands.
Actually, this is the keyboard. This is
Rob has like 20 keyboards in it. No, he's got like 5 keyboards in his hands.
Yeah. This is probably the right one. Oh, man, what a disaster. Thanks, Rob.
Rob came packing.
All right.
All right, so keyboard secured.
Picky diva, yeah.
All right, and I guess we're going to be good.
Oh, yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing really happened too much there. No, so we got a new keyboard.
Keyboard secured.
This is mine from my my desk. So keyboard temporarily secured. Now.
IT entered the chat, someone said on the...
Yeah. Rob came back. Yeah, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Rob came back.
He came back. He came back a little nervous there for sure. He brought like 14 keyboards there.
Oh.
Back and
he did. He brought a lot.
Yeah, he brought a lot. But the thing is, this is the thing. Here's the thing. It's like you can't just give me like a used keyboard from the guys behind. No, because all these other dudes been touching it and all. Like,
yeah.
I'm not like a germaphobe or anything like that, but it's like.
Well, I mean, too, like there should be like you need a certain level of.
Yeah, so what you get used to is
with the equipment when you're on the show because we're doing live television.
Well, see, even your keyboard, although a great one, is different because it's.
I have no problems with it.
It's the way the keys. So we use all the F keys, obviously. I don't need to tell you that to fill your orders. So what it is that see how these F keys are elevated. Mm-hmm. So they're up. So it's not quite mechanical, but it's close enough. So the thing is, like, I can just put out like 5 or 6 orders as I'm talking to you right now. Mm-hmm. So if I get a keyboard that has them a little bit indented, it's hard for me to figure out all the different order types up at the top, right? Because like one's going to be this limit order, market order, blah, 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 blah.
And you've been doing this how long, Sean?
Get the fire extinguisher ready. 22 years. 22 years.
And so the man
I've actually never been frustrated with like a piece of equipment like that before. You know, so.
I don't blame you. It's
it's all good.
If you're trying to enter an order in and you can't enter an order in.
Well, first of all, part of the frustration too is, right, and it's fine. You know, you sit here and you do what you're going to do, but part of also the frustration is these stop orders that are supposed to be working also are not working. So when that doesn't trigger, then I'm like trying to get out, right? And then it's like, now I can't put out the right prices.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anyways. It's all good.
We're gonna hit a couple of bangs there, just to lighten the mood, and in that spirit, we shall do this.
All right.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Smash that like, subscribe, and share.
You're gonna get dunked on.
I know. He's so menacing.
Don't do that. Oh man, yeah, Twilio. That's a good. Did you talk about that?
No, I
already?
didn't. Mohammed Al Barash wants your opinion on it. He sent a super chat.
I saw that.
20 Swedish
I
kroners.
liked Twilio.
We have Twilio on deck for earnings.
I'm
going to put up the earnings. I'm going to put up the earnings real quick
Did
here,
they already
guys.
report?
Did
Or
they?
no?
Maybe.
Okay.
I might be losing my marbles.
Yeah,
Meta's
you might
popping
be.
here, guys. Is that Meta? Yeah, Meta just made a new high of day. Here we go, 16s.
That Meta
It's
trade was-
blowing through
so
35. Meta's got a lot of legs today. Here comes the monetization of Reels and the TikTok tailwind that we have been talking about. What am I doing here? Yes, I want to go to the
is that
upgrades and downgrades
Yeah,
because
let's
I want to
go.
go to the earnings board. Here's the earnings board.
It is.
There is Twilio.
It is.
Okay, well, there goes Twilio because Google decides to take its time. Let me just get out of this and show you guys. Here we go.
As long as we know that it
TWI.
reports.
Yeah, right there. And that's what's coming up today, guys. On deck, Galaxy, Airbnb, our friend Rivian. Remember Toast? There's a lot of options volume on Toast for some reason. I saw that on
That stock is.
Toast. Upstart and Affirm, though, Sean, some good names there. They're usually quite volatile in the aftermarket. So if you're looking for a high beta trade, these names, oh, they be moving, and they'll be on light volume. Careful with that. Virgin Galactic as well there. Luminar and Clover Health. That was a big one during the pandemic. I remember that one being played. Li Auto, Roblox tomorrow. Those are big names. Li Auto, a growing heavyweight, Sean, in the Chinese EV sector.
Yeah.
You said Nuva. How do you say this word? Nuvi? The Ryan Reynolds,
I thought it was Nuvea.
Ryan Reynolds
I thought it was
company.
Nuvea. It's weird. It's
Nuvea? Yeah, Nuvea, Sean says. Wendy's on there, Teva, the big
I've been in that one. That was
company.
an IPO from Canada that I was in.
This
Nuvea.
one?
Yeah, I think it was $36. I wound up getting out at 140 or something.
Sorry, Sean. Sorry, Neil.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We'll do it again. There it is. Right there. That was a good name.
Wendy's there too, and then the New York Times. Valvoline.
Remember when Wendy's was like a little bit of a squeeze name? There was a couple times, I don't know if you were trading back then or not, but there was a little bit of a time when people thought that Wendy's could have been the next runner there as far as squeeze names were concerned. Oh, I know what it was. These people are so funny. It was the chicken tendies. Remember that everybody was holding on to those chicken tendies,
Yeah.
and that basically, meant something different than Wendy's. But people started looking at Wendy's stock there, and it did have some sort of short float, and then there was some sort of a reason to go up. But if you go back, you'll see Wendy's was having like 10% moves when it really should not have. Okay, so here's Twilio post-market today. Of course, not making any money. We'll have to find out what's going on with them, and not relatively low short flow, which is pretty nice. But if you look, didn't we have Datadog? We had a few names that came out with some pretty good reports. So we're going to have to wait to see what Twilio does here. But if you're looking at it for the last couple of days, and I want to thank you for the super chat, you see how it's setting up here? So you look at the last couple of days, like yesterday was a red day in the market, right? And Twilio was green. Twilio's had a nice move down when the market was going up. So there you go, flush down to $50 for Twilio. So yeah, I do think that there is a good possibility. There is, look how far this name can go from. There's a good possibility. You saw a name like a Palantir today start to get wiped out back up to the upside. So wiped out, then upside for Palantir, right? And I just feel like Twilio could basically do the same thing. When you're a data name, and right now data is all the rage, I just feel like something like a Twilio should get more respect than maybe it does get. So we'll wait to see where this name comes out for earnings, but I think it's worth it on the option side of things. This thing, like here's the last, you get some reports that miss, quite frankly, 80 down to 45, and I believe February 17th, that looks like an earnings day, 61 back up to 73. So yeah, there is big option interest on this name, and if we pull this over right now into the options AI, we're going to find out right here what Twilio's expected move is. I'm going to say it's greater than 13 or 14%. So let's see. It's going to be expensive to play the option game for sure, but I think this name with everything that's behind it, whoa, not bad. I said 13 to 14. It's 12 right there. Nice. So, if it's a 65, what is it today? 55, dollar name, you put yourself into a 13% or so move. Yeah, it gets you back down to that 50, which we touched that bottom. We'll see what's going to happen with that move. Or you get back over 60, which of course is the 50-day moving, oops, can't see it now, which is the 50-day moving average. So, I feel like this name's going to be priced properly. I mean, you take down 41, that's a little different story. But I like Twilio here. Again, all the data, everyone's talking about it right now. That's what they do. They're big in, I believe, and you guys can double check this, but I also believe that they're friendly with Uber, and their technology is used by Uber to communicate with drivers and to pass back the information. So if Uber Eats is working, Uber Freight is working, and Uber is working, and Uber also guided for a better 2023, then I would think that that makes sense for a potential beat there by Twilio. So that's my opinion on that.
I want to show, Sean was looking at the expected percentage move, and here's a good source for it, if in case you guys are looking for that. Market Chameleon, come to my screen, please.
I was using that Options AI. This is better, no?
Market Chameleon, you go to this one, you have the earnings days here.
What?
Quick one, though, Sean, it doesn't show you on the weekends. You'll have to wait for Monday to see the earnings moves because we don't have options actions on the weekend. But there you go. It shows you the previous move on the last earnings date and then what's expected this time around. And you see what the options volume is, how much market interest, Sean, on these names.
Close to the same. They had Twilio at what I said.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. No, absolutely agree.
This is how we're doing it, man.
Yeah,
we got that right,
right there. Yeah, Twilio, last time around, Sean, it moved 14
points. Market
points.
Chameleon?
MarketChameleon.com. Yeah, I use that one.
Your boy is stealing that right now. I used to use it for, was that really worth a bang there? No, I'm gonna. So I used to use it for. I don't know if you can get to it quickly, but there's a pre-market scanner that used to be really good on Market Chameleon. So calendar.
Still good,
earnings.
Neil says.
It's still good. Okay, yeah. So that's. I mean, look. I mean, for it's called calendar, and then what was the one that you looked at? Calendar/earnings. Oh no. I was just. I just want to get this one right. I'm putting it in my browser as we speak, so that it's saved here forever. So I really like that.
Good.
I like the fact that it's all right there.
And the conference call, guys. This is important too. Come, let's look at this screen over here. Yeah. So this one, you guys hear us sometimes talk about, the morning, what's it called, earnings releases, and then the subsequent earnings call. Sometimes that comes at 10, 11 or so. Those can be important for timing because often what's said on those calls sways the stock up or down. The perfect example to talk about, Amazon. You had the algo move on the earnings beat, and then you had the talk on the call with respect to AWS and the margins tightening up in cloud, and you saw the quadunk, and that definitely qualifies for a quadunk.
Was that one a quadunk, an official quadunk?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a big boy move. Have a look at that on the daily. It was a big retracement on our friend Amazon. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The conference call, important to have that time set up so you can know when the possible moves are going to start coming in. All right. We got some.
I'm sure Microsoft. I know we got someone that chatted about Microsoft there, and I feel like it was pre me throwing that keyboard. We were going to look at Microsoft because, of course, now Palantir's back down. We got out at 60. It's down to 56. That's okay. Yeah, so Microsoft right here failed at 308. You can go take a break. Yeah. Microsoft failed there at 308.20, right there on VWAP on the 1 minute chart. Also, this is why I liked it. I liked the short. Could have been wrong. Could be wrong right now again. But see these tops right there, 308.30. That, to me, is pretty decent here. The NASDAQ is down today. Microsoft, now whether or not it wants to go down or not, we saw a big run up for Meta. But I just, look at the daily. I sold Microsoft the other day at 305.50 or something off the open. It was the day before, the day of Apple earnings. I sold it because I was nervous about Apple earnings because we had we had Qualcomm miss and guide lower about potential cell phone issues there. And it turns out to be incorrect, of course, because Apple came out and nailed it. And now Apple went up to that. The one thing that I at least did get right, and I sold some Apple day of the earnings or second day play on the earnings, was that Apple would probably top out that day and then retrace a little bit. It's done that. I mean, the top was 174. So whether or not this classifies as like a official retracement. There you go, 173.50. So that was yesterday in the pre-market. We were able to get a little bit out. So it's not like I'm out that much there. But here's Apple, nice move up to 174 and took that area, and it's respected that a couple times. There it is off earnings, nice move up. There's the 174 on earnings day. So it was the next day, whatever this day is, I got to change around, the 8th is where we got a little bit out there. And then yesterday, again, that top of 173 this morning, and looking like it wanted to break 172, and it only went down to 171.80. So let's go back and look at our Microsoft position. So it's a very, very light spot to begin with. And what we're trying to do here, and this is just how I'm trying to trade right now. With equipment that works, that's always pretty important. The second one would be try to trade off levels. So there it is. So we just get our, we got 94s there. So I don't know. Okay, that was a strange fill. I thought we had O's. Now we're just going to wait. And look, if we get taken out here on momentum to the upside, that little wick right there is not really followed by volume. So as Meta seems to be bringing this market up with themselves, the market still has not broken that 13,300 since we were here in the morning. And that's the trade that we had to the short side. And then right there, we kind of got going back to 290. But we're going to see what happens now. It's 140. So you're still at sort of the lunchtime trade. We'll wait to see if this can get a little bit more exciting as we get Microsoft, as we get closer and closer to 3 o'clock when things start to move. We did have some Fed speak though today a little bit here. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of news happening right now. Okay, so 10 minutes ago, Sleepy Joe talking about clear Congress must act on debt limits. So yeah, we know that is clear that Congress needs to do something with that. I don't know if that means there's more to come here with the movement, but the market has sort of been like dusting off this debt ceiling talk. So I think it's pretty serious, but we've been here before. We've seen it. They just, issued, I don't know, what is it, $1 trillion more, whatever that debt ceiling is right now. And then that raises the ceiling, and they're able to get those factories going and start to print more money. And unfortunately, they are going to have to deal with that debt ceiling, and it's coming sooner rather than later. And
today, aren't they meeting today?
Well, that's what I was just talking about. Biden talking now. I mean, obviously he's going to push it on Congress, and it's just one of those things, man.
He's trying to say there's not going to be any negotiations if you're going to link the debt ceiling to it. It has to be separate. Obviously, that's a non-starter.
That's the way it always happens. Yeah. We talked about that yesterday, you and I, talking about how no matter what, the other side tries to throw something in there in order to agree.
Sean,
that's kind of the way politics works.
Meta is a rocket.
That was the most obvious news, dude.
Wow.
I can't believe I was fighting the short when that news came out.
I can't believe I didn't hold a piece for the dream, man. I mean, I got out at high days. I said it's an inside day on the market. Meta is flying, guys, to the high side now.
I'm super happy about this stock, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
you're still holding. Yeah, you're still holding.
Oh, no, I'm not. Of course, I mean, but it's a long-term play. It's not. It's not. I mean, you put the risk in and had that swing trade, so that was absolutely fantastic. I was buying at the same price, sub 100 and things like that. And then I just got some out the other day again on that pre-Apple day. So so I got out of about 5 to 10% pretty much of Microsoft. I got out of Google yesterday, and it's just taking some out because honestly, I don't know what you feel like. I don't know if they're going to ever announce that there is a recession, but like, who cares if someone announces that?
Yeah, exactly.
Does it?
Exactly.
It's how the market is reacting, and they're always late to declare like, oh, we're in a recession. So just because if the IMF or whatever comes out and is like, oh, this is a recessionary environment. Okay.
Well, the S&P revised their forecast today for U.S. global growth. U.S. global growth. Get it together, Sharif.
World.
U.S. year growth 0.9% instead of 1.5.
Oh, so is that recessionary? Do you have to have a certain percentage drop, or it has to be negative?
We have to be negative.
Right.
Yeah. So and they redefined that last year too. Remember the 2 negative quarters that got redefined?
Yep.
Because of the
that's
jobs
what I'm
were
saying.
strong.
Like, who's going to tell us?
Yeah.
I mean, the market's the market. You talk about that all the time, and we're trying to be experienced here and show you that price doesn't lie. And that's what's frustrating to me, or it's not. I'm an investor long, but it's you know, it feels like we shouldn't be here, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
We have a lot of issues, but the one thing is, too, to remember is I feel like earnings season was a lot better than expected.
Well, and remember the revision? It was
What
like,
oh, the S&P
yeah,
total?
the earnings. Remember how many
yeah.
it was supposed to be down, whatever X percent,
Yep.
they revised that
Yep,
up.
yep.
Right? Yeah, so there's been good tidbits of news
Oh, there's
here
lots.
and there.
There's always good things to hang your hat on, but I don't you feel like, I mean, you're going to come up with, what is it? 2024 is the election year, so
Yeah.
that's coming for the U.S. So who knows what that's going to do? But again, when you have political standstill, that's actually good for the market, right? You don't. It's better.
Yes,
It's almost better
exactly.
during
Yeah.
that time. But that's there's a lot of stuff that's going to come to light when they start to. You know, have the election. That's a ways away. But you got oil dumping down as well,
yeah.
so that's generally supposed to be pretty good for equities. But it's made a big move as they go. So let's wait to see here. It looks like a good short so far for Microsoft. I should always stick with Microsoft, man, to be honest with you. Stupid Palantir, like honestly, that, whatever, I'm not going to blame the keyboard back.
It's all good. You smashed
But this, look at Palantir now dropping right back into the 50 period. I was just so flustered, I got out at 60 there, and then now it's 55. I should have just held it. Palantir making moves back down. Too bad. I should have been short maybe Palantir to begin with, so that's...
Well, pal, yeah. I mean, look.
I was long early, and I just thought it was overcooked a little bit.
Yeah, well, that 950 dance was, you know, I see how you could.
I mean, it's only up 24%.
That's it, yeah. I mean...
On like news that we
W though, Sean, that
is that
woke
finally
up.
doing around?
Yeah, 6%. I mean, it just started moving 6%. Pac W, one of those rare regional banks that's actually on the NQ, Sean. Let's go into Pac W. Come to my screen if we're able to. There we go, baby.
It halted? Oh,
640. No, it's not a halt. We got off the schneid there at 6. We've been dancing around 6. We kind of tried to take it. There it goes. Pac W's moving now.
I'm down.
Let me see if we have any news headlines. Again, I got to warn you. My news blotter has been poopy today.
Has been not good.
Not good at all because it hasn't been giving me the quick.
I don't see anything on that either.
Yeah, I'm
right
seeing
now you get Citigroup moving, you get Wells Fargo moving, you get everything
You're getting
moving
a lot.
right now in the banking sector. So maybe there is talk about this debt ceiling. I don't happening. I don't know why. You know, Wells Fargo would be moving around on that news, but PACW, good call on that one. It is starting to move around. People in the chat will probably let us know if there is anything out there right now. Well, I'm just joking about that keyboard thing. I was already out. I got out of the last third at 60. It's not a big deal. And like I said, I was short anyways to begin with, and that was just the wrong play. Yeah, Wells Fargo. Oh. Wells Fargo taking out 38.31 right now, but there's Pac W. Nice move up. Yeah, nice. It actually got started, man. We missed this. The volume came in. This is a 5-minute chart, so I'd say around 1 o'clock, 12:30, we started to break a little bit higher there into the day range. I think it just took out the day high and then started to go.
Yeah, it really.
So what I was looking at there was also Wells Fargo. It's only a $38 name. We like that $39 level, but look at this name too. Also got going and still not stopping to the upside. That's still Pac W. Come on, right there. So where's 12:30? Right here, we hit the VWAP and starting to go, and it's looking like it wants to take out the day's high as well there for Wells Fargo. So 38.30. Maybe there's something happening right here.
I'm looking. I'm looking at the entire news items, all the hot news items. Neil's looking too. He's not seeing anything. So I'm looking. You know, there's been random moves today. I mean,
have
Meta.
to be anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
Yeah, we try to justify these moves, but no question about it. Packed up, big boy move through that 6.5. I believe it. Where'd it get up to? It got up to that 652, so it's 53 now. So it's dancing at the high of day. Let's look at the 15-minute.
Short term. Some people are saying that short-term debt limit extension is not the plan. Shout out to Darwin for that one.
I'm not seeing it, but yeah. I mean, again, my news blotter is not good today.
There's lots of potential here, and we'll keep it on right now. So what I just saw here from a tweet is that there's 7,400 stocks right now being traded on the NYSE and the NASDAQ. So far there are, on the NASDAQ, there's 3,000. 1,700 are declining, 1,100 up today on the NYSE. And on the NASDAQ, it's a little bigger of a ratio there, 4,400 stocks on the NASDAQ, and 2,500 of them are declining today. So definitely a red day. I mean, the market is down 0.58. It's the same as the S&P there. The Russell's been pretty bad lately as well as the small caps look to get back going there. Yeah, watch out, Parsa. There's a keyboard there now behind you. You can pass me that keyboard if you want. I threw it. That's how I do. You're pretty lucky you're not there. Whoa, almost dropped it. No, this is what happens when the keyboard doesn't work. So you see, and now it's missing all of these buttons.
And in a great twist of irony, Sean, the ones that are missing are the function
Don't worry about
keys.
it, Parsa. Don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. Because they're crap.
Twist of irony.
So here it is right here.
Because you were talking about the
keyboard,
function keys.
and it is now adios. So
I want to talk
I'll be
quickly
right back.
about what Sean was talking about here. Come to my screen. Sean was talking about advancers and decliners. Michael Noss set up this VWAP scanner for me. I've talked about this before on the show. Right here, these are all the stocks that are rallying to VWAP and these ones that are pulling back to it. And it's a constant updated scanner. This is from Trade Ideas. So if you want this, you got to go through Trade Ideas. But this chart here in the middle, the black chart here, this one is to show you where the market is in general. The green line denotes advancers. So if this one is increasing and going to the high side, it means more stocks are advancing than declining. And the red is the exact same. That's decliners. So the idea here is to kind of gauge where the market is going to choose whether you want to take a rally to VWAP or a pullback into VWAP. And that's why he included that here. But it's a good scanner to have, even if you're not using the VWAP trade. It's nice to see whether the market is advancing or declining, or whether the issues are advancing or declining is what I should say. So that's a nice little interesting tidbit to have. And I know there's other ones. Obi gave me another one. I'm going to have to ask what it was. It would also show you it had a zero level, and then above it was advancers, and below it was decliners. So it kind of give you an idea of where the market was going. I want to get to this NVAX trade here. This, sometimes the best trade you take is not the one that you make money on, but the one that saved you from death. Look at this NVAX trade, right? I mean, I took this one with hopes that it would take the high of day at 1065. It didn't materialize. I got the out of Dodge at the first opportunity here when it showed me that it was curling back down, and more happy I could not be. Look how this stair stepped down, breaking through 10 eventually, and there's a 980 test. So NVAX got out of that at the right time. Happy about that. All the while, Pac Dub continuing to print newer highs, and Meta right back up, testing that $0.50 again. Oh baby.
Oh baby.
Here we go. 235.5 coming back into focus, Sean.
That's amazing for Meta. I really feel misstepped there on Meta. This is the trade that I had on Meta while this was all brewing, and we sort of talked about it a little bit, that I was trying to fight a short here on Meta, and it was fine. We went long. Like some of these short, like look at this short right here. 233.40s down there, getting out 232.50. 232.70. So we're definitely running the short in Meta, and it was fantastic. And then this is that bump up there on the news, and I was like, okay, I'm feeling that. And then as soon as we broke out through that level right there, this is the news here actually.
Yes,
wasn't it?
Exactly.
11 o'clock.
Yes,
so it
100%.
did.
It retraced right back in.
So that was the part. It was like, okay, I was going to go short until we wound up breaking right there, and we wound up breaking, and then it's to the upside. And sometimes you don't really understand that you should be going long there. And I don't know what would have indicated that. I mean, the futures were still red. If you go back to sort of when Meta broke there, 12.34. So I mean, it's going to be 11.34 right here. And then I guess, the market was still down here when Meta was breaking. And then this happened. Meanwhile, Meta did this. So the time doesn't match with the futures. This is definitely moving itself. It is just 100%. Ripping right now to the upside. But where shall we stop on Meta? There has to be a pullback trade, right?
I guess.
I don't know.
Look how many green.
I was kind of waiting to see what you're going to say there.
5-minute candles, Sean. Here it is. Count them up. This is a 5-minute chart on a friend Meta. You have a couple of red intervening candles, but more anemic to the red side they could not be. Meta is flying, bro. Here comes the $0.75. Wow, I feel like a dum-dum for getting out of this one. But yeah, it's
boom,
it's going.
Goes the dynamite on Meta. I mean, I love that name, and I continue to be. I mean, you specifically remember me pounding that table to everybody. The P was 11 or 12, dude.
This was it was in the $90.
Come on, I mean, you could hate
That was
Zuckerberg
like
and you don't have to use
November-ish, something like that.
I don't know. I mean, I showed
November-ish.
you that fill on my phone, $99, whatever it was what. Now, so I just went back to find it. I actually bought, so you can buy CDRs in Canada,
Yes.
so those are like $7 or $8. So I actually wound up going into that. But on the U.S. side, I did buy some Meta down there as well. So, okay, Airbnb reports. I think I just heard Branko's talking about that. I did want to go over some earning names as well.
Go.
But right now, just quickly, Microsoft came back. We got another short at the same price, 92, 91, 92s. That's where it is right now. Our best outs for this, though, it didn't. Here's the 200. It needs to break. You know, if these futures are just going to hang out here and be like whatever, then it's probably going to lose. But this is our out, 30s. So if it breaks 30, then I'm out of this name. Otherwise, so that's 40 cents worth of a win. Needs to come back in, man. I don't want to take these outs. Each of these outs are 5%. But if you do get down here into 67, well, that's 28 cents. So a little bit lower into the 50s gets us where we need to be on 1-to-1. And maybe this is not the greatest trade for risk to reward right now, but I do like that top right there. And if the futures do continue to start to make a move up, we have an easy out. And if we retrace back down to the 50 period, which it looks like we're trying to do right now, maybe we get another fill down there at 60. And I'm just going to put an order there because we say this all the time. No order, no fill. So hopefully we put an order and we will get
order,
no fill. Yes, right now. No keyboard, no cry, because unfortunately that keyboard is now in the garbage.
We're
and,
losing it. Well, I'm losing
that
it. I
is gone.
speak for myself.
So, no, I lost it a long time ago. I don't know. I mean, once I had my third kid, like Neil's just, you and Brendan are the smartest with no kids, but at least Neil stopped at one. You know, like
Hey, I
three,
want
like,
kids.
what am
Brendan doesn't want kids.
You don't want kids.
I
Or
want
you
kids.
want kids.
Brendan doesn't want
Well,
kids.
you gotta. I mean, the time is ticking here, my friend.
I know. Well, at least I'm not. Well, we'll just zip the lips here.
I think a baby Sharif running around would be hilarious.
I know. My parents
The
said
guy's gonna be like pushing weight.
he's gonna. My parents are like, you caused us so much grief growing up. It's gonna be returned to you twofold with your kids.
Right.
And they want to bask in their glory
Yes.
while I suffer.
Oh, by the way, what's up to Dan Emmons? Hey, how's it going, buddy? You know, the funny thing is, he's right. He can have. There's a story about what he said. Men can have kids into their 70s.
Yeah. I didn't want to get all graphic on that, but yeah, that's
No, but Robert
accurate.
De Niro.
It's accurate. Yeah.
Today.
Remember, didn't
He had
Larry
his seventh
King?
kid.
Remember Larry King? God bless his soul. He's
Yeah, of
passed
course.
away.
How many
Didn't
kids?
he have the kids in the mid-70s
today,
as well?
you know, congratulations, Robert De Niro, his seventh kid at the age, I think, of 79, 78.
Are you kidding?
We were guessing this earlier, and Brad guessed his age. It was like, man, I'm getting old, because we talked about it before with Luca when we were here.
Wow.
Godfather and some of these classic movies. One of my favorite movies of all time is Scarface. To me, that's easy for me to say that. And of course, Al Pacino is 83 years old.
Wow.
So like when you
Godfather 2 was on AMC yesterday. I was watching.
You know what I
a
watched
little
AMC
bit.
on the weekend was Major League. That was hilarious.
Neil.
I was watching that with my kids. Hilarious. It's good to
Shawshank
watch it on
was
AMC because they can edit out some of that.
Yeah, they do.
There's not too much language on that, but
No. I just don't like when I'm watching Shawshank and they take, because Shawshank is already, you know, like there's no sexual scenes in Shawshank.
one of my favorite
Shawshank
stand-up
either.
comedians is that Sebastian Maniscalco. He's Italian.
He is hilarious.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I love how he does like
What's
the
going on?
over-the-top Italian
Yeah, exactly.
impersonation, right? Like,
He's like,
the
and then I
real.
was speaking with my mother, and she said this, and she said that, and then,
I sent a bunch of his to Luca a few months ago.
Yeah. Send me them if
I
you ever
will,
get
I will.
them too.
He
because,
is hilarious.
So he
Kills
has
me.
he has a movie coming out with De Niro. I don't know if it's going to be any good or not, but it's about his Italian father is De Niro.
Okay.
And it's back and forth. It's just going to be a funny movie about the culture and everything like that.
Okay.
So I think that should be really funny. And to me, you know, I'll watch all of his stuff. Like I didn't even watch that new Chappelle stuff. To me, I don't like when he's talking about some of those issues. So to me,
Yeah, he's taking you on. He's clearly made a point
like
that
I like Chappelle
he
and
wants
the
to
Chappelle
take it
show.
on.
Now I don't really. But anyways, there's lots of to each their own. There's so many great stand-ups, and it's just like
Whether you agree with him
pick
or
your
not,
own.
I just like the fact that there is freedom of expression.
And
that he
it's
doesn't
fine.
get kicked off
I just
the
don't
platform.
like listening to it because I know that
Yeah.
it offends
It's touchy.
so many
Yeah,
people.
absolutely.
So for me,
Absolutely.
it's like the other day. My wife will tell me some stories about, oh, it's so, did you hear about this? It's like really super sad. And there's just something happened. I don't know what it is, whatever. Like this dog got locked in a car and then, you know, they had to break the window and the dog was like dead anyways or something like that. I hate sad stories.
I don't like them either.
Right, and so whenever something, we talked about, I didn't want to watch that Netflix show that's supposed to be pretty good about the flight there that went missing in Malaysia flight.
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, I remember
there's
that.
Too many people. No, it's not Manifest. Manifest is a show. Parsa just, this guy wants on. You want to host one day? No, I'm being serious. Okay, so anyways, all right, no, that's great. I didn't even realize the time, by the way.
It always flies. I was just telling.
Did you even know what time it was?
I did know because I got to go up to the big day. But did you know? Neil says, yeah, no, I did. But we are overtime, and Brendo, he is at the big desk, and we are going to go into the close. Hopefully.
MH370.
What's that?
MH370. I think it's just that's the name. That's the flight.
Oh, okay.
The flight number. I guess that's what the show is called. But it's comedy. Yeah. No, I like Dave Chappelle. I mean, I'm just saying some of this. I was just giving it to because Maniscalco, because he's Italian, I'm Italian. There's so many funny things. Of course,
he's hilarious.
That you do. It's like
he's hilarious.
Yeah, Russell Peters there from Brampton. Like he has jokes about that culture.
The best one,
Neil and I have so many friends that are South Asian. And we grew up in Brampton.
Yeah.
So like some of the jokes that Russell Peters is like, yep.
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
Like
Russell Peters is.
He talks about
Canadian
like going into
gem.
your friend's house and like, you know, smelling that food for the first time. And there's so many jokes about that. And it's like, it's so true. But yeah, no, I love stand-up. And I once saw Damon Wayans in Vegas. That was a lot of fun. Yeah,
great.
Homie the Clown, don't mess around.
There's a goat there.
He's great. All those guys, man.
All right, guys, but we are overtime. Brendo, he's at the big desk. We're going to be back tomorrow.
I'm going to be back.
Same bat time. Same bat channel.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome in to a pretty exciting afternoon here. If you're looking at individual names, the overall market, however, still kind of chopping around, just hanging out within the range that we've been in for the past week or so. That being said, a ton to look at this afternoon as far as earnings to come after the close tonight. We get Airbnb, we get Rivian. There's a ton. Affirm, Upstart, Twilio, as the guys were talking about. We'll go